Okay, everyone, welcome to the June 2023 CB3 State Liquor Authority Committee meeting. Before we do a roll call, I wanted to share guidelines for the meeting so that we can ensure a smooth process. So I'm just going to share my screen briefly for a moment to go through those. So tonight's meeting facilitators are myself as well as Clint. Clint has been tremendously helpful and amazing at helping us get organized for today. As a public member, he's not able to chair the meeting, so I'll be chairing it, but sharing kind of the responsibilities with him as well. I also wanted to say that David will be our Zoom facilitator. So Susan, if you want to make David a co-host, that would be great.
Sure.
Fantastic. So as I said, welcome and thank you for attending. A few guidelines for tonight. This meeting is being recorded. You should have received that message as you, just as Susan was giving the recording ago. And our meetings are going to use a Zoom webinar format. This is the format we've been using for the past few months. So just keep that in mind. It's not a Zoom where anyone can speak. You do have to be recognized. So accordingly, we're following parliamentary procedure as we always do. And I will recognize folks when it's the appropriate time to speak. The chat should only be used for technical issues, and the chat will only be received by the committee. So just be sure to use the chat appropriately. And if you're having any issues, David and other members of the committee will step in to help you with the technical issues. I also wanted to clarify that I will announce when each agenda item is up for comment from the public. And at that time, you'll use your hand raise function in Zoom so that you can make it known that you are speaking on that item. I also wanted to say that I'm going to recognize the speakers. We have a maximum of 2 minutes because of the number of items tonight. I expect that we may have a slightly tighter time limit so that we can get to all of these applications that you see listed on the screen. If you're representing a group, please select one person to speak on behalf of your group, and that person can note how many folks are in attendance that are either in support or in opposition to the item, and we will note that for the resolution. And we reserve the right to adjust the agenda as needed. We will be adjusting the agenda tonight. I know that the items are numbered, but we often go out of order for a number of reasons. So just be cognizant of that. If you could take a moment now to look at the agenda pasted here in this document that we're looking at, to look if the item that you are present for is being heard, please just confirm that so that you don't waste your time if an applicant has already withdrawn. So if you see withdrawn, that means we will not be hearing the application tonight. And you have your evening back. I'm going to now stop sharing my screen, and I'm going to do approval of last month's minutes. Let me just stop the share. Does anyone have any objections to the May 2023 meeting minutes? Okay. So then I will go to a roll call vote. David Crane.
This is attendance? So
Yes.
Okay, present.
Okay. Amanda Liu.
Yes.
Sarah Bachu, present. Clint Smeltzer.
Yes, present.
And Jamie Felber, absent. Jesse Beck, absent. Okay, fantastic. So the first application that we will be starting with tonight will be Amelia by Nye. So I'm going to start by giving a brief highlight of the application, as we'll do for every application. Then I'll ask the applicants if they have anything they would like to clarify or add. Then we'll open up to the committee to ask questions of the applicant, followed by public session where folks can provide feedback on the application. And then we'll go back to committee for next steps and a vote. So I'm just going to pull up our information on that application.
And jump in. I didn't see petitions on this one.
Oh, thank you
So
for
we might want to
flagging.
clear that up.
They came in at the very end of the day,
Okay.
so we do have them. I did a quick count, so I do have the number for them.
Thank you so much, both of you. So just a quick context on this application. We are hearing a change in the method of operation. The applicant would like to add a flamenco show on Tuesdays and Saturdays from 7 to 7:45. The applicant is located at 174 First Avenue between East 10th and 11th Street. This is an establishment that has 10 tables and 48 seats with one bar that has an additional 18 seats. And they serve food during all hours of operation. As I mentioned, they're hoping to add this flamenco show with music at all their times, consisting of background level music from streaming services, no DJs, no promoted events, no scheduled events, and no events where a cover fee is charged. There are 8 full on-premises liquor licenses within 500 feet, 5 of which are on the same block. And the applicant is currently operating an on-premises beer and wine license at this location, which was administratively approved by CB3 in February 2021, because it closes at midnight and all days, and it's only playing recorded background music in the past. I think those are probably the key highlights. I'm going to stop there. Oh, David, you have something to add?
Yeah, they're seeking a full liquor license, as well as flamenco, but the
Thank you.
flamenco is, I wrote this one up. The flamenco is the main addition on top of going to a full liquor license for this one.
Thank you for clarifying. Susan, did you have something to add?
Sure. So I believe there's no scheduled performances here, which we've notified the applicant about. So I think what they want to say is that they're going to have a 45-minute show during the dinner hour.
Okay.
You can't say it's 7 if it's no scheduled performances, but you can say you're going to have a 45-minute show during the dinner hour. So I would like the applicant, when he speaks, to recognize that that's what he needs to do.
Okay. So I'm gonna turn to the applicants now. If the applicant and their representatives could raise their hands so that they can be promoted to address some questions. Fantastic. Hello, Frank. Is there anything that we missed in the highlights of this application?
You didn't, but David did. This is not an upgrade to liquor.
Okay, well, that's good to know. I swear I saw that.
The
Okay,
church like 50 feet away from our door.
Hmm.
Actually, it's not a church, it's a mosque.
Okay, well,
Good.
so I was incorrect. Sarah, you were correct, although I don't know what you were reading because it wasn't.
I was reading your resolution.
Oh, we need to get the resolution. I'm not seeking full liquor license. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank, for clarifying that. Do you
Susan stole my thunder. So yes, we will be having these performances during the dinner hour, randomly, depending upon seating and amount of people in the place and things like that. It's very innocuous upgrade. It stays wine and beer. That's it.
So you did in the applicant at one spot, it said Tuesday and Saturday, or was that Tuesday through Saturday, or what nights is it to be done?
Ruben?
Yes. Hi, how you guys doing? We're trying to see if we could do it Thursdays and Saturdays, but due to obviously the pandemic, also the people that have done the flamenco for us for over 10 years, it's kind of hard to get. That's why it's also impossible to have an accurate date, because it will be, sometimes will be Saturday, sometimes will be Thursday. It will never be more than those days, and nothing will ever be scheduled because I don't even know how often I can get the actually the band to perform.
So should we say during dinner hours up to twice a week?
Yes, that is correct. If that's okay.
Is
Yeah,
that twice a week is okay? You don't want more?
No, that's more,
Okay.
way more than enough. Yes,
Fine.
yes.
Okay. If there's no more clarifications, I'd like just to open it up to the committee to discuss.
Okay,
Yes.
there's one more. Well, it's a question. You
Mhm.
checked off 2 versions of what will happen outdoors. Is this a situation where you are not use outdoor space for commercial use at all?
Are we using an open restaurants area, Ruben?
There is no open restaurant and nothing. Whenever the performing will be as well, it's always going to be way in the back of the restaurant, so it's not even in the front by the windows actually. But there is no outdoor seating or anything like that.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Well, I don't know who's taking minutes on these things. Am I supposed to be? Are we each supposed to be updating our own?
I'm updating it right
You
now.
are,
So I'll
okay,
show it
cool.
on the screen when it's after public comment. I see you have a couple other questions, David, that you had highlighted. Do you want to ask about the hours, or I can as well?
Well, was it the open hours? Yeah, 7 a.m. You checked off 7 a.m. for the open hours. The point of 7 a.m. of the open hours is you must be open by then, but you may open earlier. So maybe 7 a.m. is more than you want to absolutely commit to.
Wait a minute, don't we have an existing STIP?
Yeah, I'm just gonna say, I think the only change is the flamenco, right?
Well, if that's well, that is the only change, but I was going to suggest that that's quite early. Is it
With this-
not
with
possible
this
to change
agenda.
that one?
They're already operating.
Well, I understand that, but if they wanted to open at 8 a.m. because they weren't getting the 7 a.m. business, they'd have to come back for a STIP change.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. We are no longer, so we don't open up at either 7 or 8 any further. Actually, we open up later.
Okay, we need to have a firm commitment about when you'll open up, but at least by then, and then put that into this.
Okay, so
Correct, at the
We're
moment, no
not-
violation of your license because of that.
what? Because I open later.
Right, you committed to open at 7 a.m. and now you're opening later. So pick a time where even if you slip it a little more, you'll be okay.
Okay, so we open on Saturdays. We open at 10 o'clock. Saturdays and Sundays.
Okay, and during the week?
During the week, we shut down. We were opening when we started. We were opening 7 a.m. and then we were closing at 10 or 11. During the week, we don't open up in the mornings because we didn't do any business. So we decided to just limit it for that 4 hour from like 5 to 7, 5 to 9, 5 to 9:30, and that's what we're doing. But we're not
the
doing
latest. What's the latest time that you
10
open
o'clock. 10 o'clock.
You will
AM.
open.
We never, yeah, the latest time that we open up, the earliest time that we open up will be 10 a.m. And we never close past 11 p.m. Never.
10 a.m. Saturday and Sunday, was it? And then did you say
Yeah.
5 p.m. on Monday through Friday?
That is correct, sir. Yes.
That's when they're currently opening. So Sarah, maybe or Susan, we could put both of those, or we could just say
So-
5 p.m.
So
Because if
should
you
we
open
say-
before 5 p.m., you are
say
fine.
before 5 p.m.
I would put 10 in the morning on the weekends and 5 for the others, because it recognizes that they have brunch on weekends. And maybe it'd be a good idea to explain to the applicant, the reason we ask for the open hours is because we want to encourage businesses to be open during the day. We currently have a blight on the street, so when we approve businesses that don't open till 5, it doesn't help that situation. So it's just because we want to encourage people to open early.
So the 2 hours, I guess, Sarah, it would be 5 p.m.
Monday through Friday and 10 a.m. on Saturdays. Is that what you said, Ruben?
Saturday.
Yes,
and
that is
Sunday.
Saturdays and
correct.
Sundays, sorry.
I've
I'm updating the
updated.
stipulations as we go too, so.
All right, committee, are there any other questions, or can I turn to public comment?
Sarah, you still have probably the note about, I had a very hard time doing 311 because if you have to find the block and lot number, there's no way to find that anymore. But I did find that there had been at least a violation reported. I do not know if it required police action. It was this year on April 27th. Do we want to discuss this at all? Or is this almost like
And
here's?
one is very low.
Yes.
Yeah.
Applicant, do you recall that? It was a commercial one for loud music or party. Was it not?
On ours? No, no, I do not, and that's truly impossible.
Yeah, I
I
wasn't.
don't know if it was a rooftop or anything that has nothing to do related with. I don't know. Whoever has visited our space, we actually play jazz music. You can never hear it, and this hasn't been a space that actually has been busy, so it's completely inaccurate and impossible. I don't know if it's again the rooftop of that building, but I can assure you it's not related to us at all.
All right, Sarah, like I said,
Yeah, I don't think there's anything to add then, it sounds like. We'll list it because it is in the public record, unless Susan, you're saying don't list it.
No, I wouldn't even bother. If it's one out of forever or year, it is just as likely to be a mistake as not.
Okay, understood.
strike the paragraph, I would say, Sarah.
Okay, I've done that. All right, I'm going to turn to the community to share comments in opposition or in support. If you would like to speak, if you could raise your Zoom hand right now, and we'll promote some folks to speak. I will call out who's speaking just so we know who starts. I see, Bo, that you've had your hand raised. I think you're the only one.
I just promoted him. I suspect his hand was inadvertently raised.
Okay.
Does he not go through quick?
Yeah.
I just allowed him to talk because he's not accepting the promotion.
Got it. Bo, do you have a comment about this application for Amelia by Nye, 174 First Avenue?
He's lowered his hand now.
Okay, great. So I don't see anyone else with their raised hand. So I'm going to just come back to committee and share the resolution. So as we've discussed, this is an application for Amelia by Nye, 174 First Avenue between East 10th and 11th Street. 10 tables, 48 seats, 1 bar with 18 seats, full kitchen preparing a farm to table menu, serving food during all hours of operation, a live flamenco show, which we now have edited to say during dinner hours up to twice a week, with music at all other times consisting of background music from streaming services and playlists on small speakers, with no DJs, no promoted events, no scheduled events, and no events at which a cover fee is charged. There are 8 full-on premises liquor licenses within 500 feet, on 5 on the same block. The applicant is currently operating an on-premises beer and wine license at this location, and that was administratively approved in February 2021. And that the applicant also operated at the same location previously from November 2010 through October 2019. So the applicant also has a number of other businesses, restaurants serving alcohol in CB3 over the last 13 years, which are listed here: Avoa, Amigo, and Nye Tapas and Nye LLC. I have not heard any support or opposition in the meeting for this application, so I'm going to strike this paragraph. We've also stricken the paragraph about 311 commercial complaints.
So
and
the number, Sarah, the number of petitions in the 2 blocks area was 24.
24 residents who live within 2 blocks, any in the same building? Do you know?
I think there was one, actually, I think there was 1 or 2. I know there was 1. Hold on, I can do that really quickly.
Okay.
Go
So
on and I'll give it to you in just a second.
Great. So while Clint is getting that, we'll start talking about the stipulations.
Wait, it says full on premise. You should change that to beer wine. Therefore be resolved.
Actually, at the very top too. So that egregious error of mine is in 2 places. So you can just say seeking a change of operations instead of.
Well, you know, but you still need to put beer wine.
Or a
Or it's
beer, wine, or okay, fine, for it's.
on premise.
And I will update it below as well.
Yeah, I think it's an on-premises beer wine because they also have retail beer wine, but
Yes, all of them. The retail don't come to us.
For
Right.
a change of operations for its beer wine. That's not the best grammar, but if you have something better.
we usually write the word on-premises in front of beer wine.
Okay, for it's on, oops,
Yeah,
I missed this.
yeah. And then if you're still in the mood to change things, the flamenco is a 45-minute performance or like 1 hour.
So
during
I'm
dinner
gonna say
hour.
a live 1 hour.
Yeah, put it that way. Live 1 hour flamenco show up to 2 times a week. Great.
Okay. Do you have a number for me, Clay?
There was one in the building.
Okay. Who lives in the same building? Okay. So going back to where we were, 24 residents within 2 blocks of location, including one who lives in the same building, signed a petition in favor of the application. As we just discussed, therefore be it resolved that Community Board 3 recommends the denial of the application for a change of operations for its on-premises beer wine license, sorry, cannot spell, for Avoa LLC for the premises located at 174 First Avenue, New York, unless the applicant agrees to the following signed notarized stipulations. That 1, it will operate a farm-to-table restaurant with a kitchen open and serving food during all hours of operation. Its hours of operation will be opening no later than 10 a.m. on Saturday and Sunday and 5 p.m. Monday to Friday, and closing by 12 a.m. all days. It will not use outdoor space for commercial use. It will close any front or rear facade doors and windows at 10 p.m. every night or when amplified sound is playing, including but not limited to DJs, live music, and live non-musical performances, or during unamplified live performances or televised sports. It will play ambient background music consisting of recorded music, except for a live flamenco, I'll say 1 hour flamenco performance during dinner hours up to twice a week, and will not have other live music, DJs, promoted events, scheduled performances, or any event at which a cover fee will be charged. It will not apply for any alteration in its method of operation or for its physical alterations without first appearing before CB3, will not host pub crawls or party buses, it will not have unlimited drink specials with food. It will not have happy hours. It will ensure that there are no wait lines outside. It will designate an employee for ensuring no loitering, noise, or crowd outside. It will conspicuously post a stipulation form beside its liquor license inside of the business, and it will provide a telephone number for residents to call with complaints and immediately address any resident complaints. Does this resolution look good to everyone?
Fine to me.
You adjusted the open hour part?
Yes,
I'm sorry, I was drifting away trying to figure out how to run the meeting.
Yes, the open hour has been adjusted up here. Do we want to show the stipulations to the
Well-
applicant and then vote?
I mean, I went through the applicant, the stipulations are exactly as what you just read, so
So
do we, I
Applicant-
don't know if we need to go through them again, we can just, if they
Oh.
agree to what you just read, we can send them out for signature. Does that work for everyone?
My Zoom phone.
Save a step there.
okay. Hearing nothing from Frank or Ruben, it sounds like that works for you as well.
Okay,
Oh, yes.
Okay,
good, okay.
fantastic. So then I'm gonna call this one for a vote. Now I have to switch my stuff up so I can see who I'm calling. Okay. David Crane,
Yes.
Amanda Lou,
Yes.
Clint Smeltzer,
Yes,
Sarah Bachu, yes. Jesse and Jamie are absent. Great.
So I have a question.
Mhm.
I've been asked, someone in the attendees wants to know where they can send petitions. I suspect it's for an upcoming agenda item. Is it too late for us to accept these by email? Can we do it efficiently here? What's the story? What do we want to do? They sound like late coming petitions to me.
I'm happy to receive and count if the group decides they're okay with it.
That's fine with me.
I can reply to If you post here, then I'll reply to the attorney. Your email, the preferred email address, Amanda, you want to do it that way?
Or could we send it to Susan? I just,
We'll
instead of.
post publicly. I think it'll put directly to the attorney who reached out to me.
Yeah,
I-
just tell her to send them to me and I'll.
Oh,
forward them to
Okay.
Amanda.
Okay, yeah.
So we'll do it to info at,
No, they have my email.
have your email? Send it to Susan, please.
Okay, thank you for flagging that, David. I'm gonna move on to our next application that we will hear, which will be LES Crepes and Taqueria, also known as Oli and Arl LLC at 25 Essex Street. Can the applicant raise their hand so that we can promote you? And I'm going to pull up my notes so I can read the highlights. Okay, so again, this is item number 10, LES Crepes and Taqueria. This is a full on-premises liquor license application. I believe, I can't remember who did this one, but the resolution I have is blank.
Oh, hold on. That was the one that I did at the very last minute and sent you one. So hold on. I have it on my computer.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
It was number 10, right? Yep. Okay. Let me send this
Number
back to you.
Thank you.
Oh, you know what? It was
Is
still
the
unsaved on my computer.
applicant's-
That's probably why it's sent. I will send it right now.
Oli needs to accept this invitation to become a panelist. I believe that is the applicant. Up, did it, great.
Okay, Sarah, I just hit send. You should be receiving it shortly, and that one should have information in it.
Fantastic. Okay, trying this again. So this is an application for a full on-premises liquor license for LES Crepes and Taqueria. The premise is located at 25th Essex Street between Hester and Canal Streets. This is an establishment with a capacity of 30 people, which is 4 tables, 8 seats, and an 8-foot bar that also includes 4 additional seats. There's a full kitchen serving food during all hours. No TVs, no live music, only recorded music at background levels. There are 24 full on-premises liquor licenses within 500 feet. The applicant has operated a restaurant at this location since 2013 and has had the beer wine license since 2022 with no issues, and has also been the general manager at Lil Frankie's since 2003. We have 16 residents who live within 2 blocks of the location who signed a petition in favor of the application. Applicant, is there anything else you would like to add about your application? Ali, you're welcome to speak if you want to unmute and say anything.
I'm sorry, my apologies. You pretty much said it all. Background music, they do participate in the open restaurant seating program. Ali has many years of experience. We did get a letter from the Dime Street Block Association that we believe sent to you as a letter of support. And that's basically it. It's a small 425 square foot premise. We've had a few people ask for cocktails. There's not any big bar. It's just going to be a couple of basic cocktails. That's all.
Okay, thank you for adding that, Michael. I will add in that we received a letter of support from Dimes Square Block Association. Amazing. Committee, do you have anything you would like to ask the applicant? Okay, I'm going to move to public session for this application then. If you are here to speak about this application, which again is LES Crepes and Taqueria at 25 Essex Street, could you please raise your Zoom hand and someone will promote you? I see Linda. Linda, do you want to go ahead and share your comment?
Can I ask, is the applicant present or just the attorney?
Ali is present.
Going in and out. So, okay, he's dropped back to attendee. I'm gonna promote him again. Got it.
All right, should I begin?
Yes, go ahead, Linda.
I'm speaking on behalf of the Space Block Association. We find ourselves unable to support this application because the applicant did not reach out to us. We have not had a chance to interview him. We're in a situation where, as he said, there's 24 additional liquor selling establishments nearby, and we think they should stay with beer and wine.
Thank you, Linda. Can you remind me what block association you said?
Space.
Space.
Seward Park, Round Canal Street.
Got it.
I'm sorry, what block association was it?
Space.
We're in the list of block associations for your area.
Seward Park Association. Sorry, the canal, you said canal, I'm trying to spell it out.
Seward Park.
You can just put space.
Put space.
Okay,
That's
the
on
space.
Seward
block.
Park around Canal East.
Got it. Okay. Thank you so much, Linda, for sharing your comment. I'm going to come back to committee and share the resolution after I add in that Linda shared. Okay. Sharing my screen now. Okay. So we've been through much of this already, so I'm gonna focus on the parts that were just added. So I added that the applicant received a letter of support from Diamond Square Block Association. Where did my addition go? Sorry, I was typing space and I don't know where space went. Wait, that was my timer for Linda. Sorry, I guess I'm just going to retype this so that it's clear. A representative from Space Block Associations, both in opposition to the resident application. Okay. I'm going to move on to the stipulations. So the Community Board 3 recommends the denial of the application for a full on-premises liquor license for Ole and Arl.
Before we dig into these, can we talk about the saturation, what level we think it's at there?
Okay.
Basically, whether we want to continue with a deny unless.
Sure.
24 is big. This isn't on the, the Dime Square blocks. But is this previously unlicensed location or is it not? I guess that's kind of critical to what we think might happen.
It's currently licensed
It is currently licensed.
With the
Okay.
beer and wine.
with beer and wine.
With beer and wine, okay.
The applicant is.
Prior to that, they operated as a restaurant without a beer and wine since 2013.
I see.
They close by 12 every day.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay,
It's on Essex Street. I don't,
Right, it is on Essex, it's facing the park. Closing by midnight. It's one more, it will become a currently licensed, a full liquor location. But I also I don't find this objectionable at all. I'm just concerned about adding another license, thinking about whether it's.
If you don't have an objection, you're just worried about for the future. Is that what you're saying? If it's
Which
not
is a valid
run by Ollie?
reason. It is a valid reason. I just don't think we would actually win it at the SLA.
Okay.
I can speak on behalf of knowing the area very well. Also concerned about the future, but I'm comfortable with this operator and what they offer. And I think they've done a good job of offering the food that they have so far. I saw that they've expanded recently, and I personally have gone to them many times a night for a snack. So I personally would appreciate having the additional place to go to.
That is your neck of the woods. Susan?
I was going to say that I don't think legally the SLA will look at what happens in the future as a valid reason for denying something now. And I would actually think that the hours, sticking to those hours might be more important and might be very important.
and again, like one thing we mentioned earlier, it is open at 9 a.m. So it does give some daytime hours.
Are
Yeah,
you
I agree with
moved,
everything.
David?
Yeah, I agree. The point about the SLA wouldn't look at that doesn't mean that can't be my main motivation. It does mean that we would have to come up with something stronger, and we can't. So let's go with it.
Okay. Susan, do you have anything to add?
No,
Okay, your hand was still raised. So I just wanted to
oh,
check.
I'm sorry.
No problem. So then let's move to the stipulations to make sure the applicant is still aligned on all of these things. The community board recommends denial of the application for a full on-premises liquor license for Ollie and Oral LLC for the premises located at 25 Essex Street, New York, New York, unless the applicant agrees to the following signed notarized stipulations: that it will operate as a full-service Mexican restaurant with a full kitchen serving food during all hours of operation. Its hours of operation will be opening, I think this is the opening by 9 a.m. And closing by 12 a.m. all days. I see it will be. I got it. I just needed to remove that of. It will be closing, or it will close all outdoor dining allowed under the temporary open restaurants program and any other subsequent uses by 10 p.m. all days, and not have any speakers or TV monitors. It will have a closed fixed facade with no open doors or windows, except entrance door will close by 10 p.m. or when amplified sound is playing, including but not limited to DJs, live music, and live non-musical performances, or during unamplified live performances or televised sports. It will play ambient background music only, consisting of recorded music. It will not have live music, DJs, promoted events, scheduled performances, or any event at which a cover fee will be charged. It will not apply for any alteration in its method of operation, for any physical alterations without appearing before Community Board 3. It will not host pub crawls or party buses. It will not have unlimited drink specials with food. It will not have happy hours. It will ensure that there are no wait lines outside, and will designate an employee for ensuring no loitering, noise, or crowds outside. It will conspicuously post the stipulation form beside its liquor license inside of its business, and it will provide a telephone number for residents to call with complaints and immediately address any resident complaints. Ollie, Michael, does this all look correct to you?
It looks perfect.
Fantastic. Committee, I'm going to move to a vote. Just give me 1 second. Okay. David Crane,
Yes.
Jamie Felber, absent. Amanda Liu,
Yes.
Jesse Beck, absent. Clint Smelter,
Yes.
Sarah Bachu, yes. Okay, that passes. On to the
Thank
next.
you.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
You too.
Thank you, guys.
Okay. The next application that we will be hearing is number 11, Cloud Vietnamese Restaurant. That's 79 Clinton Street. If you are the applicant for this application, can you please raise your Zoom hand and we will promote you.
Are you able to do that, or is you want me to do that?
It would be great if you could do that.
I am doing it. So you two need to accept this promotion. I guess it pops up on your window, maybe. One's in, they're both in.
Amazing. I'm just pulling up number 11. Okay. Time to share screen.
Get good at this.
I appreciate your help, David. Okay, so this is an application. Oh, I'm actually not going to share yet. I'm just going to read and then we'll get back to this. This is for a business TCICT 8289 doing business as Cloud Vietnamese Restaurant. They're seeking a full on-premises liquor license located at 79 Clinton Street between Delancey and Rivington Street. This is an establishment that has a capacity of 74 people, 12 tables, 30 seats, 15-foot bar, a full kitchen serving food during, within half hour of closing. Susan, remind me how we want to say that when we get to that. And then with hours of 11 to 10 p.m. Sunday, 11 a.m. to 10:30 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and 11 a.m. to 12 a.m. Friday and Saturday. No TVs, background music only. There are 30 full on-premises liquor licenses within 500 feet. The applicant has experience operating a restaurant with a beer wine license in Brooklyn. And we received 26 residents who signed a petition in support of the application. Applicant, could you share anything else, or is there anything else you need to share to clarify about your application?
So we plan to run Simply Vietnamese restaurant with only the ambient background music, nothing extra, no sitting outside yet, and the door will remain closed at all times. And the latest hour that we do is on weekend from Friday to Saturday, 11 a.m. to midnight. Yes.
Yeah. So all the information that you read seems to be accurate.
Sorry, talking on mute. Thank you, Chan. Thank you, Charles. Committee, are there questions you would like to ask of the applicant?
Yeah, I did have one question, or maybe it's clarification. In their application, at the beginning, they did say kitchen open half hour before closing. And then on the check marks on the stipulations on the last page, they did say kitchen open and serving food during all hours. So I guess there was a little contradiction in that.
That's what we always say. We always say.
That's the standard is what we use, but.
Okay, so serving food during all hours of operation.
Correct.
Okay, I know we talked about that last time. I had one question for the applicant. How many seats are there at the bar?
At the bar would be 6, and on the floor is 24. So 30 seatings in total.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great. We're going to move now to public session unless there's any questions about the application, or sorry, any other questions from the committee from the application. This business is at 79 Clinton Street. And this is Cloud Vietnamese Restaurant. So if you are if you're interested in speaking about that application, I'm going to move to the community session. Please raise your Zoom hand if you would like to speak about 79 Clinton Street, Cloud Vietnamese Restaurant. Okay, seeing nobody who's raised their hand for this application, I'm going to move back to committee. And I will share the resolution now that I've made some edits after our discussion. Okay, back again. So we've gone over everything with the seating and clarified that. So 24 seats and then a 15-foot bar that has 6 additional seats for a total of 30 seats. I'm going to now.
Wait, I actually did have one quick, now that I thought about this, I have one quick question. You're using both floors for seating, right? Because the tables weren't drawn in on your diagram.
No, seating is only on the upper level, the lower level.
It is.
Is for
Okay.
preparation.
Okay, so because the lower level was blank, so I wasn't sure. Okay, so
Yeah, it's
only on
primarily
it's only on the
kitchen and
main floor.
preparation. Yeah.
Great. And I think, Clint, you wanted to know how long the other business has been operating with a beer wine license?
Yeah, I didn't see, actually, when I filled out that resolution, I left that blank because it didn't. Do you just have how long you had the beer and wine at your location in DeKalb?
This one, it belonged to my co-owners. Her name is Tasha, and she's running the business here. And she applied for it for a year, and she's have the temporary liquor license, and now the full liquor license had just been granted last week.
Okay, so she hasn't been operating. Well, no, the beer and wine, she's been operating with beer and wine. You said she was just
for a
approved
year
before.
now. Yeah.
Okay.
How long did she have beer and wine?
I think from 2022 last year until
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Thank you for
You're welcome.
clarifying that. I did not hear anybody, or we did not hear anybody speak in support or opposition during the meeting, so I'm removing this paragraph. And like I said, we received a petition with 26 signatures from residents who live within 2 blocks. So we're going to move on to the stipulation. Sorry, I just want to fix this before I read. Okay. So Community Board 3 recommends the denial of the application for a full on-premises liquor license unless the applicant agrees to the following notarized stipulations: that it will operate a full-service restaurant with a full kitchen serving food during all hours of operation. Its hours of operation will be 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. Sunday, 11 a.m. to 10:30 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and 11 a.m. to 12 a.m. Friday and Saturday. It will not use outdoor space for commercial use. It will close any any front or rear facade doors and windows by 10 p.m. every night, or when amplified sound is playing, including but not limited to DJs, live music, and live non-musical performances, or during unamplified live performances or televised sports. It will play ambient background music only, consisting of recorded music, and will not have live music, DJs, promoted events, scheduled performances, or any event at which a cover fee is charged. It will not apply for any alteration in its method of operation for any physical alterations without first appearing before Community Board 3. It will not host pub crawls or party buses. It will not have unlimited drink specials with food. It will not have happy hours. It will ensure that there are no wait lines outside and will designate an employee for ensuring no loitering, noise, or crowds outside. It will conspicuously post this stipulation form beside its liquor license inside of its business, and it will provide a telephone number for residents to call with complaints and immediately address any resident complaints. Applicant and your representative, does this look good? Chan, Charles?
Yeah, I just have a quick question. It says that we're to close the facade when with live music and live non-musical performances on 4, but in 5 it says that we're only to play background music and not have live music. Sorry, 4 just feels like it's like if you got live music, close the door, and 5 is like but don't have live music. So is it
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. So yeah, it's written this way because sometimes some folks do have DJs, live music, and other exceptions. In this case, you're not having those things, so there is no exception. I know that Susan, you want to also speak.
Yeah, I was gonna say I agree it's confusing and I think we should change it, but for tonight, that's just our template language that fits all situations.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, don't play the music. If you come back and change, your operation method and you decide you want a flamenco show or something extra special, then it will make more sense when we do that type of alteration.
That makes sense. I don't have any concerns about any of the others. Chan, do you have any questions about the other stipulations?
No.
Okay, thank
Fantastic.
you.
Thank you both. So I'm gonna move to a vote from my committee. Give me 1 second, committee, to find my document. Okay, here we are again. Okay, so this is a vote for number 11, Cloud Vietnamese Restaurant, 79 Clinton Street. David Crane,
Yes.
Jamie Falber absent, Amanda Liu,
Yes.
Jesse Beck absent, Clint Smeltzer,
Yes.
great, Sarah Bachu, yes. Okay, that resolution passes. Thank you, guys. Have a good,
Thank you so
good
much.
evening. You're welcome to
Thank
the
you.
evening. The next application we will be hearing is number 12, Holy Ground, also known as Eve or Yev's LLC, 105, 107 Eldridge Street. If the applicant and their representative could raise their Zoom hand, we will promote you.
Again, you're going to have to accept the little invitation.
Please accept David's invitation. He's inviting you to the best event of the season.
They're in.
Thank you. So I'll do some highlights and then we'll have the applicant add anything I've missed. So as I mentioned, this is for Holy Ground, seeking a full on-premises liquor license at 105, 107 Eldridge Street, which is between Broome and Grand Street. This is an application for an establishment with a capacity of 271 people, 40 tables, 149 seats, and one 14-foot bar with 14 additional seats. This is a full kitchen serving food during all hours of operation, and the hours of operation are 11 a.m. to 12 a.m. Monday to Wednesday, 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. Thursday to Saturday, and 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. Sunday. There are 2 TVs, DJ, live jazz music in the cellar only, as well as recorded music. In this area, there are 30 full on-premises liquor licenses within 500 feet. It's important to note this location was previously licensed as Bonatana's Tavern until 2017. And the applicant has operated various licensed businesses since 2016, both in Manhattan and in Brooklyn. We received a petition with 15 residents who signed in favor of the business. Now I'm going to turn to applicant Donald and your client. Do you have anything to add?
Yes, thank you for that. That covered just about everything. A couple of things to add is that the prior licensee, Fontana's, was there from 2005 to 2017. It was a music venue. They had, I think, 3 floors. They had live music down in the lower level. So the use that we're going to put it to is actually to put in a steak and barbecue restaurant with a component of having some live music downstairs, not on the main floor. The DJ also will just be limited to private or special events that will also be limited just to the cellar space. So on the ground floor, it will be just background recorded music. The front of the store, if you look at the floor plan, unlike I think the prior licensee, is not going to be this restaurant. So the way you access it is through an entrance that will then go right to the cellar. And then there'll be stairs from the cellar going to the upper floor. The front of the ground floor store will be an unrelated dry use. It will actually be a tile store that will not have alcoholic beverages. And the residents of the building live above that tile store. The back of the ground floor, that's the restaurant, is just essentially a 1-story portion of the building. Nobody lives directly above that. Notwithstanding that, we did get some signatures from people in the building. Just a correction or clarification on the seat count, the 149 seats includes the bar stools. That's not just the tables. And closed facade, just wanted to make sure that you understood that. There's no outdoor space. And I think that's all I wanted to add.
Thank you. So on the floor, you have 125 seats? No, am I doing my math right?
What is it? Do we say 14? No, I'm not. 14 bar stools. Now I have to look at the floor.
Yeah. While you're looking at that, I'm going to ask my committee if they have any questions.
I have one question. It was in the application under the private parties. It was said that the private parties be determined once the business opens. We kind of need to, we generally put a number in there of, you know, how many number of parties per month or per year or per whatever is how we generally write the resolutions.
Franco, my client is on, Franco's on. They're looking for some estimate of how many private events you might have. You know, it's hard because until it's open, they're not sure how much business they're going to get, but they're trying to get an idea, Franco, of how many private events you're going to bring.
And these private events, one clarification too may help you answer the question. Are they private events, whereas they're full buyouts of the entire restaurant? That's generally what we consider a private event. If it's just a birthday party in one section, we don't always consider that a full private event.
Right. Well, because it's like a multi-level venue, we have, I think, the attractive part of it for us is the ability to have like a buyout on one level, but still serve our menu on another level.
The question then is, Franco, how many times are you going to have a buyout of all 3 floors?
Again, it's hard to say. I know like during holiday times, it's going to be a lot more than it will be for the rest of the year. But I don't know.
I think you should go with, you should tell us like the max you're expecting. One, because we need to have a discussion about that. And if that's okay with everyone, then we'll put in, you have the most flexibility.
And it can be, you know, it can be per year too. It can be, it doesn't have to be per month. So if you say 25 per year, they could be, you know, 6 or 8 in December and less during the rest of the year.
Right. I'm fine with saying something, along maybe 24, or no.
24 a year?
No, wait, hold on. That's
Becomes a restriction on your license is what would happen so that you don't have them every single night. That's the purpose for it. So it's a, yeah.
I would say, can we go with like 3 or 4 a month? What is that?
36 or
6 to 40
to 40, 36 or 40 per year.
Yeah.
Okay, 40. I'm putting 40. Let us know. You still have a little bit of time to think through it.
I think you're not going to have more than 40 full buyouts a year.
No, definitely. I mean,
A lot.
Yeah, that's a lot. That generally is, if you're doing great, if you do have that, but
Yeah.
I'm
Then you're
being
running kind of a
optimistic.
different kind of venue, I think.
Yeah, no, that's unusual.
Okay, I'm gonna call on David, then Amanda, then Susan.
Yeah, I would say 40 per year is a lot. So if it's gonna be less than that, we should try to get a smaller number.
Okay, so let's call it 30 a year.
30 a year.
That seems reasonable. Amanda?
Yeah, I have a question about wait lines outside. On the questionnaire you've checked off, I will not have wait lines outside. Just curious how you'll manage that.
Is that Donald? Do you want me to answer that one?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I mean, if need be, I think we'll definitely add security if that's something that you guys would want us to do. I know the flower shop is next door and they always have long lines down the block and need security. I don't think we're going to be that type of establishment. We're not a nightclub. So people generally will have reservations, or, so it's not like we're expecting lines of people down the block.
So I guess I'll tag on to Amanda's question on that, where, you said live music in the cellar, is the live jazz music, is it going to be, as we mentioned with an earlier application, is it going to be something that's just going on through the evening, or is it going to be something that, because you checked off no scheduled performances, that's when, if there's a scheduled performance that starts at 7 o'clock and there's a lot of people showing up, that's when you tend to have lines.
Right. So we used to have a restaurant in Tribeca called Holy Ground. We had to close it during the pandemic. This is kind of just like a continuation of that. And in that place, we did do like live jazz performances, and it was pretty much like started around like 9 o'clock. There was like a dinner one, and then like maybe like 11 o'clock one. It was like 2 performances a night, maybe 45 minutes to an hour. I think we'd probably do something like that, same thing. And it's mostly, just kind of old time, like not contemporary jazz, but like very kind of 30s, 40s that's our playlist too, that goes throughout the whole night. It's all 30s, 40s jazz. It's very much like in the spirit of old school New York.
But so it's not as much where you're going to have a big event where you're having a jazz band starting at 8 o'clock and it's going to be a crowd showing up at that time. It's going to be going through your dinner service.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. So hopefully, as you said, and now the front retail space, that's not yours though, or it is yours?
We're subleasing that. It's part of our lease.
So it is part. So that could technically be, if there was any kind of line, it could be inside there as opposed to out blocking the sidewalk.
It's an interesting question. It's an option because the store is not going to be open at night, right? I mean, that store is not going to be open late at night.
And
So
actually-
it's actually an interesting thought.
Yeah, and our ADA entrance will be through the store. So yeah, we will have access to that space during the night. So if that is definitely something that is possible.
So just so I'm understanding, the wait line will be inside. Hard for me to visualize, but like where, along where the tile store is.
Well, there are 2 things. First, in the cellar, there's sort of a hallway, isn't there?
Yeah,
Frank,
that's
that goes from the door
hallway from where
halfway through, or more than halfway through the building before you get to the space where patrons are. How many people can you fit in that space, you think?
In the hallway?
Yeah.
Again, it's over 100 feet long and it turns and twists. So there's a lot of interior space. Our space, like the bar, is all the way in the back of the building. So
right.
Do you
have any sense of how many people might fit into that?
I wouldn't want to make a determination on that.
Because I'm looking at the floor plan and it looks like it's like
a lot of space. It's a long hallway. That's part of what attracted me to the space to begin with, was this sort of like kind of speakeasy-esque entrance. That's what we had in Tribeca. You had to like enter off the street and go downstairs, and you turned around and walked down a hallway, and it was, like
so the concern I'm hearing is that if you do get people that are showing up because the music's going to start at 7:30 or 8, that you keep them in the building somewhere.
I think there's
instead of having a line outside, that you either keep them in the store or have people come in and line up inside.
Yeah, I think that's a much better solution than using the store, because that hallway is extremely long, and it's 4 feet wide. So
either way, you're agreeing just to not have wait lines outside, period. Kind of how you manage it is up to you, but you're saying you won't have wait lines outside.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. Susan?
So what's the zoning on this block?
Is it in the questionnaire?
Yes. But sorry, I didn't look at it.
It says C4 4A.
Okay, let's see. End of my
Yeah,
question.
I thought I knew it was commercial. I was looking for it. I looked because earlier, but yeah.
End of my question.
Great. So now I'm going to turn to the public. If there are folks who are present to speak about Holy Ground, which is a business at 105, 107 Eldridge Street, please raise your Zoom hand and we will promote you to speak.
Nope.
Okay, I'm going to turn back to committee and I will share the resolution for edits and then a vote. Okay. So we've gone through the basics already. So I'm gonna jump down a little bit. I did make an edit to say that this location was previously licensed as Fontana's Tavern with live music. Because I thought that was relevant from 2005 to 2017. And we didn't hear anybody speak in public sessions, so I'm going to remove this part about support and opposition. In terms of support, we have the petition with 15 residents who live within 2 blocks. Clint, if you could check how many live in the same building, if any, I'll add that.
Hold on 1 second. I can do that really quickly.
Yeah, no problem.
So if we're counting 107, which it must, because it's 105, 107, the address is 107, so it was 4.
4. Okay,
But actually 5, because there's 1, yes, so 2, 5. So 5 total in 107.
great. Thank you
That
so
would
much.
be the building.
So I'm going to move on to the stipulations. So CB3 recommends the denial of this application unless the applicant agrees to the following signed notarized stipulations: that it will operate as a steakhouse / barbecue restaurant serving food during all hours. And its hours of operation will be 11 a.m. to 12 a.m. Monday to Wednesday, 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. Thursday to Saturday, and 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. Sunday. It will not use outdoor space for commercial use. It will have a closed fixed facade with no open doors or windows except an entrance door that will close by 10 p.m. or when amplified sound is playing, including but not limited to DJs, live music, and live non-musical performances, or during unamplified live performances or televised sports. It will have recorded music and live jazz music and DJs for special events only, I have in here, in the cellar only, and will not have promoted events, I think scheduled performances or any event at which a cover fee will be charged. And it will have no more than 30 private events per year. Just put there. It will not apply for any alteration in its method of operation for any physical alterations without first appearing before CB3. It will not host pub crawls or party buses. It will not have unlimited drink specials with food. It may have happy hours until 7 p.m. each night. It will ensure that there are no wait lines outside and will designate an employee for ensuring no loitering, noise, or crowds outside. It will conspicuously post a stipulation form besides its liquor license inside of its business, and it will provide a telephone number for residents to call with complaints and immediately address any resident complaints. First, before I go to applicant committee, are we okay with this language around live jazz music and DJs for special events only in the cellar only?
I don't know what that
The
means.
jazz, let me clarify. So recorded music upstairs on a regular basis. Jazz downstairs on a regular basis. DJ is only for private or special events.
So recorded music, live jazz music in the cellar only.
Yes. And
DJs
yes.
for special events only.
What's a special event?
I think they mean private event.
Well, then
Franco,
we should put private event.
Franco, is that correct that you'd only have a DJ if there's a private event
Correct, yes.
in the cellar? Okay.
Okay, perfect. So we clarified that. So we now have, it will have recorded music, live jazz music in the cellar only, DJs for private events only, and will not have promoted events, scheduled performances, or any event at which a cover fee will be charged, and will have no more than 30 private events each year. Per year. Sorry, I'm sure these commas are errant, but David, you can help me. Yes, David.
Grammar, I don't know if I can help. What kind of, how amplified will that music be when there's a DJ? Just remind me.
It's going to be tied into our system, so I don't think we're going to let anybody bring in, any DJ bring their own equipment. They'll be tied into our system, and we'll have a limiter on it. And it was a live music venue down there to begin with, so we don't expect that it would be an issue.
Right, so it's soundproofed adequately and
Already, yeah, I mean, it operated that long. I would imagine if that music venue is a problem, Susan would know, and you don't be telling us.
I don't know, I don't have, haven't heard problems, and there is a block association that is not here, so.
I'm wondering then, should we be asking, there's a stip that we often use about, we'll ensure that sound, we'll work with a sound engineer to ensure that sound is not audible. Although, I'm sorry, maybe this building doesn't have residences directly above. I believe it does from the description.
He said it doesn't.
It does not, okay.
In the
Back of
yeah,
the building where the restaurant is doesn't have anyone living above.
So maybe what I'm thinking is irrelevant?
I don't think it's necessary here.
Yeah, I think that's correct. Okay.
always good when I ask Susan about a place and she says she doesn't know. That's always good news.
Okay. David, I assume you just need to lower your hand, unless you have something new. No, okay. So applicant, you're good with these stipulations?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm gonna move to a vote. Give me 1 second to get my voting sheets, guys. Okay. So many documents to keep track of. Okay, so we are voting on Holy Ground, which is item number 12. David Crane.
Yes.
Jamie Felber absent. Amanda Liu.
Yes.
Jesse Beck absent. Clint Smelter.
Yes.
Sarah Bachu. Yes. Okay, this motion passes.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you. Bye.
Fantastic. Okay. Our next application tonight that we will hear is number 18, Sushi Lab. That's 320 East 11th Street. If you are that applicant, please raise your hand and we will promote you. I'm also going to get my laptop charger. 1 moment.
All right, you two have got an invitation. You need to click to accept. If one comes, they're both here.
And Amanda, I just forwarded the petitions to you.
Wonderful. Okay, so this is an application for Sushi Lab. Item number 18. Sushi Lab is located at 320 East 11th Street. This establishment has a capacity of 74 people, 4 tables, 12 seats with 1 sushi bar that has additional 8 seats. And it serves Japanese cuisine and sushi that is prepared in a full kitchen, as well as a food preparation area, with food being served during all hours of operation and recorded music at background levels only. There are 13 full on-premises liquor licenses within 500 feet. The location currently has an active beer wine license that's held by the applicant, and they are seeking a full on-premises liquor license. The applicant has had a full on-premises liquor license for another location, Logan Sanctuary at 130, 132 West 47th Street since 2014, and has not had any SLA reports or action in the last 5 years. There have been 7 commercial 311 complaints at this location since 2020. And we received a petition, which we are getting the signature count on right now. Applicant, do you have anything you would like to clarify or add to this summary?
Hi, everyone. My name is Alexa. I'm from Halbron and Levy. I'm representing Sushi Lab today. I'm also here with the GM, Jeremy Poon. He's on the meeting as well. Nothing really to add. I do want to say that as far as I know, residents and neighbors have a really good relationship with the business. They seem to really enjoy having an omakase sushi restaurant in the area. And they see it as a very positive asset to the neighborhood.
Great. Committee, do we have questions for the applicant?
I have a minor question. It's basically for the stipulation form. In your application, you did not list a name and a number of a person to contact if there are any complaints. It's generally the manager who's going to be on site.
Okay, we can update that.
Just, well, I mean, I wanted it in the stip form, so when they send these stipulations to you tomorrow, it'll be already in there because you
Okay.
can't edit the form once they send it to you.
Got it. Okay. Do you want that information now?
Yeah, if you just want to give it to me now, I'll type it right in.
Sure. His name is Jeremy Poon.
Oh, he's okay. Yep.
Yeah, I'm online right now.
Perfect. Okay, so I got that. And what is a good contact number that residents can call you if there's complaints, Jeremy?
They can call my cell phone directly. It's 718-216-7668. And I'm here basically every day too.
Okay, perfect. I got all that. That's good. That's everything I needed. Thanks.
I had a question. The happy hour box was unchecked in the stipulation form. Or do you plan to have a happy hour?
No, we're not a bar or a pub. We're very food focused, strictly on omakase. You couldn't even come in just for a drink. It's really on the food, and any drinks that we have complement the omakase and dining experience.
Okay, great. Thank you. Susan, would you like to go?
Is the owner here?
Unfortunately, the owner is overseas.
We did, is this the one that we emailed back and forth about?
I'm not sure. His name is Brendan Freed.
Okay,
He's the one holding the license?
ordinarily, just, for everyone on the committee, ordinarily, we always require the owner there. This one, I think they did tell us ahead of time that he basically is based overseas, and we decided, since the manager was basically the person that was there 100% of the time.
Yeah.
But I just want to know, it's an unusual exception.
Understood. Thank you for noting that, Susan.
There is also, there's someone else in the attendees that has their hand raised. I don't know if we want to. Oh, actually, sorry. I'm sorry. We haven't got there yet.
We haven't gotten to public
Sorry,
session
sorry.
yet. So are there any other comments from the committee or Susan?
No.
Okay, great. So then I will start the public session for this application. If you are here to speak about this item, which is item number 18, Sushi Lab at 320 East 11th Street, please raise your Zoom hand and we will promote you. So I saw that Upkara.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
So, my question is, could I work like in a part-time setting or job? I'm looking for someone who can hire me for a full or part-time job.
So Upkar, the purpose of this public session is to get feedback on the application, whether you support or oppose it. In terms of employment, I would encourage you to reach out to the business directly outside of the meeting.
Okay, that would be nice meeting other faces or nice people to get along. I wish my mom was still alive, but she passed away. I really miss her.
I'm sorry to hear that. Thank you for attending the meeting, and we're going to move on to the next comment. But if you are interested in an employment opportunity, again, encourage you to reach out to the business directly.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else who has raised their hand. So I'm gonna come back to the committee to see if folks have anything else to add to the resolution, which I'm going to share on my screen now. So this is the resolution. Already gone over the first part, so I'm gonna jump down to this part about support and opposition. We did not hear any support or opposition during the meeting, so I'm going to remove that section. Amanda, have you had a chance to update the petition count yet?
So that is for, I got petitions for Soul Sushi, not
Okay.
Sushi Lab.
Got it.
So I think it might-
So I think the 8, I did this application, so I assume that 8 that I got is the correct number. And there were none in the building that signed in favor. So I'm going to move down to the stipulations. So as proposed right now, we have the community board 3 recommends the denial of the application for a full on-premises liquor license for Sushi Lab LLC, unless the applicant agrees to the following signed notarized stipulations: that it will operate as an omakase sushi restaurant with sushi and Japanese cuisine served during all hours of operation. Its hours of operation will be opening no later than 11 a.m. on all days, Monday to Sunday, and closing by 12 a.m. on all days, Monday to Sunday. It will close all outdoor dining allowed under the temporary open restaurants program and any other subsequent uses by 10 p.m. all days and not have any speakers or TV monitors. It will close any front or rear facade doors and windows by 10 p.m. every night or when amplified sound is playing, including but not limited to DJs, live music, and live non-musical performances, or during unamplified live performances or televised sports. It will play ambient background music only, consisting of recorded music, and will not have live music, DJs, promoted events, scheduled performances, or any event at which a cover fee is charged. It will not apply for any alteration in its method of operation or for any physical alterations without first appearing before Community Board 3. It will not host pub crawls or party buses. It will not have unlimited drink specials with food. It will not have happy hours. It will ensure that there are no wait lines outside. It will conspicuously post the stipulation form beside its liquor license inside of its business, and it will provide a telephone number for residents to call with complaints and immediately address any resident complaints. Applicant and your representative, Alexa, does this look good? I saw a thumbs up from Alexa. Jeremy, everything good to you as well?
Yeah, everything looks good to me.
Okay, fantastic. David, I see you raised your hand.
Yeah, it's like a procedural thing. Could you make your window more square? It'll fit into people's screens, and then also maybe bump the font. Yeah, but if you actually make your window taller or narrower, it will also help.
I have it full screen.
Oh, is it full screen on your thing? Okay. Anyway,
Yeah.
I can now read it. Thank you so much.
Okay, yes, I can make it bigger. Okay, so I'm gonna move to a vote. But now I'm gonna minimize it, David, so I can see my voting sheet. So it'll be small for a second. Sorry about that. David Crane,
Yes.
great. Amanda Liu,
Yes.
Clint Spelter,
Yes. Actually, I do just have voting yes. I do have one thing. I would normally have an issue with something being upgraded from beer to wine to full liquor on a side residential street. But given that you are a omakase place, you have absolutely no impact on the surrounding neighborhood, and there's no residents here. I'm fine with this. So just, I had to say that caveat, but yes,
Thank you.
so I'm voting yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you. So then Sarah Bachu, yes, and then Jamie Felber absent and Jesse Beck absent. Okay, this motion passes. Thank you, applicant and representative. You're
Thank you.
free to leave. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a good night.
You too. Okay, we're making good time tonight, folks. Which is lovely because we have many items to cover. So our next item is going to be number 5 to Perry's, which is located at 127 Avenue C. If the applicant could and their representative could raise their Zoom hands, we will promote them to become speakers. I see Michael Perry and Frank. What are you saying, David? I can't read your.
It's taking me time to get to the, they've been invited and.
Got it. Yeah, I think Frank and Mike all have accepted the invite. So thank you for coming to the party. I am going to start reading the highlights for this application, which is Two Perry's LLC, doing business as Two Perry's. They are seeking a full on-premises liquor license for the location, which is at 127 Avenue C between 8th and 9th Streets. This is an application for an establishment with a capacity of 74 people, 4 tables, 13 seats, and 1 bar that includes 10 seats. They'll be preparing American comfort food in a full kitchen and will be serving food during all hours of operation. They have requested live music and recorded music at background levels only. There are 11 full on-premises liquor licenses within 500 feet. Folks may know this location has been licensed for full on-premises liquor since 2016. And the location was previously licensed for full on-premises liquor from 2016 to 2021 to Mos Eisley, which was doing business as Loverboy, with closing hours at 2 a.m. Sunday to Wednesday and at 4 a.m. Thursday to Saturday. The location currently has a full on-premises liquor license with hours of operation from 7 a.m. Monday to Sunday. Sorry, that's opening by 7 a.m. Monday to Sunday and closing by 12 a.m. Sunday to Wednesday, and closing by 2 a.m. Thursday to Saturday. And the applicant is seeking a change in their method of operation. The applicant has been a license holder at this location since 2021. We've seen 29 commercial 311 complaints at this location since 2020. And the applicant has submitted a petition with 95 residents who live within 2 blocks of location, including 4 in the same building, signing in support of this application. Frank and Michael, if I've missed anything, now's your time to let us know.
I think you're pretty accurate.
Yep, sounds good to me. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic.
Sorry.
I'm going to move now to the committee. Do you all have questions for the Two Perry's team? Hearing, oh, Susan? Go ahead.
Yeah, so we have complaints on this business. They did have outdoor amplified sound, which is illegal. They removed that, but I'm told it's put out at times. I know it hasn't been put out in the last few weeks since you've been on the agenda. So I would just like the applicant to acknowledge that there will never be outdoor amplified sound and that he will work with the neighbors as far as complaints.
Yes, you have my word. There will be no outdoor sound whatsoever.
Great. Glad that we can come to agreement. Okay, anything else from committee members on this application? One question I have is in regards to, there's just been a lot of 311 complaints since 2020. I know that's coincided with your time at the business. I'm curious, just if you could shed more light on that.
Sure. No, I'm happy to. We haven't had any interactions with the police at all. So we got from Frank.
That's not true. I'm sorry.
I'll repeat, we have not had any interactions with the police at all. We actually went down to the police station to investigate what's going on here. And apparently these 311 calls are just a one-way system and we can't investigate anything. We don't know what's happening. We'd like to know so we can address it. Honestly, I'm out there on that corner every morning at 8 a.m. hosing it down. I love that corner. I put my heart and soul into that corner. We're not here to mess around. We're the tamest restaurant on Avenue C. We don't have any velvet ropes. We don't do anything funky. If anyone has a problem, they have my phone number. I wish they would just give me a call rather than calling the police because we don't know what we're doing wrong. It'd be better if they just came and talked to us.
Susan, did you want to?
So I sent the police there a couple weeks ago, and he did talk to you, and you told him, and he did explain that the outdoor amplified sound was the problem. And you told him that you had removed the amplified sound, the permanent, from being outside permanently a year ago. So you certainly did talk to this police. And as I said, since then, we have not had any outdoor amplified sound, but that was a few weeks ago. And the police were there, and maybe they talked to someone else there, but they were told that the amplified sound was removed a year ago.
Understood.
Was that you or somebody else in your business?
I spoke to an officer a few weeks ago at 10 o'clock in the morning that said I was
Right.
obstructing the,
Well, that's because
obstructing
I
the
sent him
sidewalk.
over. That's when he works, and that's when I sent him over because of the nighttime complaints.
Got it. Okay. He told me we were obstructing the sidewalk and I was confused because we were closed and I was just hosing it down.
Well, that was what he might have mentioned at the time, but he was sent over there because of outside amplified sound.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And there are, I mean, again, I don't know who they spoke to, but on the 311 complaints, there are several issues where the police did mark that they took action to fix the condition, which means they spoke to someone there. It wasn't them just driving by, see nothing. So again, we have about as much information as you do, but the 311s do say the police took action to fix the condition. So that generally means they came into the location and spoke to someone, whether it's turning down the music, closing the doors and windows, etc. So we're going by what the police have listed.
Understood. You have to go by what the police say, but I'm here. I'm telling you it's not true.
Excuse me.
So I'm going to say something. I live on Avenue C. I have came by your location many times late at night, many times after 10 p.m. when the windows are supposed to be closed. The windows were open and music has been blaring out. I live further down, so I did not stop to say anything to you. And this was, not, but I do know that you have had many issues where you have been, I personally have observed you being loud, music. It's not necessarily crowds as much. Sometimes there's people sitting outside, but it's loud music with your windows open and your accordion windows and doors open, and it's blaring out much later than 10 o'clock when they were supposed to be closed. So I can vouch for that. I did not stop to speak to anyone there, but I've observed that.
Understood. It won't happen anymore.
Another thing, I know it's on your hours now say 5 o'clock. Originally, you were supposed to have daytime hours, which was one of the things that the committee approved you for. Yeah. And one of the fears was that you weren't going to have the business to establish that. And that was one of the reasons they were giving you the license. You now are moving your hours back to 5 because apparently you don't have the business to support lunchtime hours. Is that correct?
We don't have the personnel. We don't have the manpower. We actually been getting flooded every 2 weeks in that building. We haven't even been able to open the doors because we're always flooded. I've been dealing with Stephen Croman, with legal teams. My life has been hell for the past 2 years. I've had a baby. Nothing has been working out. Admittedly, it's been something of a cash grab on the weekends. We don't want it to be like that. We want to be a restaurant. We want to add to the community. We're passionate about this. That's all I can say is that we're taking this very seriously.
And we will have the kitchen open regularly, right, Mike?
Yes, no, kitchen's open.
We'd like to do the daytime business, but he's had a real problem with employees, with people.
Understood. Thank you both. Committee, are there any other questions or concerns to raise before I go to public session? Okay. We are now starting the public session on item number 5, 2 Perry's at 127 Avenue C. If you would like to speak on this item, please raise your Zoom hand and we will promote you. The first speaker I will call on is Heather. Heather, feel free to speak.
Okay.
Heather?
There you go.
There you go.
I've used Zoom a lot. I'm sorry that just happened. Okay.
No problem. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. 2 Perry's at 127 Avenue C is requesting DJs.
You're muted.
I am?
No.
No.
What?
You're good. We can hear you.
Okay, okay. Sorry. Okay, so we know they're requesting DJs, live music, and a daily 4 a.m. close. This is of great concern to residents at 129 Avenue C, residents in the surrounding area, and community garden members. The operators of Two Perry's with no prior bar or restaurant experience received a full liquor license with a 2 a.m. close Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Their method of operation included a cafe for breakfast and lunch with daily hours of 7 a.m. to 12 p.m. For the past two years, Two Perry's method of operation has been a bar. It is not operated as a cafe restaurant, and it has not been open for the hours stipulated. The Google listing of Two Perry's Bar, as reported by the business, is only open on the nights they're allowed to be open until 2 a.m., with the exception of Wednesday with a closing time of 1 a.m. The stipulated close on Wednesdays is 12 p.m. Two Perry's is only open during the day on Saturday afternoons, as well as a few sporadic Sunday afternoons. Two Perry's has not abided by their sign stipulations with CB3. They're supposed to have a closed fixed facade with no open doors or windows. Contrary to the stipulation, the accordion bar doors are always wide open, frequently late at night with loud music blasting. Only the front or rear entrance doors are stipulated to be open until 10 p.m. and are to be closed if any music is playing. Again, contrary to the stipulation, all of the windows and doors are always open, often late at night with loud music playing. When the accordion bar doors are closed, the music is still highly audible on the sidewalk with an extremely loud bass. When the weather is nice, speakers are often placed in the outdoor dining area, contrary to DOT rules. There's also loud noise from patrons seated at outdoor sidewalk tables after 10 p.m. Avenue C is currently out of control. In a few short blocks, we are completely oversaturated with a disproportionate amount of bars. From Joyface, Dingling, Bobby's Night Out, The Wayland, and Two Perry's, loud music, loud crowds, groups blocking sidewalks, and people talking loudly in front of buildings is commonplace. The last thing we need is more chaos on Avenue C, especially in the hands of operators who have executed a very different reality from their method of operation as presented for approval by the community board. Residents were concerned Two Perry's was going to be a bar in the guise of a cafe. Unfortunately, we were correct. Rewarding these operators with a 4 a.m. close, DJs and live music would be outrageous and exceedingly unfair to the residents of this block and the direct vicinity.
Heather, I'm gonna ask you to pause because it's been about 2.5 minutes.
Sure.
Is there just like anything you want to quickly summarize that you haven't gotten to in your written statement?
I was just going to say, no, I'm done with the written statement. I was just going to say the 311s from March 3rd, 2022 to May 31st. There have been 25 311 complaints, 23 times police have responded, and 4 times they took action. Many of the complaints were after 12 p.m. or 1 a.m. And then as a sidebar with the petitions, I will say I know that there are neighbors who signed without knowing what they were signing because they were told that there were, the bar was going to close because of noise complaints.
Okay.
So that's a separate, but that's all.
Understood.
Thank you.
Understood. Thank you. And just one question, Heather, you are a resident in that vicinity, right?
Yes.
For the resolution. Okay.
129, yeah.
Fantastic. Next, I'm going to call on Laura Sewell from CBC.
Hi, Sarah, from East Village Community Coalition. I apologize for not being on camera. Heather's done a very good job of summarizing, what we have seen. I live and work nearby. I pass by the corner frequently. And I think the only context I'd like to add is that, when this application was approved by the committee, Loverboy had just gotten the 4 a.m. close on the weekends. Before that, they had been more of a midnight or 1 a.m., 2 a.m. And they had just gotten the 4 a.m. basically because of there are so many 4 a.m. bars right around there. And I think the concept that was presented was a cafe. And forget about the daytime hours. It was going to be a place that served food. Loverboy had pizza, they had food. People went there for the food as well as for the drinks. What we're observing is a bar. That's I don't know that the committee would have approved a bar if that had been presented. And I have the greatest sympathy with the struggles of small business people. And, we do our best to support local businesses and help them with the rules and regulations and everything else and negotiate all of that and navigate all of that. But I, for this particular applicant, given the community's experience, I would urge the committee not to make any changes until the applicant actually operates the way they've said they were going to. Again, if we want to say we can't open before 5, I'm even okay with that. But they need to open at 5, serve food while they're open, and do what they said they were going to do before you know, before we can trust that it will actually happen. And thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Laura. I don't see anybody else from the public that has asked to speak on this item, so I'm gonna give the applicant a moment if they would like to respond to anything that the residents have shared.
Thank you. I think it's important to note that my operators have a combined 40 years experience working in the Lower East Side. So this title of having no experience is wrong. We have people that have been working at Blue Ribbon and Rin Tin Tin on Spring and Elizabeth. All of our staff are very, very experienced. We do have food. We have chicken. We have sandwiches. We have French fries. We have olives. We have charcuterie. So these folks who are accusing us of things should stop in and have some food with us and see what we offer rather than looking from the street and dissecting us. So again, very open-armed. Come in. Let us show you what we have. We'll close the door at 10. We're not looking for trouble.
Thank you, Michael. I'm going to turn back to committee. Do we have anything else we want to discuss? I'm going to put the resolution up next as well. Okay, I'm going to switch to the resolution. Okay. Sorry, I have to make it big. Just going to do that. Too big for me. Okay. So I think we've gone over this top part. So just in terms of what I'm adding in here, and I see David and Susan. So David, you first and then Susan.
Yeah, so we've been talking about a lot of violations and ask for assurances. I would like to hear that there's some sympathy for the residents who are complaining about the violations.
Oh, absolutely.
They're not buying food from you, but they're actually experiencing problems. Okay.
Yeah. It's not okay. It's not okay. So which is why I would ask that they please let us know. My phone number is available. Anything I can do, we support the community. Josie from upstairs holds her flea market in our COVID area. We host events for CODA. We've hosted events for Michael Schweinsberg. We're sympathetic to the community. We care. We love our community. We want to contribute. I've just been having a hell of a time for the past 2 years, a lot of things working against us. I ask for the same amount of sympathy.
Can I ask a question?
So the thing is, so what's been causing your windows to be open all the time after hours?
We do not open our windows past 10 p.m.
That's a lie.
I can.
Okay.
That's what we're going to do. We're not opening our windows after 10. We've gotten the complaints in the past. We've acknowledged them. We're not opening past 10. Again, we take it very seriously.
So we're acknowledging that it's never going to happen again, right, Mike?
Yes, absolutely.
May I ask another question? Sarah?
Yes.
Why did the 311s go back to 2020? We've only been there since, I think, Mike, when did you open?
It's typical for us to look back. I think, Susan, we talked about this in a previous meeting that we've decided to look back to 2020. We were looking back to 2018 previously. It's about the location and whether the location has been a problematic area. I know
we should separate them.
There's two different standards.
No, we should separate them and say that this applicant has had this many 311s and the location before that had this many.
That's fair.
Okay, so I heard 25 since the business opened. Applicant or Frank, feel free to let me know if that is incorrect.
Mike, when did you open?
March 2021.
Yeah.
Sorry, August 2021.
And then you want me, Susan, to also say that the number for before that, or does it not matter?
At this point, I don't think it particularly matters, because we're already saying it's currently a problem. But I don't know, can I make my comment now or should I wait?
Just David, do you feel that this has been adjusted accordingly to whatever you were getting at?
Sure, I'm against.
I just pulled the
anything-
311s. There's been 28 since 2022. So that's been since they've been in operation.
With police action?
No, there's one. That was a quick glance at I'll count those, but there was 28 total. I can give you the total number after
Well,
that.
I think Heather already gave us the total since March 2021. That required NYPD.
We
action.
started operating in August 2021. We applied for a liquor license March 12th, 2021.
Okay.
I just did a quick count, and with the specific wording, with police responded to complaint and took action to fix the condition 9 since 2021. Since August.
Yes.
Sorry.
I just confirmed, yes, there was 9.
That's what I got.
Since 2020, I was just doing from 2022 on because it started there, but there was 9 since 2022 that police took action, 28 total.
Sorry, I'm getting very lost in these numbers. I'm hearing 9 and I'm hearing 28.
Well, sorry.
28 total, 9
28
with police
total,
action.
9 with police action.
Okay. Sorry.
That's 28, right?
28, yes.
At this location and 9.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Susan, go ahead.
Yeah, so I deal with the complaints and this area is now out of control. I have had more than one bar owner tell me that's post-COVID that it's more out of control than ever. And this is from bar and restaurant owners. It is still a residential area with what's supposed to be commercial to serve retail needs. I can't imagine, considering the conditions there, and the recent history, why we would extend hours. And it does sound, I'm not sure if they are maintaining the method of operation that was approved. It does sound like they changed their hours without coming to the board to change them, which they should not be doing, or they should not have done. I don't think it's good for the community, considering what's going on there and considering the history of this particular location, to extend the hours. We get too many complaints. There's just too many complaints. And like I said, it's even acknowledged by bar owners.
And the main thing to tag on with you, Susan, not only has it been the hours, but their original STIPs said closed facade, and they've had their doors and windows open this entire time. So I agree with you that I'm sympathetic to the owner, but until I would like to see them operate under their existing stipulations and show that they can follow what they agreed to before they ask for more.
Are you looking for them to say that now, or should I go to David?
You can go to David. I'm sorry, I jumped in without my hand up. Sorry about that. But
Okay, David, go ahead.
Yeah, so they're asking for 4 a.m., which is extending by 2 hours at the late end. I think more on other days anyway. We would need something really strong in the STIPs to give that, in my mind. I mean, we shouldn't do this, period. If we say no, the worst is the SLA would give them 4 a.m., which I don't think they would do if you write a strong enough resolution against them. This operator, I don't believe him.
Just a question about that. Because Loverboy previously had 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. closures. How does the SLA view that?
So when was that? Back to back with this?
It was from 2016 to 2021.
Well, so I mean, no, so then it's not, so then it's kind of irrelevant, but even so, there's no reason why.
Why is it irrelevant? Because that's the business that
So
was
that's quite a
operating
while.
right
There's been
before.
some, yeah, there's been something else in the meantime, but also I don't know if they actually looked that closely at that. But we should be trying to reduce impacts, and I see no way that this could do anything other than increase impacts. You know, extracting promises that he'll start to follow the stipulations at this point in time, that's really not a big win. And what is beyond, I mean, giving till 4 a.m. is not going to be good for the community. So what good will the community be getting back for this? I say nothing.
Understood. Susan?
Yeah, to answer your question, this is not the same area that it was back then. So I don't know if people are aware that post-COVID, that even the number of licenses, both in New York City and New York State, has gone up, but particularly the East Village has exploded. And so one, it's not the same area. And two, he has been a problem operator. So even if he had been wonderful, the area doesn't need another 4 a.m., but he's not even following the stipulations we did before.
But
Why would you-
so my question though, Susan, is just for my own edification, given that the license previous to this license operated till 4, that the SLA wouldn't.
I
give
would
the
suspect that the biggest issue to the SLA is the fact that he has not been following his stipulations and that there are complaints currently. I think that will override everything.
Okay.
And I think it has to be stated very factually in the resolution.
Okay, so I'm gonna take a straw poll in terms of where folks are leaning on, because I haven't been able to follow exactly if, David, if you're saying no outright or no with really unless these really strong stipulations are agreed to. So I'm just straw poll. Anyone?
One clarification on that. So if we say no, he already has his previous stipulations he has to adhere to.
Correct.
So we're not saying no and he's going to be left with nothing. We're saying no and he has his previous stipulations. We're just not extending them.
Yeah, but I guess we're not giving stronger stipulations because then there's nothing to change here. I
The
guess.
stronger stipulations are what he has already.
Yeah, but we're not enhancing those further because I think David said
We're
something.
relaxing them is what we would be doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I can't think of something we could put in there, you know, that would be, that could be stronger. I
I
mean,
think
what we look for is like fewer hours, not more.
I would suggest that we, you know, it's not up to us to say you've been bad, we're taking away your hours. We don't have that ability.
Yeah.
I think all we can do is deny what is requested.
Well, yeah, that's what I agree. Yeah, I can't
Okay.
imagine that there's another step that we could add, right?
So that's, yes, this is, I think we're all speaking around the same point. So just, I'm going to take a straw poll just so I know where folks are at. The question is voting, how many folks would be in support of denying without stipulations?
You're not
David? David, yes, you? Clint, yes?
Yes, I did the Zoom hand thing. Yeah.
Yes, I see that.
Yeah, right.
Amanda?
I would be open to adjusting these, but not with the 4 a.m. So.
So that's what the applicant is coming to change the hours. So if
And adding DJs.
and adding DJs.
Right, I'm saying not 4 a.m., but if the applicant would be willing to discuss, I guess, well.
It's an existing license. It's a 12 a.m., 2 a.m. existing license. So are you thinking something in the middle or is, okay?
I guess that's what I'm thinking, if he were open to something in the middle.
Okay, looking to you, Michael and Frank. Is there any space for negotiation on your end?
I'd like to say, Mike, if you don't mind, I'd like to say that I've been doing this a long time. And Mike, just so you know, there are concerns with the way we've been operating. I think the committee's being fair to you. Would you consider 2 a.m. across the board?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah,
give-
of course.
and give ourselves the opportunity to repair our relationship with the neighbors that we've offended?
Yeah, and we don't want to ask for anything that's unreasonable. So forget the DJs. We don't need it.
Lose the DJ. We want to fit in this community.
Okay, so I'm hearing closure by 2 a.m. on all days, so that would be a changed current hours, which are 12 a.m. Sunday to Wednesday, so 2 a.m. all days, and no DJs. Just taking a straw poll again, are folks with those changes, are how many folks would deny without stipulations? David, you would deny without stipulations, even with those
I'm
changes?
still leaning that way.
Okay.
I have another question though. How are we addressing, we're also, his current stipulations say closed facade at all times. This is open windows and doors and windows, which has been one of his main problems. Are we giving him open doors and windows as well? Which is what he's been operating as for the past 2 years, which has been a problem.
So I think we should be going up to the SLA and complaining that he's not following the stipulations.
Mike, I would suggest, what, you're shaking your head no?
I don't know what to say. I'm here to play. So
I would-
whatever.
I mean, it's only been a year and a half or two, whatever, since you were open, since the committee, you went to the committee and agreed to keep all your windows and doors closed. And I didn't even realize that was a stipulation until I looked it up now, because since you've been open, your doors and windows have been open. So you immediately started violating that stipulation, which doesn't, and unfortunately, it doesn't give me a lot of faith in, you know, your promise to follow the current stipulations.
Understood.
Mike,
So-
I think you should agree to reinforce the stipulation you originally agreed to, and at all times have a closed fixed facade. Doors and windows closed.
Okay.
We're hearing that this neighborhood appears to be changing a bit and getting a little out of control, according to Susan. So let's see if we could do our part by closing the fixed facade, lose the DJs, 2 a.m., 7 days a week. We'll cut back on our end to be reasonable.
And come back in 6 months to ask for the 2 a.m.? I mean, really, I don't believe this.
So I'm sorry, I have another, I'm going to raise my hand.
Yes, Susan, go ahead.
So one of the things when I started this job 19 years ago, that only David might be the only one to remember, is that I wanted to have a connection between the board and the office, which did not exist before that. So how do, one of the hugest, biggest parts of my job and is responding to complaints on commercial noise complaints. How do I ask the police and neighbors to work with us to try and resolve these problems if the committee is rewarding people who are currently violating their stipulations, currently violating the noise code, and coming to us for anything expanded? How does that work? How does that protect the neighborhood? And how does that even reward the good actors?
Is there anyone else from the committee that wants to speak? Okay, I don't see anyone from the committee. Oh, David, go ahead.
I move that we turn this into an outright denial, add a whereas clause about the failure to abide by current stipulations, including, and then bullet list the ones that we have been talking about. And then therefore, we deny it. We deny this application outright. And invite them to come back when they show that they can abide by their current stipulations.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. So we vote now. Yes, David?
Well, we need to have the language written out. But yes, we would.
So
then have
David,
to-
what
plus we would
language?
Debate the amendment, by the way.
Mhm.
There would be a period to debate that amendment before we actually voted.
Okay, thank you for keeping us honest. So yes, so I open the floor for committee debate on this proposed amendment to turn this into an outright denial without stipulations. Amanda, go ahead.
I guess my question based on David's amendment is whether we would give a certain time frame for inviting them back and when would it be okay?
It's not something we typically do.
I don't.
But you
I'm not-
mentioned it, so I'm just curious.
I'm not comfortable giving an exact, telling him, 90 days or 60 days or 6 months. I just think if he can prove to us that he heard us and he's going to follow his current stipulations, and that would go a long way for me at least. And I don't know what that time would be. I can't say that it would be,
I don't think we can tell him he can't come back for a certain time.
yeah, that's true too.
Yeah, I think to Amanda's point, like if he comes back next month and he's been, the business has been abiding by the stipulations, I'm gonna imagine most folks would be like, a month isn't enough time. So I think from the perspective of the committee, I think it'd probably be helpful to give some sense of what exactly we're looking for over what period of time. I don't know. I understand we can't put it in writing, but
So we'll say, I don't know how long any of us are going to stay on this committee for, so there's no guarantee that there will be institutional knowledge that will remember and specifically say, okay, this actor did do X, Y, and Z, and when he comes back, the whole committee has changed. And then
That's why we put it in the resolution.
okay, so right, so which is why I'm curious, like,
Yeah.
I would not put it, you're gonna put a time period in the.
No, I don't mean a timeline. I'm just saying this discussion that we discussed this and we told him he needs to prove himself. I don't think we should put a time in the resolution either. I'm not saying that, but I just mean, as you said, Amanda, none of us might be here in a few months. So we should at least.
I'll be here.
Well,
Excuse me, may I interrupt as the applicant?
Yeah.
sure, go ahead.
I'm on board with whatever you guys suggest. That's fine. We can withdraw this and just prove ourselves and get it on the next time.
Honestly, I really, most applicants would argue with us about that. So I appreciate your willingness to do that. That does help as well.
Sure.
So what I'm hearing is the applicant is gonna withdraw before we have that. Just wanted again to is there any sort of clarity that we want to provide as a committee to the applicant? Because I heard the applicant say come back next time. Again, next time, a month, I'm not seeing that as probably a long enough period of time for folks to see an improvement to the situation.
It won't be a month.
Given that it's June now, we're going to the summer, it needs to be at least, I'm not going to give a timeline, but it needs to be long enough to show that you're operating currently and you can do it without being.
Summer is definitely a busy time, so definitely proving that you can uphold all that in the summer when you want to have those windows open, but aren't supposed to have the windows open. I think that would probably be a really good test. Susan, go ahead. I see your hand.
So Frank, you will send me an email saying that you're withdrawing and you won't go to the SLA before coming back to the community board. Frank?
I don't know if you were asking me or telling me.
I'm asking.
Of course I will, Susan. Of course I will, Susan.
You know this as well as I do, so you'll
Of
send
course
me.
I will.
Okay,
And
thank
we're
you.
going to return. I'll tell you when we're going to return. You don't want to put a date on. I don't want you to. We're
That's
going to
okay.
return when we feel that we've gotten our situation under control a little better. How's that?
Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. And Michael, I would recommend, I know, you haven't had, but I would recommend try to speak to the neighbors. If you see them, try to find out, get their feedback. You've heard some of it tonight, so.
Okay, Clint. Thank you.
Okay, from a paperwork procedural standpoint, I do nothing. Withdrawn. Okay, great. So the next item that we will be considering is tenement. Or sorry, take that back. FLA Group LLC, which is 5 Chatham Square. Can the applicants for FLA Group raise your hand so that we can promote you?
Frank again.
Okay, great. So Frank, we're being efficient for you. So while everyone is getting promoted, I will talk through the highlights of this application. FLA Group is seeking a full on-premises liquor license for a location at 5 Chatham Square between Mott Street and Doyer Street. This is an application for an establishment that's got a capacity of 230 people. That's 24 tables, 64 seats with 2 bars that each have 25 seats each. They will be serving tavern food in a full kitchen. We have within 1 hour of closing, but that should be within all hours of operation. No TVs, live music. They are requesting DJs, no more than 10 DJs a month and no more than 6 private parties a year. They have 6 on-premises liquor licenses within 500 feet for the SLA map. The location has previously never been licensed and was most recently a medical imaging center, but has been vacant for the past 7 years. The applicant has managed music venues in various capacities for nearly 10 years and most recently at Baby's All Right. There were no commercial 311 complaints at this location since 2020. And we received a petition with 16 signatures from residents who live within 2 blocks in support of this application. Frank, do you or your client have anything to add about the application?
Yes, I do. Hi, everyone. Thank you. I believe there were more than 16 signatures. I submitted about 140, knowing a lot of them were outside of the 2-block radius, but there should have, I think there were 40 well beyond, and then there were also signatures submitted with the questionnaire from the last time I went forward, and there were about 27 on there too. But the project is a live music venue. The upstairs bar only has 8 seats, not 25, which is important to note. And the project here is a small capacity, 452 square foot standee area for live performance on a very commercial intersection. Like you mentioned, it's in a building that's been vacant a long time. The idea for this is to, bring some life to the neighborhood. I live about 250 feet away. I live across Chatham Square, which, depending on how you look at it, is either across the street or 2 blocks away myself. I've lived there for a couple of years. I plan on staying there. This is my neighborhood. This is a place that I care deeply about and I love very much. At night, Chatham Square is very empty. It's very quiet. It sometimes feels eerie. And I think this business could go a long way towards making that area feel safer and a bit more lived in at night. You mentioned my experience. This is something that I've done for a long time. I work in music in varying capacities. I run a record label out of my apartment across the street. I've done that for about 7 years now. I've been an operator at Baby's All Right for 6 years. I've helped open other spaces in the city and in Brooklyn. And yeah, so the main innovations for this project to minimize neighborhood negative impact would be, dealing with the sound and with lines outside. I've been in touch with and walked through about 15 people from 180 or 170 or 180 Park Row, the 2 residential towers called Chatham Towers. The main concern from those buildings was lines outside. And so I got a letter and a security plan from the security contractor with whom I've worked for a long time. It's in the application. I can speak to that at greater length if anyone's curious. I think it's a really important and essential part of the plan for mitigating any issues that could form on the street. In addition to that, Al Firestein of Acoustalog, who's in attendance, Al did an acoustic report on May 25th of the site and has provided an entire acoustic plan that I plan to follow for soundproofing and treatment. Al is here. I think he's probably tuned in, or he should be able to speak at some point when that's asked.
I'm gonna pause you there because you brought
Yeah.
up a lot of points. I
Okay.
just want to see if the committee has any specific questions, just given time. Because we have about 6 more applications to get through tonight.
Absolutely.
Amanda, go ahead.
Thanks. Just wondering if you reached out to anyone from Confucius Plaza on this.
Confucius, yes, I reached out to via the CCBA, or yes, the CCBA, I reached out to Jonathan Chu and Raymond Sang, but I never heard back. And they were both had involvement with the board there, I believe.
Okay, any other questions from our committee before we move to public session? I know a number of folks are here to speak.
Of course. Another thing I want to mention is that this application had been put before you before, and I withdrew because there was sentiment from the community that I hadn't done enough reach out. I withdrew in order to do more reach out, and that is the main reason. I had an insensitive name that I'm very sorry for. It was a name that I chose very much outside the context of this neighborhood. I've been looking for sites for more than 2 years for this, and I want to apologize for that in advance. It's not the name I'm going to be going with.
Tom, do you have a DBA?
Not yet, no. And I will seek community input with that when I get to that stage, yeah.
Thank you for letting us know.
Of course.
Okay, I'm gonna.
I have one quick question maybe
I'm
for
sorry,
him.
go ahead.
So I know you mentioned you were the manager at Babies All Right? Is that or the?
I've had a few roles there. Most recently, I'm the assistant GM. I've been taking a slight step back as I've been focusing on getting this project off the road. But the lion's share of my time there was as director of production. So I ran the staff, the scheduling, all the music production, and liaised with structural improvements to the space and things like that.
So in the past 2 years, Babies All Right has had 47 301 complaints, and 18 of them have involved police action.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'm just curious about that. If
of course,
and that's a similar venue, it sounds like, to what you want to put here in Chinatown, correct?
So yes, Babies All Right's bigger. Its capacity is 280 persons. This is 231. So it's a larger room, and specifically the ticketed area of Babies for Events is the particularly larger spot. So that's a big difference. Yes, so a lot of those are from one neighbor across the street who is he had some issues with us in the early years, and it's mostly been about crowd noise, but it sounds odd, but it's kind of like a game. He's hanging out with our security guards most every night at 6 p.m. and then he's calling 311 later. I will say that the majority of those calls are about people outside, which I have a plan for this address, which is responsive to that issue. Babies All Right is soundproofed, and we've fixed the acoustic and amplified sound issues, as well as sound issues related to the HVAC unit on the roof. And those issues have been fixed permanently. A lot of the complaints that in recent years come from this one person who's got this complicated, friendly-ish relationship with us.
And that's why we, because we understand that happens.
Yes.
That's
Yeah.
why we usually take into consideration the ones that involve police action, because if the
Of
police
course.
take action, that isn't just someone having fun complaining.
Right, yeah, well, the police come by, and yes, it's definitely not a common thing, and it usually has had to do with traffic.
Okay. Thank you for answering that.
Of course, yeah.
Great. I'm gonna move to public session.
Can I just
Sorry.
also refer to that? So these are commercial noise complaints, so it's not about traffic. And we do recognize, as Clint says, we do recognize that people make complaints that are not legitimate. But when police respond to a commercial noise complaint and take action, means regardless of whether the person has a vendetta or not, there was a problem there and it was not a traffic problem. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Yes, the crowd outside, I meant to say like street traffic, like people blocking the sidewalk.
I believe the complaints are commercial noise and loud party and music. We don't have to discuss it. I just wanted to clarify.
Sure
I mean,
thing.
this is factual. There are certain kinds of complaints, and that's how the complaints are categorized.
Okay, understood.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm gonna now try again to move to public session. I know that we have a number of folks speaking. If you are speaking, if you're a member of an organization, we ask that one representative from the organization speak on behalf of the organization, and you can let us know how many folks from your organization are present with you and in support or in opposition. I'm gonna start, if we could start with Amy from Think Chinatown. You can go ahead, Amy. Amy?
Hi, I'm here.
Okay, there you go.
Thank you. I'm here representing Think Chinatown. I don't know how many of our Think Chinatown members are with us, but I know that there were at least 80 letters in opposition that were submitted to the community board in advance. As president of Think Chinatown, I'm here to voice strong opposition to the liquor license application by FLA Group and Mr. Thomas Moore. We particularly object to how FLA Group and Tom Moore cites information taken out of context from the commercial district needs assessment that Think Chinatown co-published with the City Department of Small Business Services. Tom Moore misleadingly suggests that our CBNA study findings might somehow support the siting of his establishment in this neighborhood, and that is blatantly false. In fact, our report warns against this type of development pressure. A business like the FLA Group, formerly known as Duck Club, is exactly the sort of enterprise that leads to displacement of the existing Chinatown community. Tom Moore deceptively cherry picks from the report to imply that their clientele would patronize Chinatown merchants and improve the businesses. However, he does not provide target audience demographics to substantiate this claim. Many Chinatown stores close by 6 p.m. and most local eateries close by 8 or 9 p.m. A club that is open till 4 a.m. is not of benefit to these businesses, and it is dishonest to suggest that the FLA Group's clientele that would likely just drop into the club late in the evening and early morning hours would generate any earlier evening business for local Chinatown merchants. Residents that Think Chinatown has spoken to are already weary of loitering crowds, rope lines, and smoking areas outside other nightlife establishments along Bowery, Doyers, and Pell Street. Rather than providing an increased sense of safety, these types of establishments are destabilizing and they detract from local residents' quality of life due to the propensity for drunken brawls, clouds of cigarette smoke on narrow streets, drug use, and public urination. And this is not a speculation. This has in fact been sadly shown to happen in other Chinatowns across the country. There is no public benefit to the neighborhood, and this operator has already demonstrated that he is not a conscientious business owner or would act as a stabilizing force. When he first proposed this nightclub venue under the name Duck Club with a logo showing hanging ducks, he did not reach out to Chinatown community groups until after community backlash. This backlash enlightened him as to how racist and offensive the business name and imagery were. And notably, while Mr. Moore deliberately did not reach out to Chinatown groups, he was actively contacting non-Chinese groups. He has declined to reveal the investors' identities or share what type of programming the space would host. His claims that the venue would serve or benefit existing Chinatown residents are utter fabrications. His lack
Amy,
of
I'm gonna interject for one moment, just because it's been over 2 minutes, and I just wanted to ask if you just had any last things to add, because we have a number of folks who also would like to speak.
I would just say that his outreach letters were all in English, even though the neighborhood is Chinese speaking, and that there has never been a liquor license on this premises. So I just urge the community board to deny this application. Thank you so much for all the hard work that you do to keep our community safe.
Thank you, Amy. Okay. Next, we're gonna turn.
Can I speak to that? Or is that later?
Let's wait till we get through all of them. Just maybe take
Okay,
note
sure.
just of how you want to respond to everything, just for efficiency. We'll come back to after we get through folks, but I see eight folks with their hands raised. Let's go to Jan Lee next. Jan, do you want to go ahead?
Thank you. Just a sec. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair and Committee. I'm asking for your indulgence as there are a lot of speakers, and I hope that we get to hear from all of them tonight. In April, the Chinatown Core Block Association held an in-person meeting at 7 Mott Street, which was attended by 20 community members and organizations. And then we held a press conference with over 40 attendees. Our council member, Chris Marte, came to oppose this application, as did 2 candidates who are running for city office. They also came to oppose this. On June 7th, we met with Mr. Moore to review this application. He is the representative of something called FLA Group, which we have learned from him is an anonymous investor group of 10 to 15 investors. This is not a mom and pop tavern. This is a large group. After these 2 meetings and press conferences and 6 news articles, residents and community members expressed complete opposition to this liquor license approval. The chosen site for this nightclub is in close proximity to residential buildings, busy streets, and highly trafficked areas. The co-ops alone house 1,400 families, and this has never been licensed before. The proposed nightclub has no kitchen. I don't know where that came from this afternoon, but there's no kitchen, and will serve only alcoholic drinks and finger snacks, according to the interview and also from his application. There will be dancing 7 nights a week. Safety is mentioned by Mr. Moore as one of the top reasons why he needs to have a liquor license. And if that was true, Hell Square would be the safest place on earth. And we know that 4 a.m. and 2 a.m. licenses do not make neighborhoods safer. The business model that they have is renting the stage to performers and DJs within the 5 boroughs. And it is solely dictated by whatever the market decides and whatever his investors decide that his target audience wants. Tom Moore does not have control over programming, acts, or talent, as he had said in his interview. He's actually what he says a spreadsheet guy in the business, and we are not aware if he's one of the owners or investors. The proposed nightclub's target audience and pricing structure exclude a significant portion of Chinatown, and we have shown you the stats to prove that. Over 500 residents have expressed opposition by handwritten signatures, and no community group was in support. We asked him twice, on April 24th if he had anybody that supported it, and he ignored that email. And by June 7th, when we met face to face, he refused to give the names of anyone or any group. We do not know why. That's a first for our organization. It's a common question of who he has support, but he refused to disclose that. We've therefore concluded that the objection of FLA Group is necessary. This is a grab for a liquor license and established a large-scale alcohol-centric venue that will reshape the culture and diversity of this neighborhood on purpose. What we see is the Walmart of liquor licenses coming to Chinatown, and they're trying to land their money ship in the middle of Chinatown to sprout more alcohol-only, nighttime-only venues. This is not a mom and pop tavern, make no mistake about it. So we're asking you to abide by the hard work that you put into the resolution at CB3 to protect neighborhoods, because this is what your resolution was written for.
Thank you, Jan. I just want to, I'm going to stop you there because it's been over 2 minutes. And I just wanted to ask, just for the resolution, are you speaking on behalf of Chinatown Core? You mentioned a block association, so I just wanted to make sure I had the right affiliation.
It's just called the Chinatown Core Block Association, all one thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Vic Lee, I'm going to call you next.
Hi everyone. So Vic Lee representing Welcome to Chinatown. And I'm speaking to strongly oppose the liquor license application that was submitted by FLA Group. In the interest of time, there's a lot of points that Jan and Amy have really hit on that we are in agreement with, but I'm going to cover a couple of other points that weren't discussed. Hitting into, especially in the small businesses, that ultimately opening this venue will make the streets safer. A larger issue of the small businesses, especially those in the food and beverage industry, they're facing is a labor shortage. So it is an incorrect assessment to say that by having this venue there, that the businesses will stay open and therefore the streets will be safer. Ultimately, opening an alcohol-centered venue does not make the streets safer. And Separately too, we have spoken with a number of the restaurants that used to be open past 10 p.m. and they're actually not inclined to open at the later hours, even though the weekend foot traffic has increased, because they're struggling to find staff that will work the late hours and take the trains home, because many of the workers don't live in the area. The other point that I really want to hit on is that ultimately this venue will not contribute to the cultural fabric of Chinatown. Mr. Moore, he failed to provide any substance behind programming that will center Chinatown, and by extension, the lower Manhattan BIPOC community. Really believe that a genuine engagement process starting from the initial stages of planning would have allowed for a development of a robust pipeline for programming that truly reflected the interests and needs of our community beyond we have space for the community to use. There are other opportunities to do that. There are a number of arts and cultural institutions that FLA group could have reached out to. And ultimately, just want to conclude by saying that we really urge the Community Board 3 and SLA committee to reject the liquor license application. Thank you.
Thanks, Vic. Next, I'm going to call on WOW Project. WOW Project, do you want to speak? I think you're on mute still.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thanks so much. My name is May. I'm a Chinatown resident. I'm also the director of the WOW Project, an arts and anti-gentrification organization. And I also am a 5th generation owner of the oldest operating store in Chinatown. All of these, our arts organization and the small business are all located just around the corner from the proposed location of FLA Group here on Mott Street. I strongly oppose this never before licensed space. Gentrification is driven by outside financial interests seeking to profit off of working class family oriented communities such as Chinatown. And the FLA Group's current application is just the latest example of this dynamic. Mr. Moore has informed us that the venue will be financed by 15 undisclosed investors, leaving us in the dark about their identities and motivations. With such significant financial interests at play, it's difficult to trust that these investors, and as a result, Mr. Moore will operate their establishment with the interests of the community at heart. Despite what Mr. Moore may claim about the so-called cultural space of this venue, what really is being presented to us today is simply a liquor license grab by wealthy financial speculators. We have seen this happen in other vulnerable communities and must not allow it to happen here. Such a move is meant to reshape the culture and diversity of the surrounding streets. A nightclub serving alcohol until 4 a.m. 7 days a week does not benefit or align with the interests of working class families that make up our Chinatown community. Instead, it benefits investors that are outside of the community at the cost of the well-being of Chinatown residents. The proposed nightclub venue will increase noise and traffic pollution, make the streets unsafe, and subsequently disturb the residents of the neighborhood. We firmly disrepute any claims that the nightclub would serve any cultural benefit to our community. Furthermore, we have witnessed operators in the past disregard community board review and proceed with modifications to their establishments without proper authorization. Examples tonight. Given the substantial number of investors involved in this project, it is reasonable to anticipate that the current proposal presented by Mr. Moore will undergo significant transformations once a license for the space is approved. In conclusion, I firmly believe that this application does not meet the board's criteria for approval, as it lacks public benefit and is not suitable for the community. I urge you to listen to the people of the community, Jan, Vic, Amy, and not the financial and business interests seeking to exploit our community, and reject this application. Thank you.
Thank you, May. I am going to call on folks. We do still have a number of speakers. I'm going to put a timer up just so folks are conscious of time. If you have something to say that's in agreement with what somebody else said, I think, because I'm starting to hear the same points, I think just, briefly stating it, I think we're getting the general sense, just so we can be efficient. Vic did a really good job kind of modeling that. So I'm going to move to Mitchell Grubler next. Mitch, you want to go ahead? Okay, I'm gonna come back to you, Mitchell. The next person.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
I'm Mitchell Grubler. I'm the representative of the Bowery Block Association, and I live at Confucius Plaza, which is just down the street from the proposed venue. New York's Chinatown is unique amongst Chinatowns in this country because it still has a critical mass of Chinese American residents and people who live in the community. And so what Chinatown needs are businesses that will service that community. This 10,000 square foot nightclub, 2-level nightclub, is not what Chinatown needs. It doesn't open until 5 p.m. And so there's no daytime traffic, which is what Chinatown requires. By the way, Jonathan Chu has nothing to do with Confucius Plaza. And I strongly object to this application.
Thank you, Mitchell. I'm gonna move on to the next speaker, Isha.
Hi, I'm here to object the liquor license application. I'm here advocating on behalf of my boyfriend's elderly parents who have called Chinatown home for years. They don't speak English and did not even know this meeting was happening tonight, but they will be directly impacted by this nightclub that does not care about our community well-being. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. I'm gonna call on Yasmin. Yasmin, you want to go ahead?
Hello?
Go ahead. We can hear you.
Hi, I'm a resident of 70 Mott Street. I've lived in Chinatown since 2017. And I just wanted to show my support for Tom. I've known Tom for a long time. I'm also in hospitality. He's always been responsible, and I feel that it would make the community a bit safer. I've been followed home multiple times, and it would be nice if there was a little bit more traffic at night in the area, as most Chinese restaurants close around 10 to 11 p.m. That's it.
Thank you, Yasmin. Next, I'm going to call on Howard Huey. Go ahead, Howard. Howard? Okay, I'm gonna move on to the next person, Hor. We're gonna promote you.
Oh, hello?
Oh, okay, one second. Hor, Howard, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I just want to, my name is Howard Huey. I'm on the board of Cham Towers. I'm not going to repeat what a lot of the previous panelists say. So I just want to add that Cham Towers sits at the edge of Chatham Square. And as everybody knows, Chatham Square is a major intersection north and south and is very busy during the day, hustle and bustle. The residents of Cham Towers enjoys the quiet of night, and they don't want that operated by queue lines, people smoking out on Chatham Square, and we will find that disruptive. We find it disingenuous that to have noise and smoking as security instead of the peace and quiet that the residents of Chatham Towers want. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Howard. Corey, you want to go next?
Sure. So I've lived in the area for about 20 years, and I'm seeing parallels between the FLA group project and Le Baron, which opened a couple blocks away from the proposed location in 2012. Similarly, Le Baron assured residents that they had worked with high-end soundproofers, but anyone who lived in the area at that time will not forget the night that they opened was like a bomb dropping on the neighborhood. Music was so loud it could be heard on the streets and on the upper floors of adjacent buildings. The block was just literally transformed overnight. It might not be possible to adequately soundproof these historic tenement buildings. It should be pointed out that according to their website, Acoustalog has expertise not only in soundproofing, but on testifying before community boards and the SLA to get projects approved. I see they handled the soundproofing for Babies All Right, which Tom Moore worked at and managed for several years. And as was discussed earlier, there have been 257 311 calls related to noise at this location since they opened. That's mostly loud music party category. And I was not surprised to hear the applicant blame those calls on one disgruntled neighbor. Having dealt with these applications over the years, there are certain cliches that emerge. Another one is that our security will be improved by a late night establishment. I appreciate that they have considered security, but many of the elements that were most disruptive about Le Baron have not been addressed. For example, what happens when cars head to the venue down Mott Street, which some apps will encourage? That street is narrow and lined with outdoor dining sheds and slow moving under the best of circumstances. I predict a lot of honking. Another one, 100% guaranteed, customers, performers, and their drivers will take advantage of nearby Moscow Street as a place to illegally park. Some will play music from their vehicles. In addition, past experience has shown us it will be an irresistible place for pedestrians who have exited the club to hang out, talk loudly, fight, and pee. These kind of impacts.
I'm going to ask you to pause just because we have a number of speakers and it's been over 2 minutes. Can
I say one more sentence?
Yes. Sure.
One more sentence. Those impacts will be out of range of club security. Also, 17 out of their 104 original signatures were invalid, and 23 were only 17 were valid of the first batch. 23 out of 149 were valid from their second batch of petition signatures because they were out of the geographical area. Thank you.
Thanks, Cor. And we'll address petitions, Tom and team, when we get back to you all. Okay, I'm next going to have Michelle Campo speak. And folks, just be conscious of time, and if there's a point being that's already been made, just I think saying you agree with that point. Michelle, go ahead. Michelle, you want to speak? Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, let's see. Oh, gee whiz. Okay. Are we there yet? Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You can
All
go
right,
ahead.
you don't need to see me, really. Okay, it is an understatement that local residents are already overwhelmed by the oversaturation of bars, restaurants, and liquor licenses. This is unfortunately followed by gentrification and displacement of local residents and local stores. It is unconscionable to add to this a live entertainment location with hundreds of customers. FLA Group LLC asked for the highest, my eyes are going, sorry, for the highest volume of music. It will bring more traffic to already overloaded streets, a vital conduit which connects bridges and tunnels. The application asks for late closing hours, which will adversely affect all aspects of the community and will not in any way be a boon to other commercial establishments in this community. At a time when hostility towards Asians is at a high level, there is also the cultural sensitivity, or is it intentional, insensitivity, or is it intentional of the first image and prior proposed name of this place. The name of the applicant may have changed, but the situation remains the same. This is a high residential density area. Hardworking people, children, and seniors. Please consider the residents and deny this unfortunate application. And I have lived in this area most of my life. Michelle Campo, Bowery Alliance of Neighbors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michelle. I'm still seeing a lot of folks that we have to get to, and I want everyone to have a chance to speak. I'm going to reduce the time to 1.5 minutes. So if folks could just make their points as succinct as possible, that appreciate it, so that we can get some responses to the questions folks have raised and concerns. Next, I'm gonna call on Mokji.
They haven't been promoted. They're still attendees.
I don't think that they're accepting it because I clicked it.
Maybe allow them to talk.
Yeah. Do you want to go ahead, Mokji?
Still muted.
Now they're promoted though.
You decline to be promoted. Okay. Just if you would like to speak, you can. We've unmuted you.
Oh, hi. You didn't call me.
Not you. We're calling on someone else, but I don't think we have them. So
he just unmuted, I think.
Okay, go. Okay, Mokji.
No, sorry.
I think it's just getting confusing because now we're unmuting a lot of people. So Mokji, I think we're not sure if you're able to unmute. So we're gonna move on to the next person. This is I guess Triple Edwards. You can go ahead. You can unmute.
Okay, now I'm gonna mute. Now you got me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, I'm a resident at Chatham Green and my apartment faces Chatham Square. And I just want to repeat that, 5 Chatham Square is part of a residential neighborhood. It's not in a commercial intersection as Thomas More imagines. So for someone who lives a block away, I'm kind of surprised he doesn't know that, because my co-op is one of 3 large co-ops that border Chatham Square. And as Jan Lee said, there's about 1,400 units or more, not to mention smaller residential buildings on the square. So due to its architecture, Chatham Square is an echo chamber. Late at night, I can hear everything from the rantings of a homeless man to drag racing motorbikes, but especially drunk girls leaving Dwyer Street screaming, "Oh my God!" So can you imagine a couple of 100 drunk people added into the mix 7 days a week? Now talk about, oh my God. I would have to live with my air conditioner on 365 days a year. So there's a reason why CB3 has a resource. It says, how do you address nightlife noise complaint? It's a problem that's as old as time. In NYC, nightclubs just don't belong in residential neighborhoods. That's it.
Okay, got it. And can you just, confirm your name? Because I have the...
It's Triple Edwards.
Oh, okay.
I sent it in the chat as well, so you have it.
Perfect. Okay, next I'm gonna move on to Susan Lee.
Hi, good evening.
Hi, Susan, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. My name is Susan Lee. I have an office around the corner from 5 Chatham Square. I am actually speaking for myself and also for several seniors who've come to speak with me about this issue. They are not, they don't know how to use technology. They don't know how to get on this Zoom call. But these are some of their concerns that, this nighttime venue has 2 bars, will attract unnecessary, unwanted noise, loitering, smoking. They are afraid that the soundproofing will not be adequate, which will be a disturbance to seniors in the neighborhood. Also, they feel that this venue is actually for people who do not reside in Chinatown, and they would much prefer a venue that attracts and keeps neighbors, give neighbors something to do. Also, lastly, they said to me that they've worked so hard to build the community that they are retired in, and it is tragic for them to see that this neighborhood is changing in ways that they can't imagine. So they respectfully asked, and I do too in agreement with them, respectfully asked Community Board SLA committee to reject the applicant's application for a liquor license. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Okay, next we're gonna call on Daniel Erickson.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Yeah, my name's Daniel Erickson. I've lived in the neighborhood on the corner of Mulberry and Bayard. I know that's, not right on Chatham Square, but I consider it pretty close. I've lived there since 2012. Definitely seen a lot of changes in the neighborhood. Not everything negative, but I also have to say, like, I'm an architect. I work in hospitality interiors. I've designed bars and nightclubs. I like going to bars and nightclubs. I just don't feel it's a great fit to have another nightclub of this particular size in this particular area. It does seem like something that would be catering primarily to people from outside the neighborhood, and bringing a lot more traffic, particularly late at night when most of Chinatown is a pretty quiet residential neighborhood. It seems like it would be driving a lot of unnecessary additional traffic. And I do worry that it will kind of promote gentrification by bringing a lot more, like, increasing rents for both residential and commercial spaces in the neighborhood. So I think everyone else kind of covered a lot of the other points I would bring up. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Daniel. Next, we're gonna call on, let's see, who do we have left? Pam Yang.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Hi, I don't know how to turn on my camera, but either way, you probably don't need it. So I just wanted to share one other thing that isn't a repetition of anything that's been said already, just some neighborhood demographics. So 25% of this neighborhood is 65 plus. And 46, almost half of those residents, 46% of them have disabilities, 41% have ambulatory difficulties. So in just thinking about the demographics of that neighborhood and who we're really serving here, when Tom opened his introduction, he mentioned that he wanted to bring some life to the neighborhood and to make it more lived in, which, as a Chinese American who is in Chinatown, like, every couple days, like, that's incredibly offensive when I'm like, people have lived there for generations, who these 65 plus residents have been there oftentimes for their entire lives. And as you saw with May, she's a 5th generation resident. These neighborhoods are incredibly lived in. There's establishments, there's businesses that support these residents, and a business like this doesn't support what currently the neighborhood makeup is, and especially considering the demographics of the 65 plus. I just wanted to make sure that those that was brought to light, because I know we talked a lot about the businesses and residents in general. I just wanted to make sure that people understand what the makeup of that residential base is. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pam. Next, we will have Arjun speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm really happy with what Pam just said, because I just wanted to reiterate the things that Tom was bringing up in the explanation of his application, which were that he feels that the neighborhood is quiet at night, and there's a reason for that. It is a largely residential neighborhood, and it has been, and it will continue to be. And that does not excuse someone to bring in foreign investors to change the makeup of the neighborhood. Tom had previously applied under a racist name and a racist logo, which he apologized for, thankfully, at the beginning of this meeting. But that doesn't show any sort of accountability when meeting with the people who called him out initially. For example, I heard about this meeting through Think Chinatown, through Art Against Displacement, through WOW Project. And it seems like he doesn't represent the best interests of the people of this community and the people who are fighting to keep this community a safe space for the beautiful, vibrant culture that already exists here. So in order to move forward with this application, I think the first step would be to talk to the people, and it's obvious that that hasn't happened. So it's a bit frustrating.
Thank you, Arjun.
Yeah.
Next, I'm going to call on Catherine.
Hi, how are you? So I'm a resident right on Chatham Square, and I am between the bars from Doyer and also this proposed space. And our building has more than 20 units, and we didn't realize this was gonna be the proposed. So the same with whatever everyone my preceding has said. There's a lot of seniors, families, and the noise has been consistent and a lot of disruptions, and it's just all natural for us to object to this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Next, I'm going to call, we have two more folks I'm going to call on, and then I'm going to move back to the applicant to address what's been raised over the last 30 minutes or so. So Sage, you can speak next. Sage, you want to go ahead?
Hi, sorry about that.
Go ahead.
I am in support of this business, and similarly to the other person that was in support, I live in the area. I work on Oliver and Catherine, and I work in the service industry, so I often come home late at night. And I kind of wanted to clarify how it feels so quiet at night and can feel unsafe. It is especially kind of the southwest direction of the location of the business. And I feel like that's not really being addressed. That is not residential area. It goes into the police department, getting off train at City Hall. And I think the business being there, the small venue, would really, I don't know, head some life into that direction in more of a community way, not just younger kids taking over Chinatown.
Thank you. The last person I'm going to call on is Susan Lee. You can go ahead.
I spoke already.
Okay, great.
Yes,
Thank you. I thought so. But you know, it gets a little late around here. Okay, so that is the end of public session. I will turn back now to Frank and Tom if you'd like to address the points that have been raised.
Certainly. So a couple of things that were repeated that I just want to clarify. This is not this. I own the majority and will own the majority of this company. I'm the only operator. It's normal for new businesses to have investors. I am the operator and I own 70%, which is the controlling stake. This is like opening any new business. I have to raise money to do it. I don't just have this money in the bank. So this is not a foreign group of investors that are going to pull strings or anything like that. It's a live music venue with a kitchen that's in the floor plan that was submitted. That's part of the public record. There's a full menu that it serves, you know, food throughout hours of operation. When I reached out to the CCBA, it was in Justin Chu's biography that he had a involvement in Confucius Tower. So I apologize for my misunderstanding there, or I must have, you know, mistaken something, but I believed I had reached out to Confucius Tower, and that was just from the publicly available biographical information. The business, again, it is not a nightclub. It never was. It's not, it's 4,000 square feet. That includes hallways, that includes storage, that includes kitchen, bathrooms. The entire building is barely 10,000 square feet, and there's the arcade in it, which did write a letter of support. It was submitted late, but they are supportive of the project. And speaking of a local business that's been here since 1944, they do believe that this is going to be good for the local business community. I live on Chatham Square, as I mentioned at the beginning of this. I do not mean to say that the streets feel unlived in. What I do mean to say is that Chatham Square specifically at night has an eerie emptiness that I see every day. I live there. I walk through it every day. It's been mentioned by a few folks. I didn't take anything out of context from the CDNA. The facts I have were submitted with my application. They were, you know, I gave context in that. Currently there's sorry.
I think you can just keep.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I was yelling at my dog. I apologize.
The concentration of liquor licenses within 500 feet is relatively small. I think all the members of the board can see that it's only 6 licenses within 500 feet. Chatham Square is a thoroughly commercial intersection. Every building save 2 with Chatham Square addresses are fully zoned commercial and occupied as such, at least according to city record. I called the Loft Law office and checked to make sure. There are 2 buildings that are both 4 to 6 buildings up Chatham Square towards Bowery that have residential mixed use in them, but my understanding is that their entries were on Doyer Street and not on Chatham Square because the buildings go through the block. I have Al Firestein here, and I would like for him to speak about the acoustic plan and report that he did. Al, are you still here?
He was here, but I don't see him now.
Oh, okay.
I think I need to re-promote him. I think he got put back into the public. But he should be able to speak in a moment. Al, you can go ahead.
Okay, you hear me now?
We do.
Good. All right. Well, look, I've heard a lot of things. I understand the concern of people in communities. And it is true that I do represent, as someone said, businesses and nightclubs and bars and rooftop venues and taverns that want to open in front of community boards. They neglected to say that I also represent residents who are opposing poorly designed, unsoundproofed venues. I do both of those. I also always make recommendations for how to solve problems and how to avoid problems. As far as babies are concerned, I made recommendations for them. I even built custom devices for them that did solve problems over at babies. In this particular venue, I've done tests, and I actually did measurements inside the building, inside adjacent buildings, on the roof of the building, found bad leakage paths that are readily solvable by the methods that I outlined in my report. If anyone else who is afraid that there's no way to soundproof this, I would like to see their scientific acoustic tests that they've done. I doubt it's been done, but I did it. And the reports shows exactly what needs to be done. We have soundproofing of the ceiling. We have soundproofing of the air conditioning ducts. We've installed walls on either side. In fact, one of the walls is adjacent to an open space, a building that burned down, doesn't exist anymore. But a building may be built in the future. So the walls are planned to prevent noise problems in the future. Sound can travel into the floor and go sideways into adjacent buildings. That's why there's a floating floor. I have recommendations for sealing holes where pipes penetrate through, up and down, left and right. I have recommendations, most importantly, for the sound system and sound levels. If anyone has any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Thank you, Al. Then the other main issue that has been brought up, and this is from folks that I spoke to that live nearby, was the crowds outside, which is a problem that I understand is endemic to nightlife establishments. And that's why I put a lot of effort into designing the floor plan to consider that. So as folks that have reviewed my application can see from this letter from Serrano Solutions, a security contractor with whom I've worked over many years, this site is designed specifically to hold people in queues inside, which is not normal. I have told people that I've walked through in the neighborhood, and I will say it to you all, there will never be tickets charged at the front door of the site. This is a free entry ground floor area, which creates a holding area for attendees from outside. That's not normal operation for music venues like in the neighborhood, in CB3 and throughout the city. Beyond that, there is a lobby that's about 7.5 feet by 14 feet that can hold people. There is an egress hallway that is specifically designed per New York City Fire Code to hold 60% of the standees. That just one hallway, which is towards the northeast side of the building. In addition to that, there's a queuing hallway, which is legally unnecessary, but I put in anyway to have more area for people to queue up inside. So there's a lot of redundancy with that, holding more people than would ever be ticketed. So that's another thing that I want to speak to. Let me just look at my notes from what people were saying earlier. I never once applied for a 7-night-a-week 4 a.m. license. That was said a few times. That was never what I asked for. I am willing to talk about hours with members of the board and members of the community. I've not received any specific requests to amend them, but I am open to discuss that. But like I said, the original application that I withdrew and this application that we are discussing currently, it was a 1 a.m. on Sunday, 2 a.m. Monday through Wednesday, 4 a.m. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. This business, it is normal for live music spaces for people to plan their nights around going to dinner in the area. That is something that we've seen at other spaces that I've been involved in operating. It is something that is just normal behavior. I also want to mention a bit of the demographics of the audience that businesses like this serve. Over the past year, 46% of our ticket buyers have made less than $50,000 a year. So the idea that this is a club for rich people only is just not true. It's not backed up by the facts. A further 45% make under 100. So that means that 91% of attendees make under that mark, and nearly half make less than 50, which is on par for the neighborhood overall. It's a bit over, but it's relatively close. And I'm just trying to make sure I got everything that was mentioned here. The comments about gentrification, I want to speak to that a little bit because it's very important. It's something that I'm very concerned about, having an apartment in this neighborhood, living here, and being involved in this neighborhood as I have been. Art spaces, there is not consistent research that shows any correlation with gentrification. Art spaces tend to have that involve like clientele coming in, as opposed to like professional art spaces have a negative correlation with gentrification. They have a positive correlation with increased median income in low income neighborhoods. That's from a study published by the National Endowment for the Arts and the University of Texas at Arlington. I also submitted some research as part of my application talking about how music venues are typically associated with being removed during or removed by gentrification, not causing it. So that's some information there.
I'm gonna have you pause just, I think, so the committee can maybe get in some questions and some discussion because so many points have been made.
Yeah.
And just for the public, Tom did not have a 2-minute limit because he was responding to over 30 minutes of community member feedback. So I just wanted to make sure that all of your concerns and points were addressed. But I am going to ask you to pause now, Tom, because we've been on this application for quite some time. And I'm just going to go back to my committee to ask about the questions and concerns that folks have. Go ahead, Amanda.
Thanks. First thing, I think I might need Susan and David's help here just to clarify. I looked up the zoning on NYC planning and just want to check in that this is a C6 zone. So wanted to get David and Susan, your quick thoughts on that to make sure that I'm looking it up correctly and that is.
Chatham Square is very definitely commercial, and it is very definitely right next to a lot of huge residential.
Okay, yeah, I looked up specifically the address. I just want to say it's accessible information. And it is commercially zoned. So I just want to set that baseline. And I think for audience members, for the most part, and like this is where if anyone has any more information, please feel free to step in. But for the most part, when applications are in a commercially zoned area, it is more likely than not that the state liquor authority, the New York state level, will approve a license. So no, Clinton, you're shaking your head no. Go.
No, where did that?
Okay,
I've never heard that.
I think this comes up with our guidance. When
That's
we've
our
spoken about-
guidance. That's not the SLA.
Well, I think Amanda is saying the assumption is that the guidance, it comes from the fact that that's what we've seen the SLA act on.
No, that's not correct. The zoning guidance, which is important for exactly the kind of reasons Amanda is referring to, that is our guidance. The SLA's position, if it's legal, it's legal. If it's not legal, it's not legal. That's regardless. If we go up there and say this is a commercial side street, the SLA doesn't care about the zoning. They care if it's legal or not legal. And much of our residential zoning, it has grandfathered commercial use, so therefore it's legal. You're looking at me like I feel like I'm not being clear.
So I think Susan, let's make the question even more general, Amanda. Does it matter that there is a commercial zoning for this applicant's location?
All that means is that it is allowed under the zoning. It doesn't mean it's appropriate or that we should feel that way. It just means it's allowed under the zoning, just like it is in any of the commercial corridors in the East Village or anywhere where it's allowed in the zoning. That's
Let me maybe tease it out a bit more, Clint. Understood that the zoning allows the business to be here, but does SLA care?
No, SLA cares whether it's legal or not. And there's a lot of non-commercial zoning that is grandfathered. There's a lot of resident in CB3. There's a tremendous amount of residential zoning that is legal for commercial because it's grandfathered. We also have residential areas where we have commercial overlays to serve the community. SLA doesn't look at that. SLA very specifically, and they said, if the city says it's legal, whether for whatever reason, whether it's commercial overlay or grandfathered residential, that's all they care about. Is it legal?
Okay, so I guess to that point, what I'm concerned about that is because this is commercially zoned and it is legal, it is possible that the applicants will go, if we deny, let's hypothesize, if we deny this outright, let's say, with no stipulations, and then go to the SLA, it is possible that they will approve it with whatever the applicant asks, right? It's one possibility. And given that one thing I don't think was mentioned is that there are a lot of currently illegally operating clubs happening in Chinatown without folks coming to speak with neighbors. It's unfortunate, and it does happen, a lot of illicit activity happening there. These are like promoted events. So I just wanted to set the reality that that exists in Chinatown right now. Pause there.
Susan, before getting back to, because I know David raised his hand first. So just David, then Susan.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk about the guidance. I think we should deny this because there is just a lot of opposition. I don't think it could get worse. So I don't think there's any risk of us saying that we deny it because in my therefore, which I've drafted, this application would not provide any cultural benefit to the Chinatown community. Instead, this alcohol-centric business would fundamentally alter the character of the Chinatown neighborhood. And I put together a couple of whereases before that, which I won't read because they're a little lengthy at the moment. And I'm not formally making this as a motion. Well, I probably should. I want to hear a little more discussion before we do it. But, we heard a lot of public testimony. Well, I'll stop talking now.
Okay. Susan, before we go to you, Clint.
All right. So two things I wanted to say. One, in regards to the SLA, one thing, just recently, there was an item that the SLA upheld that we denied, and it was a flat outright denial. And the SLA actually said it's very rare that we get full denials from Community Board 3. And when we do, we need to pay attention to them. So that's one thing. The other thing, with this amount of, if just hypothetically, if we were to issue a full denial of this, and we were to go to the SLA to fight this, I have a feeling that there would be a lot of people that would go to this meeting in support of this denial. And that in the past has made a difference to the SLA. If they see a large amount of community opposition or support, I've seen it go the other way, that makes a difference to them too. And that has been a way that has upheld things for us or overturned things for us because there was, support in opposition to us, so.
Okay, I'm going to move to Susan now. She's been
Yeah,
waiting.
so I want to go back to hopefully to clarify the legal. Almost everything that comes to us, the location is legal or they really wouldn't be coming to us. Sometimes what's not legal is the scheduled performances, what's allowed in that zoning, but a business itself almost always is. I just want to add to what Clint said about when I was up at the SLA about 3 weeks ago, if you remember, we denied Cloister on 9th Street. I was up there arguing against Cloister, and the SLA chair did very specifically say, it's on recording, this community board rarely ever denies anything outright. When they do, we have to listen, or we have to look at, not that they have to listen to us, but they have to consider it and look at it. So I think that is important. And I think the cultural issue, which is not written down anywhere, is probably the biggest issue.
Okay. David, do you have another point to make, or is your hand just still raised from before?
Well, I had lowered it, but I raised it again.
Okay, go ahead.
I do want us to consider it. So I'm making a motion to deny it. I'm going to read. So I know you haven't brought it up, the factual part of it yet. But do you want me to hold off on this, or do you want me to put it in so we can discuss?
Well, you made the motion. So does someone second it?
First, whereas, well,
Can I say something?
technically I get to read it before someone would be asked to second it, but maybe there'll be a second right off the bat.
Well, Frank is interjecting. So
remember.
yeah, I'm going to recognize Frank for a moment, and then we'll get back to you, Dave. You can make your motion again.
I just want to point out that there's been a lot of people speaking. There's been a lot of petitions signed, many from out of the area. But I think it's crucial
to note that every one of these people who opposed used the word nightclub, when this is not a nightclub, simply. This is a tavern with live music. There's no bottle service. We'll stipulate to that. We're not going to operate as a club. The cultural benefit is live music, is young musicians from the New York City area who are going to get an opportunity for their break, for their chance to make it. And that is in the public interest.
Okay, thank you for adding that, Frank. I'm going to go back to David now. David, can you repeat your?
Okay, so I'll just drop and read the two areas so that people who can't see the chat here can hear. Whereas the committee meeting heard public testimony refuting points made by the applicant at the meeting and in the questionnaire in order to explain the applicant's claims that shouldn't be considered to be a public benefit. In particular, speakers testified that this type of late night large establishment with a liquor license wouldn't generate early evening business for other Chinatown establishments and would not make a neighborhood feel safer. What it will do is increase late night crowds and traffic and the resulting noise. And then the second whereas, I tried to summarize the second one kind of addresses, is it commercial, is it residential? Whereas this location is in close vicinity to dense residential housing, which makes it unsuitable for a late night large establishment with a liquor license. For example, it is near Confucius Plaza with 1,400 units, Chatham Green with 440 residential units, Chatham Towers with 220 residential units, as well as numerous smaller residential buildings. All those residences will be negatively affected by the crowds and traffic that will result if this license is granted. And for the therefore, we could go with, therefore be it resolved that Community Board 3 denies the application, recommends the denial of the application for a full on-premises liquor license for FLA Group LLC for the premises located at 5 Chatham Square, New York, New York, because this application would not provide any cultural benefit to the Chinatown community. Instead, this alcohol-centric business would fundamentally alter the character of the Chinatown neighborhood. And I think that this is strong. Yeah, it needs a second.
So just, does someone second your motion?
Before we second, could we add, I think I was going to mention.
No, you must second before you
We
make
have
a
to second and then we'll discuss it. Yeah, that's why I'm.
So I'll second then.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead.
I'm actually reading, I'm seeing it now. I just opened up the chat. I'm reading.
Just because not everyone can see the chat, I just want to.
I know. I'm just
clear to everyone. David shared the language with the committee so that because there was a lot of language. So I know that you all can't see it. If we move forward with this resolution, I will be pasting it into a document. Everyone will see it. Go ahead.
I think you caught this at the end with the cultural benefit to the Chinatown community. So maybe that's enough for that. I think that needed to be mentioned as well.
Perhaps there ought to be more in there. I didn't know. Like I said, I was taking notes while I was hearing all the public speakers, then rewriting. Let's try to get the essence.
I think at that point, do we have a count? I didn't.
Of how many people spoke?
Right, the speakers to add in.
So there were 15 residents or folks speaking on behalf of residents in opposition, and there were 2 residents who spoke in support.
I will also note, I think this is in the resolution, but it needs to be. We received 148 emails in opposition, and those were the ones that I went through and sorted out that were within. We got some from Long Island that I weeded out. So those were the ones that we received at the committee email address. And I think there was one in support in terms of emails.
I want to speak to that. If it's the email that was.
Okay.
Okay.
Pause. I have to recognize people from outside the committee. I just want to continue with the committee discussion because we haven't had our turn yet. So we might come back to you, Tom, but just
okay. Sorry.
colleagues continue.
We will need to have a whereas where either way, where we.
Yeah, I have,
discussed-
I
know
took down the numbers,
got
but
those numbers, because there was also 80 somethings and 500 somethings mentioned by a couple.
well,
of
80 from
groups.
Think Chinatown's members specifically, that's what Amy mentioned. So I just want to take, I guess, a straw poll. David has suggested an outright denial and has some language for the resolution accordingly that he has provided. David, I assume you're yes to an outright denial.
Yeah.
Clint,
I would be a yes too.
Amanda.
Yes.
Okay. Given that majority of the committee is in favor of an outright denial, tell me the Robert's Rules way of voting, David.
Oh, well,
Vote on your
go ahead,
motion.
bring up the rest of the motion and we'll amend things to basically this will go in as the last. It'll replace whatever you had about this approval in case of STIPs. In fact, I manufacture language, which I think you probably lead with in that. It should be corrected if I made a mistake about the corporation name or something. But bring up the application and we'll just meld these whereases in and talk about additional ones.
Okay.
Not the application. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the document, yes. I'm just making it look presentable. So just give me 1 second.
I think, y'all, I think this is a strong case. I think that if we do not do this, then it will get approved because it will be taken as evidence that Community Board 3 de facto recognizes the public benefit. So I'm pleased that we are about to issue this recommendation for denial. Will it carry at the SLA? Well, we shall see. But like I said, I don't know that it could be worse because, well, they were here with a pretty firm set of proposals. They really can't go to the SLA and argue for something more than they were arguing for in front of us, not effectively. So I think that this is good. Sorry,
Okay.
just filling up here.
I am just adding in the speakers. Okay. So I'm gonna put the proposed language on the screen in a moment. And then we will consider everything together. Just 1 second. A lot of notes on this. Share my screen. Okay. So we've kind of gone through the beginning part. I did edit it to reflect the clarification that Tom had around the seating.
8 seats, but
8 seats.
yeah.
Got it. Thank you for clarifying. And I, added that some additional information just about your background, Tom. And then the committee, I added that the committee received 148 emails in opposition to the application and 1 email in support of the application. 15 residents and organizations representing residents spoke in opposition to the application, and 2 residents spoke in support of the application during the meeting. We had 16 residents. Who did the signatures? Clint, was that you?
No, I did that.
Okay.
I did
So I
that.
know that there was a concern Tom had raised earlier. There were many more than 16, but
Yeah, to be fair, I feel like I put it into Google Maps and tried my best. It was many pages and this was Saturday, so. Like,
It's a messy intersection too, which doesn't help, so I understand, but there were at least, I think there were at least 14 from 180, 170 Park Row alone, aka Chatham Towers, so I know that there were more than this, but that said, I also, sorry I'll be brief, but the 148 emails, some of them were passed on to me as just to see opposition material. And of the, I don't remember how many I received, but I only saw 2 that did not call it things that it was not: a 10,000 square foot space, 7-night-a-week, 4 a.m. license. And for the record, I would oppose that too, being someone who lives less than 300 feet away. So I just want that to be noted in here, that those letters of opposition mostly refer to something that is not something I ever proposed.
Yeah, I don't know how we normally handle that because there's not, I mean, I don't know, Susan or.
Normally, we wouldn't. What we do object to is if someone asks people to sign a petition and it has false information. What we're seeing here is people being very upset and exaggerating, so we don't. I would take out where it says the 0311 complaints because the place was vacant, so it's not relevant.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
What I guess along in that regard, I don't know if you want to list the complaints from his other location, Baby's All Right. We do often mention the applicant's history.
I think it's the situation speaks for itself, but if you feel we need to add something.
If you, I mean, you were discussing things, Clint, if you have language up here, it's adverse.
It is, I think, and I can give you the, let me just flip over to the screen. I think it was 18 since 2021.
But just to clarify, does it matter that he was a staff member versus being an owner or I don't know. It sounded like he was just a staff member.
I mean, he's purporting that as his experience to be able to run this establishment. So
Okay, I thought it was part of the applicant's history section. And what other establishments have you owned and operated? So I guess that.
Reducing a lot there. I mean, it sounded like a pretty important role.
Okay.
But does he have any place where he actually has liquor license experience? Because he said he was like director of programming, that type of thing.
Production, so not programming.
So is there actually any license experience, or is that something you should be talking about in the resolution?
It doesn't strengthen it in my mind.
Well, the SLA always comments on it.
Comments on the what? Sorry.
Whether someone has liquor license
Well,
experience.
that's what I'm saying. I don't think that this pointing out these 18 commercial ones at another location where he had been employee, I don't think that strengthens it. So are you saying if you're recommending to strike it, I think I've reversed my opinion.
What I was recommending was to put what seems to me to be a lack of liquor license experience.
Okay.
Okay, guys, it's 10 p.m. We know that the committee is already committed to a denial here. So I just need to understand, what are we just putting in for embellishment versus what actually has a purpose? And like the SLA will.
I think in this case, we know if, we're denying it, we need a strong resolution that has the adequate facts for the SLA to uphold or denial. And if his experience is managing the music venues for 10 years, that sounds kind of impressive. But if you say out of that last experience, there's been 18,311 complaints in 2 years, that shows that he hasn't been such a good operator with his experience. Even though he hasn't owned a license, he's managed them. And so I feel like that does give us a little bit more weight with his experience.
Yeah, and I agree, Sarah. Let's drive toward adding things that are going to be impactful at this point.
What I've heard Susan is saying it's not.
Sorry?
What I heard Susan say is
No.
this aspect is not the liquor license experience.
I think what Susan, what I misunderstood that, Sarah. I think what Susan then clarified is that stating that he has not been a liquor license holder speaks to a lack of experience for this kind of a large late night establishment.
Yeah, liquor license experience, really. He also hasn't really managed the license part of the bar. He's been, it sounds like, more a production person.
Right. So,
and that's something the SLA does always look at, the person's experience in handling that.
So I'm gonna remove this 18 commercial 311 complaints, and I'm gonna instead, no, what do you, David?
Well, I
Why-
was gonna say, let's put that to a vote perhaps. I think it's good. I mean, if we're looking to finish sooner, let's leave it and go on.
Put both
Yeah.
in. Put
Yeah.
both.
Put
I
both
think
in.
that-
We can move on. I'm just saying the whereas above that makes it sound, it makes it sound like he has 10 years experience and he's been at Babies All Right for the last 6 years. So that sounds like a very good thing to the SLA.
Yeah, we can say whereas a lead-in sentence, whereas the applicant has not
Has never held a liquor license in his
exactly.
experience. However, he has managed music venues in various capacities for 10 years.
Right.
Manage production side of music venues.
Okay,
So I don't think we need to hit on everything here because there will be a hearing. What we do need to hit on are the things that the support staff at the SLA will process beforehand. Because there's a lot of processing that happens before the 500-foot hearing.
okay. So I'm gonna scroll down to the language that David proposed. For the review of the rest of the committee. So first paragraph that David proposed, whereas the committee heard public testimony refuting points made by the applicant at the meeting and in the questionnaire in order to explain the applicant's claims that shouldn't be considered to be a public benefit. In particular, speakers testified that this type of late night large establishment with a liquor license won't generate early evening business for other Chinatown establishments and will not make a neighborhood feel safer. What it will do is increase late night crowds and traffic and the resulting noise. Well, one, this is more than one sentence, which I don't know if whereas clauses can.
Oh, absolutely, but they may, yeah, but
Yeah. Okay, I was like,
I was thinking maybe it could be a few more sentences if you make some of them shorter.
well, I was just saying breaking it up, but not removing it.
Can we clarify that second clause? The committee heard public testimony refuting points made by the applicant at the meeting and in the questionnaire. That next phrase, in order to explain the applicant's claims that shouldn't be considered a public benefit.
Here's what I was saying was, or I was thinking. The public was saying, using basically the language of this is not a public benefit. He's claiming it. He didn't claim outright that this is my public benefit claim. In fact, almost no applicant ever says, and here's my public benefit. So I'm trying to say that
Well,
the
Frank
public
did though.
testimony-
They
Frank
did.
did claim.
They said several points. They said it would bring business. It would help the Chinatown restaurants nearby. It would make it safer. They did provide some claims of.
And Frank specifically said the public benefit is bringing in young artists from the NYC area to get their big break.
And they will have to put
Okay.
that in their application to the SLA.
So I
yes.
think just simplifying that phrase by saying her public testimony refuting the points made by the applicant and in the questionnaire. Maybe it's just refuting the applicant's claims of public benefit. I mean, that's really simplifying it,
In
but
particular, they pointed out claims that they don't feel. The problem is like, who's the antecedent of these damn things? Because you got public testifying about applicant testimony. So it was
Okay,
different.
guys, I think we're splitting hairs
Yeah.
where we don't need to. I'm gonna give us 5 more minutes on this resolution before I call a vote. So
So move to
fine,
the
but
next
we
one.
just
Tell
have
me
to,
what's
it's going
necessary.
to the SLA. It has to be a tight resolution. We can't have it overturned as they've been in the past.
Okay,
That's
so what do you want
fine.
to do?
I just think that where we were
Time
going
limit
was
is
not
valid. A time limit is valid. What do you say, Clint? Tighten that
Just-
up.
That statement as it stands is confusing. It just needs to be simplified.
Please simplify
So
it. for
I'm
us.
gonna put what I heard Clint say.
The second part, David, the in particular speakers, that is all fine. It was just that last statement that was convoluted about. So,
Okay. Oh, okay, good. I just
Okay,
introduced.
okay, the committee heard public testimony refuting points made by the applicant at the meeting and in the questionnaire that there is a public benefit to this application.
Excellent.
In particular, speakers testified that this type of late night large establishment with a liquor license won't generate early evening business for other Chinatown establishments and will not make a neighborhood feel safer. I think maybe it's the neighborhood feel safer. What it will do is increase late night crowds and traffic and the resulting noise. I think just to make this like a tighter sentence, I'll probably say, will not make the neighborhood feel safer while also increasing. I will say some folks that were residents did say that they felt this would make it safer because it would activate a space that's not activated. So I'm kind of leaning towards that part being removed.
Well, but many speakers testified to the opposite effect. It's true, we heard both points of
Yeah,
view.
so but I'm saying we heard both sides, so we can't really just pick a side. I would just not mention safety.
What? Okay, well, the resolution inherently picks a side, but I see what you're saying.
But like, who's to say, like, as a young woman living in this city, like, I tend to agree with the statement that activated spaces make me feel safer, even if there's the nature of a business is.
Okay, so go ahead, tighten it up then. Sounds good.
Okay. I'm just gonna remove this part. Sorry, not establishments, this part. Okay, I'm gonna move on to the next. Whereas this location is in close vicinity to dense residential housing, which make it unsuitable for a late night large establishment with a liquor license. For example, it is near Confucius Plaza with 1,400 units, Chatham Green with 440 residential units, Chatham Towers with 220 residential units, as well as numerous smaller residential buildings. All those residences will be negatively affected by the crowds and traffic that will result if this license is granted. I have no edits other than I'm just going to add residential, I assume, units.
I think though that the makes was the correct grammatical thing because the antecedent is the whole clause, a singular thing. This location is in close vicinity to residential housing. Essentially the which is, and that condition makes it. So I think the makes was correct, but so nibble, what's that called?
No, you had is instead of it. That's what I changed.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yes, I agree. Location and
Okay.
makes is grammatically correct. Okay, I'm not hearing any other edits, so I'm moving to last clause. In the last minute remaining that I have allotted, the Community Board 3 recommends the denial of the application for a full on-premises liquor license for FLA Group LLC for the premises located at 5 Chatham Square, New York, because this application would not provide any cultural benefit to the Chinatown community. Instead, this alcoholic-centric business would fundamentally alter the character of the Chinatown neighborhood. Instead of cultural benefit, I would just use public benefit.
I think cultural is really important for this denial.
We haven't, cultural needs to be mentioned, so it wasn't mentioned in a whereas. I think it was mentioned by many of the speakers.
Yeah, I think I would address it in a different way. I think I would say that it will draw people from outside of the community. It doesn't.
I don't think that's the same thing. And I think the people that live there, many people did say address the cultural issue.
But it doesn't need to have a cultural benefit. I understand why we would want it to have a cultural benefit.
No, what we're saying is that it will do the but
you don't, an applicant doesn't have to provide a cultural benefit. So I'm just trying to think of how do we address the concern that it doesn't fit the cultural context.
Yes, no, I see.
Yeah, that's, I'm not disagreeing with what the community members have said. I think it's valid.
That's why I think whereas. Yeah, I think it needs to be in a whereas. That was what I started to say earlier and then I saw it in your therefore clause. Maybe in the first whereas clause where you mention, in particular, speakers testified this late night establishment, maybe it should be put in there. This late night establishment with a liquor license won't generate these, and it's also out of context with the cultural significance of this neighborhood or something.
Yeah, I think a separate whereas, but go ahead and put it in, but do it in a separate whereas.
So yeah, maybe it needs to be a complete separate, but just say, it was also mentioned that this type of establishment is out of context with the cultural
significance of New York City Chinatown or Manhattan Chinatown.
What'd you say? Cultural.
I want it as a separate whereas because
But I think it's related to
it's-
this other Chinatown establishments aspect.
Okay, is it related to refuting points made by the applicant?
I mean, he focused on gentrification specifically, and
I would put the out of context as a total separate sentence because it carries, it's great weight. It's great weight.
Which makes a strong for, yeah, thank you.
okay.
Oh my God, I'm cooking y'all. It's so hot in here. Actually, it's probably not. I have a condition that makes me feel like it is.
There is. That's,
All my women friend who are around my age say that it's hot flashes, but I know it's not.
Okay, thanks. The cultural
Real significance of Manhattan, Chinatown.
I don't know.
Of this, maybe even more specifically of this area of Manhattan's Chinatown. With the cultural significance of this area,
I don't think this area is
or maybe that's.
sounds as strong as Manhattan, Chinatown.
I would say it's not consistent, because it's not that it's out of context with the cultural significance, it's just not contributing to it because it's not.
That's, I disagree.
But I just don't understand what you mean out of context with the cultural significance.
Yeah, that's
What does that mean?
out of context with the cultural significance. It's out of context.
With the cultural nature of the community or
of-
something.
Yes, maybe, I think that's better.
Okay.
The
Yeah.
cultural, that word is what we're stuck on, yeah. So cultural,
Nature.
I'm trying to make it like a little bit like more objective, because like, what does that mean? Does it mean because the owner is not of Chinese descent? Does it mean because it's not, like, I guess I'm just trying to make it a little bit more clear, because I'm not, when people say that, I understand it's important to have businesses that reflect the majority of a community, but if the majority of a community was not people of color, we wouldn't say that. So I think it's really important to be clear about what that cultural nature, what about that is important.
I don't know if it's helpful, but in environmental impact statements in New York City, and I think state, one of the environmental impacts would be against the cultural, against the character of the neighborhood or the neighborhood character. I mean, so I almost feel like
maybe that's it.
Character is better than.
Out of context with the character,
cultural character.
Manhattan's Chinatown, is that better?
Well, cultural needs to be in there as a word. But
Cultural character
I
of
like it.
Manhattan's Chinatown.
Okay.
It's out of context with the, so, you know, we can leave those words, but it's just context, character. I think that makes more sense logically.
Okay. Is there any other application, or sorry, any other edits? Because I'd like to take a vote. I'm just gonna, if we're saying this part above, I think the only thing is I'd probably remove this because we've addressed it above.
I agree. Yes.
Well, public benefit then will not provide any public benefit, period.
Yes,
So
that needs to be, yes, put public
it needs to be
benefit.
public, and then get rid of to the Chinatown community. I would, so then, yeah, because we do,
Yes.
yeah.
Okay.
That's stating in our therefore clause of why we're formally denying it. So.
Okay, I'm gonna zoom out a little bit so that you can see this whole thing, give you one more second, and then I'm gonna call a vote. We have 6 more, guys. Okay, I'm gonna call this to a vote. This is the vote for number 9, 5 Chatham Square, FLA group. We are voting to deny without stipulations.
It's just deny.
Oh, the title should be changed. I believe the title says.
To deny.
Thank you. Okay, to deny. Okay, sorry, just need, now I have to remember everyone's names. David Crane,
Yes.
Amanda Lou,
Yes.
Clint Smelter,
Yes.
Sarah Botchin, yes, Jesse and Jamie absent. Great. All right, guys, sorry about that. Have a good rest of your evening. Thanks for sticking with us.
Thank you.
Okay, the next one that we are going to do is actually, can we just take a 2-minute bio break? We still have a number of items after that, so just everyone just take 2 seconds because it's been almost 4 hours. Okay, I'll be right back.
I think people are here for tenement. I don't know if there's other,
Tenement is next on our list, I think.
okay, because I know there are people here for it.
Yeah, that was on, I think that's on next on the list.
Thank you all. I'm leaving now.
Thank you.
Just as soon as David comes back, we'll get started again. Oh, you're there, David. Okay, good.
Sorry, I was chatting with my husband. Didn't want people to read my lips.
Oh, okay. Now I'm curious. Okay, we're gonna get started again. So we have 6 more applications to hear. The next application we will be hearing is Tenement, Tenement Partners LLC, 161 Ludlow Street. Could the applicant raise their hands so that we can promote you? I almost said upgrade you. Upgrade you to first class. And I am going to read the highlights of this application while that's happening. Okay. So this is an application for a change in method of operation to amend the closing hours, sorry, losing my train of thought, as well as for on-premises liquor license. So this applicant is located at 161 Ludlow Street between East Houston and Stanton Streets. This establishment has a capacity of 150 people, 9 tables, 36 seats, and a 24-foot L-shaped bar. American small plates will be prepared in a full kitchen and food prep area, with food being served all hours of operation and recorded music at background levels only. There are 36 on-premises liquor licenses within 500 feet per the SLA map, and the location has been licensed to the applicant since 2022 for on-premises liquor, with closing by 12 a.m. Monday to Wednesday and by 2 a.m. Thursday to Sunday. The location was previously licensed for on-premises liquor to 161 Ludlow Food Inc., which was doing business as No Fun from 2011 to 2019. That liquor license had hours of operation of 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. Mondays to Fridays, and 11 a.m. to 4 a.m. Saturdays and Sundays. But due to community member complaints, CB3 asked the SLA to enforce its approved method of operation and post stipulations on that previous license holder to amend the hours. The applicant with us today is licensed at another location at 191 Christie Street since 2011 and hasn't had SLA reports or actions over the last 5 years. The location itself has had 6 311 complaints since 2020. And we had 22 residents who live within 2 blocks of the location, including 8 in the same building, sign a petition in favor. And then we had also received a petition with 24 residents who live within 2 blocks of the location who signed a petition against. Okay. Applicant, am I missing any key points about your application?
I am not the operator of 191 Christie and have never been. I have another location in Williamsburg on 595 Union Avenue. There is a corporate change happening within this space, so the former operator might have been the 191 Christie.
Okay. You said you're licensed at another location in Brooklyn?
Yeah, 595 Union Avenue.
Okay, thank you. I will update that. And that's for on-premises liquor.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The 4 a.m. license.
Okay, that's helpful to hear. Okay. Is there anything else that you, John, want to add, or Alexa?
I'd like to add that the 191 Christie Street address, that license is no longer active. It's been inactive for a while now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The former operator, that was his location, and it's no longer an active license.
Okay. Okay, now I'm going to move to the committee. Any questions that you all have?
Which address is this one? Because I was going to bring up the forms and I.
161 Ludlow Street. Tenement. While David is thinking on that, I had a question. I reviewed this application. How many seats are at the bar?
14.
And do you all have a trade name yet? I had it pending in the questionnaire.
Yeah, it's called a Thief, which is the name of my bar in Williamsburg as well.
Okay,
We're calling it Thief LES.
got it. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Committee, any other questions that you want to ask before I move to public session?
I just have a question on the questionnaire that a few things weren't checked off. So just like number 13, I will not have a limited. I don't know.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do we address that now or after public?
Yeah.
session?
I can wait.
Okay, cool. Okay, I'm gonna open the public session. This is again for Tenement Partners LLC doing business as Thief LES at 161 Ludlow Street. If you would like to speak about this item, please raise your Zoom hand and we will promote you.
You want me to do these promotions or do you want to?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, I'm just promoting them all.
Okay.
Accept your invitation. Oh, if they make it to be a lot, let me do 2 at least. And Susan Cox.
Okay.
Accept those, please.
I'm gonna call on Patrick first, and everyone will have a minute and 30 seconds. Just please be conscious of time. And if a point has been made, just simply say you agree with that point, given the late hour. Thank you. Patrick, you can go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
The first thing I want to say is that the petition in opposition were 29 signatures, not 24. We are speaking in opposition to the proposed amendments to the liquor license at 161 Ludlow Street, originally granted to a short-lived restaurant tenement. Tenement applied for a full liquor license on April 16th, 2021 for a restaurant with a full menu of early American cuisine with a New York City immigrant theme, entertainment provided by background system small speakers and acoustic some nights. The operating hours for tenement were until 2 a.m. Monday through Saturday. Within a few short months of operating within its license and stipulation agreement, the restaurant known as Tenement has been morphed into the Thief. Not only does the Thief offer happy hours, amplified live music, open windows, it has installed a nightclub level sound system. According to City Tour, Thief boasts a quote, top-notch sound system. Thief LES will showcase iconic scenes of Debbie Harry, the Beastie Boys, blah, blah, blah. The operators of Thief now propose to legitimize their violations through the back door by applying for amendments that they already permitted themselves to indulge in. This is a classic bait and switch, a tactic regularly employed in this area by bad actors seeking to exploit and profit from the nightclub scene that is destroying this neighborhood, making it more unlivable by the week. Furthermore, the actions of the operator of Thief make a mockery of the institution of the community board process, and we residents that the community board represents. On the grounds that Thief is already operating in violation of its license and stipulation, the proposed amendments must be denied and Thief must be compelled to comply with the existence license and stipulations.
Patrick, I'm gonna ask you to pause there because it's been over 1:30. Thank you for providing your testimony. I'm gonna have.
Can I say one more thing? Everyone else got 2 minutes or more. Some of those people spoke for, I don't know what, 5 minutes. I want to say that this.
Patrick,
yes.
As chair, I reserve the right to change the time. A maximum of 2 minutes is provided, and there were many people who were provided less than that. It's 10:30. I just want to make sure if you have one additional point you want to make, and then there are 2 other folks who wanted to speak.
My additional point is this place is 30 yards from where I sit, in one of the worst places in New York City to live. There are constant crowds of drunks outside my window until sometimes 5:30 in the morning. This place could only add to it. Please do the right thing and deny it.
Okay, thank you, Patrick.
Thank you.
Susan, you can go ahead now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, I live across the street from Thief, and I saw in the application that the windows and doors were going to be kept closed, and I've called the police department a couple of times now to ask them to close the doors and windows, which are open all the time. And I have an elderly neighbor who lives right across the street, and he says he's not getting any sleep at all. So number one, please just close doors and windows. And the other thing is, when it was no fun, there was Friday and Saturday nights, starting about midnight, there would be lines of people getting into that place till about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. And I'm just imagining that this is going to be a recreation of the same thing. And I would love that to not happen again.
Okay.
And that's really it. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you so much. David, you can go ahead next.
Yes, following up on some comments that Patrick has made, I live just one block over, and Patrick comments not just that there's 30 OPs within this neighborhood, but among those OPs are Piano, The Skinny, Hair of the Dog, Zazzy Pizza is not an OP, 82 Stanton Street, formerly Epstein's. So we have more than our share of problems and places that have attracted not just noise complaints, but complaints regarding violence, and not just late night problems, but very, very early in the morning problems. The neighborhood has been faced with decades of these bait and switch tactics, and we're asking you to call a stop to that. Places that ask for 20 events in a year. If the neighbor has 20 events in a year, the next neighbor has 20 events in a year. There's so many neighbors here who have OP license that are running events. It's a nonstop, the number of events that we have where people are dumping out into the streets at 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. Our particular building has seen an increase of break-ins early in the mornings, with the hallways being trashed and even people defecating in the hallways of our buildings. We'd love to see a stop to this and to quit this expansion of the liquor license. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Daniel, you can go next.
Thank you. I just wanted to also make sure that the 29 petitions against were counted. I live 2 blocks from there. I walk by this location on my way home from work every day. And that corner is horrible, and we can't add extra hours to that corner. And this is what we're always afraid of when we speak at this SLA committee on the community board, is the biggest bait and switch. It sounds like this is not even tenement applying for amending closing hours. It sounds like a corporation change, because they're claiming that the person, and they're changing their name, and that the person that had this other bar is not part of them anymore. So yeah, their name says it all, Thief. And I am against this change in liquor license.
Thanks, Daniel. I don't think there was anyone else. David, correct me if I'm wrong. You're on mute.
I know it's hard. I didn't see anyone else. Oh, Alice has raised her hand. I will put in Alice.
Oh,
Here they come.
okay. Alice will be the last person that we have speak. Thank you.
Oh.
Go ahead, Alice. Alice, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, unmute. Okay, not only that, I agree with everything that my neighbors have said, and also add on 3 or 4 smoke shops on that corner, 2 patrol cars parked all night with their lights flashing. Not that that helps, because they sit in those cars with their phones all night. They don't even get out. E-bikes flying all through the sidewalks, up and around. I mean, it might as well be 42nd Street. It's insane. Can't even walk. I do walk my dogs. I can't. Not that it's all about my dogs, but I'm just using that as a barometer of how hazardous it is to even just navigate the sidewalks, and add to that the drunks and the kids and the, you know, all that. And also, they don't even have food. Try and go buy food over there. I don't know what their immigrant inspired menu was, because it's a bar. It's just a bar. There's people sitting at the bar. The doors are wide open, the music, the karaoke, whatever, they're all singing out. It's a bar. I don't know what the restaurant was. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alice. Okay, I'm gonna come back to the applicant now to address some of the concerns raised by the community members.
Sure. I'll first address the bait and switch. I was not involved in Tenement Partners LLC before February. They brought me in as a bona fide operator. I've been operating restaurants and bars in New York City since 2005. They liked my concept in Williamsburg, as it is been around for 2 years this month. I believe we have 0 311 calls. We've never had police interaction. We have an unrestricted liquor license there, which is part of the reason they brought me in. We do have an absolute full menu that we serve in addition to brunch menu. I believe you have all the menus. All of that food is served all of the operating hours. We are very much a restaurant, but we are also a cocktail bar. We do have a cocktail aspect to us, given my background. I operated for Cocktail Kingdom for years, who has a couple places in CB3. Sound system, we have a normal sound system. I'm not sure about the city tour article, but it's just a normal sound system with Bose speakers. My bad, I did not know about the stipulation as far as we had unamplified 3 times. We had an unamplified DJ who just came through our house system during the afternoon on a Saturday and Sunday afternoon during brunch. We were trying to do an 80s brunch theme. We had a 3-piece trio also only through our house system, never through amplified speakers. I did not know that that was a stipulation. I also did not know the stipulation about the doors and windows, which we're happy to close. What he was mentioning, Beastie Boys and all that stuff, that's just artwork on our walls. We did a cosmetic change to kind of match the aesthetic of Thief Williamsburg. But I've been operating in New York City, like I said, 2005, Cafe Luxembourg, Cafe Clooney. I had other liquor licenses in my name and never dealt with any sort of issues. We are not looking to be a nightclub or anything like that. We haven't had a line since we opened. We are a restaurant that is also trying to take advantage a little bit of the bar business down there, which is part of the reason that Tenement folded within 4 months.
Okay, thank you, John.
Yep.
I'm gonna move to my committee for discussion.
So, I mean, I have one question. I checked the 3 ones for your Williamsburg location, and there was, I think 12 of them total, but in the past 2 years, there's been 3 non-crime corrected, which means the police did show up and speak to someone. You said you had no issues, but that's what the 3 ones say. Second, can you speak to, I know you just addressed, but when did you said you became a partner in February?
I became an operator, yes, in February. Like I said, they're going through corporate change.
But so you've been operating since, and they haven't done a corporate change. So
no, we have applied for a corporate.
You have now, but
speak to that. But
February,
we didn't open until April.
Yes, but you opened in April under the old partnership, but you were the operator. So there's some disconnect there that something wasn't done correctly.
I'm the only change corporate.
Yes, but there still should have been a corporate change, is what I'm saying. Second,
Sorry.
that, Alexa?
There is a corporate change that's pending. It's just that it was outside of Manhattan 3's purview, so we didn't have to notify you guys about it. But it is pending and it's in process. It was an under 80% change, so we didn't have to notify the board about it.
What percentage was it changed?
John, can you speak to your exact percentage ownership?
I'm actually not positive. I mean, I think it was somewhere around 18%.
Yeah, not even at 20%, I don't
So
think.
you did an 18% corporate change, but now you're taking over the whole thing?
I'm
He's a majority owner.
I'm an operator, and I'm getting equity for my part in operating a bar that, or a restaurant that is viable. I'd like to mention that I had 4 or 5 people on here that live in the building to speak in support of the place because they love it so much, but
I'm just a little confused about I'm just trying to clarify what's going on. So are you taking over, or tenement is still remaining and you're just becoming a partner?
The entity is still going to remain, yes.
Okay.
It became Thief. We turned it into...
Yes. With the former partners of whatever his name was, I had it here in the original license, but I think there was only one part. How many partners were part of the original license?
Mark Osborne was the majority owner, owning around 20%. Everyone else owned less than 10%. So they
There's
were
about 15 investors, I think.
about 15, 20 investors owning less than 10%. So they did not have to be disclosed to the SLA.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
John's ownership in this new corporate change, he's taking over Mark's majority ownership. Everyone else, all of the other investors still own less than 10%. So
wait a second, you just said it's less than an 18% change. If he's taking over the majority ownership, that doesn't make sense with what you told us earlier.
18 to 20%, that's the majority ownership. So the ownership that Mark currently owns under the SLA's license, John is taking over that ownership.
So you're coming in as a corporate change, but then you're changing the method of operation as well.
Yes.
They're not coming to us
They're
for.
not coming as
I know you're not, yes, because it doesn't fall under, because it's small enough percentage. Okay, so I'm clear, I'm a little more clear on that. But so what I'm concerned about, John, is if you're going to be the majority operator and you took this over and you said you weren't aware of the stipulations, unfortunately, that doesn't give me a lot of faith in how you're going to run the business. If you came into a business to operate it and didn't take time to learn about what the stipulations were,
I mean, I think that was a little more of the disconnect with the former operator conveying the info.
You didn't go to look it up?
I did not.
I mean,
You
it's
didn't read
stated on the
the
liquor
license that you are.
Usually the lawyer asks us for the stipulations.
Doesn't say anything about doors and windows on the liquor license. I saw unamplified music, which, we didn't have any amplified music.
No, actually it says recorded music, and you've had live music. I have the license in front of me. It does say recorded music, and you've advertised live music. So that just concerns me. That's concerning to me about your intent to operate going forward and speaking to you as an operator.
Understood. I mean, I think my track record speaks for me, but understood.
Susan, your hand has been up. I don't know if you.
Yeah, I actually wanted to speak to the same issue, but I mean, we clearly, so Mark is the one that signed the stipulations before, is that true?
Correct.
And so I feel like we recommended a license for someone who was a fraud, basically, because he didn't keep the stipulations. He didn't tell them to you. I'm surprised your lawyer generally that, they'll ask us for copies. I don't know what to say about it. I don't want to blame you because it wasn't you. It just makes us realize that the place that has been operating there has not been operating in good faith. I don't know what to say about that.
I mean, I don't think it was out of any sort of, unfortunately they had some really bad, I think it took them over a year to get it open, and then once they opened, they just didn't have the business. They came to me to try and make it a more viable business. But like I said, you can look at my place in Williamsburg and you can absolutely know that we are not anywhere near a nightclub. That's just not who we are.
It's just that we depend so much on and again, you weren't there. We just depend so much on stipulations as the kind of end reason for having all these conversations. And it's just very disheartening the way they're treated. But I understand why the neighbors are upset,
So unless anyone else has any other questions, what my thoughts are at the moment is, I have two thoughts. One is that given that this is a problem location, and it was a problem location prior to tenement, tenement has obviously not abided by their stipulations. One of the things that the SLA charges us with considering especially for 500-foot hearings, is the history of a location. This has been a problem location. So coming in and asking for additional, not privileges, but additional things on top of the stipulations were put in place before that weren't followed, I personally don't think I can do that. If you were to come in and prove that you're a responsible operator and you're going to abide by stipulations you've been given, that might be different. But at the moment, even separate from you, I just don't know that I'm willing to approve anything greater than what was there for the tenement, for you or the tenement or anyone else, regardless of your history as an operator. It's a problem location that's been shut down by the SLA.
I understand that. I mean, that also had nothing to do with me. And, again, I think part of the reason that place is not there anymore is because they weren't able to do the business. Unfortunately, that neighborhood does get busy on the later side. That's why we kind of need those extra hours to be able to deal with such a high overhead. But I understand what you're saying. And I know you don't know me. I do have a great track record, and I understand what you're saying about the STIPs not being followed. But again, you can look at my Williamsburg bar and see that, we are very well loved within the neighborhood. And we're, in the short time we've been in this neighborhood, besides the few people you had speak out, what do I have? 6 people in the building that signed the petition. They were all going to speak on our behalf because they're so excited about the space we opened.
As my point is, it's not about you, it could be any other operator. This is just the most saturated problem location in CB3, basically in all of New York City. So it's not necessarily about you. It's a business coming in there, any business. That's my opinion. So I'm going to let anyone else speak.
Okay, David.
Yeah, I want us to deny this one. There's no reason to grant increased hours at this point. It's very similar to the previous one, except for the previous one. I really think that particular operator was a problem. We can state that this place does have that adverse history, and so it deserves heightened awareness, heightened consideration of potential problems.
So David, one thing I just want to ask, what I'm kind of hearing is that there's maybe been some obfuscation, John, in terms of whatever was communicated to you in this, transaction that you have with your partners. Right. But I also feel it is kind of your responsibility to be aware of the stipulations on your business. They're supposed to be posted inside of the business. And so you should be looking at them every day. So one thing I just wanted to pose, is there committee any interest in asking the applicant to withdraw and to spend some time observing the current stipulations before coming back to us?
I feel like he has the current stipulations. This is similar to what we talked about on the Avenue C location. He has the current stipulations. At this point, if he were willing to, he can continue operating with those current stipulations. So, down the road, would we consider something? Sure, possibly. We would consider anything, but at the moment, I'm just not willing to increase hours or anything else for the application. He has every right to continue operating with the tenement stipulations, and if he can show.
Yeah, but I'm specifically saying, is the recommendation to withdraw? Because what I'm kind of hearing is we don't have like really a history here to look at. And we have some inconsistencies between the history that's being presented and the history that is available publicly. So I think it's really important, you know, John, that you're coming into this business, you've not been, you know, at this location for very long. I think it's important to come with good faith to the things the community has raised.
Are you asking me a question?
Well, I've only heard one of my colleagues really opine on my idea, but I guess that's enough to say, like, are you interested in withdrawing, taking more time to observe the current stipulations and show that you respect those ones before changing the stipulations?
I think I would have to think about that. You know, I'm worried about the viability of the business.
I mean, because the other option, at least what would propose, the other option is an outright denial, which is going to get you the same outcome. Basically, you're going to have your current stipulations.
Yeah, so I don't know if you want to, I don't know, you know, Alexa's representing you. I don't know if you have guidance you want to provide to your client, you're welcome to, but I'm just trying to think about what I feel would strengthen the situation for you, John. And what I'm hearing from my colleagues is that we don't really have a clear record here to look at. So I understand that you know, are pointing to this record you have in Williamsburg. One of my colleagues has, you know, shown inconsistency with what you said, which is never good. So I definitely think it's.
I'm sorry. What is the inconsistency about what I said in Williamsburg?
You had said that you hadn't had any 311 complaints with police action, and Clint had said that there were 4.
There wasn't any 311 complaints with police interaction. There
are. I mean, I pulled up the 311 complaints. I can show you the list. I'm not just pointing them out. It's just, and again, whether they spoke to you or someone of your staff, but they have it listed as the police showed up and took action. So,
It's an open data.
For what?
It's a noise complaint. It just says.
Yeah, we only look at noise complaints. We don't look at the other.
And there's how many in?
It is, just give me 1 second. There was 1, 2, 3. There was 3 within the last
2 years. We've been open for 2 years. Yeah.
Yeah, and this is in the last, so that's why I only did it back to the 2 years. It was within the last year and a half.
Is not a lot, but my point, John, is more like it's important, I think, to have like a handle on the mitigating factors that you're presenting. And it's really hard when you say one thing, but the public record says a different thing. So it's important to come into like this meeting, like really having.
I honestly we've never had interaction with the police for a noise complaint at Williamsburg. We had interaction with the police for us calling them for like someone locked in the bathroom and things like that. I have never had a police interaction for noise complaints. And I'd find it very hard to believe that my staff wouldn't tell me that, but you know, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, understood. I think just the broader point is about kind of understanding your history and understanding, like, I think a lot of folks just, you know, have had bad experiences with folks that they feel are coming in good faith, or that we've kind of, you know, considered them in good faith. And then, you know, yes, this bait and switch that has been mentioned by the community several times. So just want to be cognizant of that. Susan, I see your hand's been raised for a while.
Oh,
David,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
raised. Okay. I don't know, David, if your hand is also raised for a new point.
Yes,
Okay, go ahead.
I move that we deny this. You can add the whereases.
Yeah,
I'm not doing it. If he's not withdrawing, this is the next step. This is what.
yeah, no, I was just making sure he doesn't want to withdraw, because it's just gonna
Yeah, no, he can withdraw at any point before we vote.
drag it out a bit, but.
I mean, Alexa, would you like to speak to this?
John, are you sure you don't want to withdraw? I mean, it would probably be a good thing to kind of let them see that you can operate with the stipulations that you currently have, rather than getting a denial going to the SLA, going to a full board hearing in 9 to 10 months and possibly getting a denial there too.
Sure, we'll withdraw.
Yeah, so I think, look at those stipulations again, and yeah, really, I think Alexa is advising you, so. Thank you for your time tonight, guys. Thank you, Alexa. I know you've been for multiple items. We have 5 more items, guys, so I'm gonna move on to the next one.
Alexa, I think you do need to email the office an official
yes.
written email withdrawal that you will not go to the SLA without coming to us beforehand.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Clint, for being diligent. Okay, the next application we're gonna hear from is the York. That's item number 8, Dose Dudes LLC, at 186 Avenue B. This is for alteration to add a backyard space. I am going to pull up the highlights and share them with everyone. While we promote the applicant, please raise your hand if you haven't already so that David can promote you. Okay.
All right, Frank and James can now accept that little invite.
Oh, Frank back again. So this is an applicant for Dose Dudes LLC, doing business as the York, seeking an alteration for their full on-premises liquor license at 186 Avenue B between 11th and 12th Street. This is an application to license the backyard space for 9 tables and 18 seats, reduce the counter seating from 12 to 3 seats, reconfigure the remaining seats, and reduce the bar seats from 12 to 9, with hours from 2 p.m. to 2 a.m. all days. These are the changes that have been requested. Currently, there are 12 full-on liquor licenses within 500 feet. And the applicant has been operating at this location since March of this year. And there have been 2 311 calls in that time and 1 requiring police action. Applicant, 18 residents who live within 2 blocks of the location signed a petition in favor of the application. Applicant, do you have anything to add, or Frank?
Yeah, I would just mention that
Frank, I think you cut out again.
I would just mention that one of those 311 complaints was loud talking on the street. I'm not sure that's directly attributable to us.
And if it's okay, just to add to that as well, as the owner operator, I've never been notified. I'm not discrediting the police activity. It was never made to me. That does not say that it didn't happen. This is the first time I've heard of any case.
I want to clarify one thing. It's down there is 186. It could be Jose Luis because I know they have a lot of issues out front with their street. So just whether that was you or not.
So I know when we previously had 1 complaint, we just removed it. So I'm hearing, I know Clint dug into this one, so I'm gonna remove that clause.
It's fine. Yeah, it can just come off.
We are the North Store, just to clarify. We are both, Jose Luis and I, and us are both the same address, 186. They're the south, we're the north.
Yeah, that makes sense. They have a lot of outdoor activity there. Okay. Committee, do we have any questions before we go to public session? Okay, cool. If you are here to speak about item number 8, the York 186 Avenue B, please raise your Zoom hand and David Crane will promote you. I see Laura. So as soon as you get promoted, Laura, you can go ahead and speak.
Yeah, here I am. So I'm just gonna, I'm in addition to my capacity for the East Village Community Coalition, I live near this location and I pass by it all the time. So there's just a couple things neighbors have asked me to express, who they didn't last as long as you all have this evening. this block has a terrible rat problem. It's well known to the community board. Susan has, and we've all been working on it forever. This is mostly because these restaurants with these backyards, they face Sawyer Park, and they back up, the backyards face Sawyer Park. So there's a lot of trash that gets left at Sawyer Park after parties and things. It isn't always handled properly or effectively by parks picking it up. So there's a lot of already food for rats back there. And I know that this is not a reason for SLA to deny use of a backyard, but I just want to be sure that the applicants are aware of this. The tree pits, the condition of those tree pits is still god awful. They have holes, obvious rat activity. I hate to say this, but as good as some of the restaurants on that block are, I will not eat there because it's just gross to me. So I know that the backyard use there has been an issue at these locations. There have been complaints. The more activity, the greater the impact. I believe this is truly a restaurant and not a bar. The fact that they're trying to bring in more seating actually speaks to that, and it's exactly what I've observed. I don't think that their crowd is a drinking crowd necessarily, but it is a very, very lively crowd. And having that out in the backyard, that many people, even until 10 p.m. has some impact. So I would just ask the operators to work proactively on both of these situations, because the rat thing is solvable, and it's very, very frustrating for their neighbors.
Thank you, Laura. David, did you promote anybody else? I don't think so.
Nobody else has raised their hand.
Okay.
Sorry, for some reason the participants is at the opposite corner of the window from my own mute button, so it takes me.
I'm sorry, it's okay. Applicant James Frank, do you want to address the issues that Laura raised?
James, go ahead. I'm not in favor of rats either.
Apologies. Can you hear me? Sorry. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, no, to that point, I want to agree with you, Laura. You're absolutely correct. I'm, as a person who spends 70 hours a week in front of that business right now, the rats are terrible. I can't say I'm a part. I mean, I don't know exactly what the solution is, but I can try to make some remedies on my behalf. One of those remedies that we've made is that we have trash collection picked up 6 days a week. It's an additional expense to our business. Our trash collection is picked up at 3 a.m. and our staff is known to not take trash out to the streets until around 1 o'clock in the morning when they're actually able to. We never put trash out any earlier, guaranteed, than 8 p.m. And that would be a rare time, because at 8 p.m. it's too busy for us to even run trash to the streets. So there's very rarely more than about 2 hours that our trash has ever sat on New York sidewalks. As well as that, we have 2 times a month. I can share with this if you'd like, the reports of an exterminator that handles both flies, rats in our front and our back area. On top of which, when we first took over the lease at 186 North, the back area had a wooden deck that was rotten, old, and was just infested with rats. We've since removed that deck without knowing if we could use the space, but just because we knew it was just going to consistently be an issue for the rats. So on the level of rats, I hear you, I'm with you, and I want to fix the problem as best we can.
May I just ask if you plan to have a deck, or which it does provide shelter, or if this is just like a patio ground on the ground thing?
No, so our full plans right now with the outdoor space is to level the dirt and then to add small rocks and things like that that are able to irrigate nicely, but that nothing could live with under. It's both.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Yeah, and that is our written plan, and that's what it will be.
Laura, I'm going to change you back to an attendee, not because I don't love hearing from you, but because typically the public doesn't directly ask the question. Susan, go ahead.
Yeah, so with the two businesses at the same address, Is this the one that used to be Barbone at one time?
No, that was Jose Luis.
Oh, okay. Because so the neighboring spot, and I don't know how much this will affect you. There were a lot of problems with the noise from the backyard. So I think you'll probably have to look at some kind of mitigations to absorb the noise.
Thank you, Susan. Clint?
That's what I was gonna ask. I used to live at 186. I was on the top floor, and there's always been, in those backyards have always been used. It hasn't been a major problem. One thing that makes a huge difference is, and that I was gonna ask, are you proposing any kind of awning or even umbrellas or coverings in the backyard? Because the restaurants that had those were much less loud. That noise didn't carry, because even though it's not a valley back there like some buildings, there's a park, but that noise does move up to all of the backs of those buildings. There's a question. Are you proposing any kind of awning, coverings, anything?
To answer your question, Clint, absolutely, yes. Not just for shade, but yes, to mitigate noise damage, noise pollution and things like that. Yes, 100%. We would be putting some form of a cover. To exactly what point, we're not exactly sure yet, but it would not just be an open air space.
Okay, because that, like I said, the restaurants that had those were much less impactful than, there was one that had nothing and it was obvious.
Right.
Thank you, Clint. Committee, do we have any other questions for the applicant? Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we move to the.
No one has any issues with the inside changes they're making. I don't, just clarifying that no other committee members do.
No.
Perfect, great.
So I'm gonna make a motion, or sorry, I'm not gonna make a motion. I have to show a resolution first. My bad, jumping to conclusions. Okay, let me share my screen. Okay, so here's the resolution. Gonna make it nice and big. One moment. Okay. So this is a resolution to deny unless stipulations are agreed to. I've already read all this other stuff, so I'm just gonna jump down to, I've added in that one resident, Laura, spoke in opposition to the application during the meeting. I'm gonna move down to the stipulations now. So therefore be it resolved, the Community Board 3 recommends a denial of the application unless the applicant agrees to the following signed notarized stipulations: that it will operate as a full service restaurant serving serving American food during all hours. Its hours of operation will be opening no later than 2 p.m. and closing by 2 a.m. all days. It will close all outdoor dining under the temporary open restaurants program and any other subsequent uses by 10 p.m. all days and not have any speakers or TV monitors. It will close any front and rear facade doors and windows at 10 p.m. every night or when amplified sound is playing, including but not limited to DJs live. Oh wait, this one I feel like we might not have put in. Do you have a closed fixed facade or do you have an open facade? I can't remember what that spot.
We have obviously a door that can open, and then we have sliding windows that can open.
But we close them every night, 10 o'clock, right?
Yeah,
Oh, every night. Yes, of course.
Yes, so I'm gonna just, yes, I'm gonna just.
That was my fault, Sarah. When I did this one, I left that.
I know you did this one fast. Thank you.
That was a quick.
So the stipulation is just, it will close any front or rear facade doors and windows at 10 p.m. as Frank said, every night or when amplified sound is playing, including but not limited to DJs, live music and live non-music performances, or during unamplified live performances or televised sports. It will play ambient background music only, consisting of recorded music. I said radio music, sorry. It will not have live DJs, music, promoted events, scheduled performances, or any event at which a cover fee will be charged. It will not apply for any alteration in its method of operation or for any physical alterations without first appearing before Community Board 3. It will not host pub crawls or party buses. It will not have unlimited drink specials with food. It will, it may have happy hours until 7 p.m. each night. And it will ensure there are no wait lines outside and will designate an employee for ensuring no noise, loitering, or crowds outside. It will conspicuously post a stipulation form beside its liquor license inside the business and provide a telephone number for residents to call with complaints and immediately address any resident complaints. Applicant, does this look good to you?
I
Yes.
don't, I'm not sure a resident actually spoke in opposition to this application.
You don't think Laura was in opposition?
I mean,
No, she wasn't.
Yeah, I actually, she was commenting on the rat problem and kind of alert. I might agree with Frank on this one. I don't know if she was fully in opposition.
Okay, so I'm just gonna remove this clause. I gathered it was somewhat.
I think
it's
she was
nice to
just,
see you, Clint.
she was kind of like just ambivalent, just pointing out the rat problem. So I go with you on this one, Frank.
Okay,
By the way, it's nice to see you, Clint.
Thank you. Nice to see you again, Frank.
cute. Okay, everyone else okay with this resolution? Sorry, there was a weird track change from Susan from the template, I think.
My only question, and I'm kind of up in the air on this, should we put in that the applicant agreed to provide some sort of awning or covering over the outdoor space in the back? I feel like that he agreed to that, so if he's willing.
Right. Right.
That's absolutely fine on our end.
Okay. So I can add it into the stipulation form here, and we can add it in, I can use the same language in that resolution.
Okay, sure.
Just say it will
Install
provide,
an awning in the backyard.
maybe not as be specific, because he said he's not sure, maybe not even say awning, but maybe just say a covering
To
over the-
mitigate sound,
to mitigate sound in the backyard dining area.
covering to mitigate sound.
Yes, that way it doesn't lock him into an awning or anything else, but
Okay, I like that. Okay,
perfect, thank you.
great. I'm gonna call to a vote now. Sorry, I gotta minimize this so that I can remember all y'all's names. Okay. David Crane,
Yes.
right? Jamie absent, Amanda,
Yes.
Clint Smelter,
Yes,
Jesse Beck absent, Sarah, yes. Okay, this motion passes. Okay, applicant. I don't know, Frank, if you have another one, but applicant, you're at least free to go, James.
Thank you
Thanks
very
for
much.
hearing this.
Yes. Okay. Let me stop sharing that one. And move on to the next. Okay, next one is 5 Dude LLC, item number 13, 113 Division Street. If you are that applicant, please raise your Zoom hand and we will promote you. While that's happening, I will read the highlights of 5 Dude.
Sorry, but a lot of people rose their hand who I know are not the applicants.
Okay. Please, we're gonna lower everyone's hands. And then we're gonna ask only the applicant to raise their hand at this time.
Got it.
Yes, please, applicant only, and Frank, you're representing this applicant? No, okay, we gotta demote Frank again. Bye, Frank. Only the applicant for 5 Dude LLC, please raise your hand. While that's happening, 5 Dude LLC is seeking a full on-premises liquor license in the premises located at 113 Division Street between Pike and Canal. This is an application for an establishment with 12 tables, 37 seats, 15 counter seats in the ground floor, and 1 bar with 7 seats in the cellar lounge. A full kitchen preparing omakase sushi and bar food, serving food during all hours of operations, 2 televisions in the cellar floor, bar / lounge, playing sports, background music from streaming services, and no DJs or live music, no promoted events, no scheduled events, and no events at which a cover fee is charged. There are 15 full on-premises liquor licenses within 500 feet per the SLA map, 5 on the same block. This location was never, has never been previously licensed. I believe, David, you can correct me because I think you did this one. And 8 residents who live within 2 blocks of the location signed a petition in favor of the application.
Right, yes, true, and 3 were in the building.
Oh, 3, okay.
Yeah, sorry,
Well, did you have a question about the license never existing?
do I have that highlighted? I didn't
Yes.
intend to. No, I'm sorry, I made a mistake.
Okay, got it. Okay. So the applicant, I believe, is promoted and with us. Daniel and Michelle and Shing. Okay. go
Hi,
ahead.
I would like to just say that it won't be a full liquor license, but it would be a beer and wine.
Okay. Thank you for adding that.
It's beer wine.
Yes.
Wow, I really messed these up. Well, so why is this one here? Because it's
Because of the hours
okay,
past midnight.
okay.
Thank you for that correction. Is there anything else you want to add about your application?
Actually, that would be all. Other than the fact that we'll probably operate from 2 to 2. The space will be open from 2 to 2.
So is that all days?
We'll be off on Monday, so basically from Tuesday to Sunday.
I
Tuesday
think
to
I
Sunday.
simplified this a bit because there were 2 different open hours on different days of the week, and so I just put in
Yeah.
put the
So-
later one.
On your,
So,
on the application, you have 5 to 1 for the restaurant ground level and 5 to 2 for the cellar lounge.
Yes.
Are you changing that to 2 to 2?
No, so basically the space will be open, the whole space will be open from 2 to 2. But then the thing is, the operating hour for upstairs will be from for downstairs is 5 to 2, and then upstairs will basically be open from 2 to 1.
so just because it's confusing, I think to do it that way, I think what we're recommending global
Mhm.
hours. So it's to your benefit probably to say opening no later than 5. You can still open up earlier, but then you're not tying yourself to a time that you can't do every day. And
That'd
then
be fine too.
I think that David was asking kind of for you to clarify, do you want closing by 1 across the board or closing by 2? Because I don't think we can do like different for different
Closing by 2.
closing by 2. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, and there's enough licenses in the area that actually at 2 p.m. open time, and for any portion of the business will be welcome.
Yes, I mean, you
Because
should,
it prevents you from really, you won't.
but
be
if you
really-
want to, but he's not able to do it some days, so I think 5 p.m. makes sense.
So we're going to do 5 p.m. to 2 a.m. all days, Tuesday through Sunday.
Tuesday to Saturday, Sunday, sorry.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. So now that we've clarified that, do we have anything else, committee, before I move to public session? Okay. If you are here to speak about this item, which is number 13, 5 Dude LLC at 113 Division Street, please raise your Zoom hand and you will be promoted. We'll start with Emma. Once you've been promoted, you can go ahead and speak. I'm sorry, I realized my little timer has not been going. So Emma, I will have a timer for you.
Hello, good evening.
Hello.
So my name is Emma Colbert. I am president of Local Block Association, as well as a resident who lives directly across the street from this location on Division Street. I'm at 132 Division Street on the ground floor. We are at absolute saturation in this neighborhood. I sent a letter, unfortunately I sent it late, so I'm just going to read you what I wrote in the letter, which was that we're in firm opposition of this applicant. Our reasons are as follows: Dime Square and specifically Division Street between Pike and Canal Street are beyond saturation. 500-foot rule has been reached many times over. as shown by other local establishments located right in the immediate area, 130 Division Street. A food and beverage establishment being limited to wine and beer does not negate the impact on a community. The residents of Division Street endure a constant roar of noise and smoke most nights of the week, more than 2/3 of the year. 113 Division Street was previously a hair salon, not a food and beverage establishment. The people seeking this application did not reach out to the Block Association to discuss their plans, nor do they have prior food and beverage experience. They're seeking to stay open till 2 a.m. Majority of Division Street shuts down at midnight. Majority of these people living in this area are elderly Chinese immigrants who will not speak up on their behalf. There's an illegal police station across the street. Nobody is speaking up. And due to the closure of Canal Street between Orchard and Essex Street via the Open Streets program and Open Restaurants program, our block is fully encased as a public plaza. Nothing is being forced. Smoking is everywhere. Open container is everywhere. Quality of life is diminished. Yeah, I'm gonna finish. Dine Squares needs to be deemed a saturated area, and a moratorium on OP and beer and wine license needs to be established in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't see anyone else. David, correct me if I'm wrong. Okay. Applicant, did you want to address the points that Emma raised?
I do hear her point, but then the thing is, like, at where we are, I do have experience since I've been in the bar and lounge business and restaurant business for over 18 years. So to my understanding, I would actually bring more ambience into the neighborhood and probably try to lower the music down a little bit. Because for one, my top floor, ground floor would not be having any kind of open windows or doors. Second, downstairs, I'd have no windows, no noise, no whatsoever. I would try to control as much as I can of the smoking and probably limit the noise and try to probably keep the block that why I am in a check as much as I can.
Okay. Thank you. Committee, do you want to discuss anything else?
So, I mean, I do. So can you tell me a little bit about your experience? Because on your application, it said nothing. You had not NA.
So I submitted, I did actually submitted like a resume, that's going to be submitted to the SLA.
Okay.
So since,
hold on, your resume is back there. On the application, you said not applicable when it asked about your experience, but I see in the back of your packet, your resume is back there.
I am sorry, because clearly I didn't notice that and I wrote up this one.
But your experience as a dietitian.
No, I am actually Sing Yan.
Oh, sorry, hold on.
Yes. Daniel Yim is
wrong,
the partner.
wrong resume.
Yeah, I am the general manager.
So your experience is okay. You worked at Winnie's.
Yes, I'm still
You were
currently working at
bartender,
Winnie's.
you were manager at a karaoke place.
Is there a question?
Well, no, what I was going to say is, that changes my question a little bit. If you had no experience, and this is a previously unlisted location, I was going to ask if you would consider going with earlier hours, if you would consider closing at midnight, because we haven't had you as a license holder to know how you're going to operate a business. If that would be something you would consider.
Have you been a license holder at the other?
I have not been a holder, but then my previous experience of working, even at Winnie's right now, we're actually open, we're operating until 4 a.m. And then there actually haven't been like any complaints or anything. Well, but over there's a more separate issue. I mean, I can probably try to negotiate to 1 a.m. if that would be a better issue for it.
I think the committee would be
Midnight
favorable.
during the week,
Can I-
midnight during the week and 1 on a weekend.
Can I say something before we keep going? We need the applicant. We our information very, very clearly says we need the
Oh,
applicant. This
wait a
man
second.
is
So
not the
you aren't,
applicant.
your resume's in here, but you're not the actual applicant.
So yeah, the applicant is in here too.
He is here.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Where is he?
Daniel should be in the
Daniel
chat.
Yu.
Okay, so we need to speak to the applicant.
Yeah, he's here. You can unmute Daniel. I'm also just gonna, I put a PSA in the chat. I'm also gonna say it verbally. Please refrain from using the chat to send comments. Your comments must be made public. That's during the public session. So just send only technical issues in the chat so that everyone has access to the comments. Go ahead, Daniel. Daniel, do you want to address? Are you able to unmute? Okay.
He's still muted.
I sent the little unmute request, but
Can you hear us, Daniel? Daniel, are you able to hear us?
This is his first time in a Zoom meeting, so I'm not
Oh.
sure if he. Yeah,
He doesn't have
'cause I
anyone
think
with him.
he's frozen.
Is there like a representative, like a lawyer?
I think he's using the chat. I don't
Okay.
know what.
Did you by any chance promote Anthony Duchage? Because he's there, but I don't think he got promoted.
Is he with this business?
Yeah, so we're actually part of the team that represents Sing, well, 5 Dude LLC and Sing as the general manager.
Okay.
So I guess I can take over because I don't think Anthony's going to be able to connect.
Hello?
Hi, Daniel.
Hey, sorry about that. It was an audio issue I had.
Okay, go ahead. Did you hear the question? Sorry.
No, not really. Sorry.
Okay. So I think, we're speaking about changing the application. Your
Mhm.
colleague had said that hours of opening by 5 p.m., closing by 2 a.m.
Right.
But then we asked kind of if because you haven't been a license holder, or at least your colleague said he hadn't been, but you're the owner.
Right.
You haven't been a license holder before?
Right, correct.
Okay, so since we don't
And-
have a history, I think the committee was asking about maybe bringing back the hours a bit from 2 a.m.
Yeah, we are definitely negotiable on 1 a.m. if that works. And I know maybe 2 a.m. might not be for someone that's new to a license, so we're okay with 1 a.m. if that's possible.
Okay, committee, how do we feel about 1 a.m. closure? This is wine beer.
I'm happy with that.
I mean, I would be a little bit during the week. Would you consider 12 during the week?
Daniel, you could answer.
That might be something maybe we would have to be discussed a little further. But if 1 a.m. is where we can meet in middle line right now, I guess that would be the best for us, at least as someone that's newly opening.
Yeah.
Thank
And
you, Daniel.
That's why I would ask for 12. So if we do 12 during the week, 1 on the weekends, if that's.
Yeah, if 1 a.m. is viable right now, but that would be a conversation more with everyone else if that's going to be 12 a.m. on weekdays.
Daniel, would you consider 12 a.m. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and 1 a.m. Friday, Saturday, Sunday? Something like that where we divvy it up because they're trying to propose 12 a.m. And I understand you're countering with 1 a.m., but that seems to not be not accepting it outright. So could you somehow, committee members, would you guys consider, doing like a split 1 a.m. on the weekends, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday being Or even like Tuesday, Wednesday, Sunday being 12 a.m. and then 12 a.m. and then Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 1 a.m. Something like that. Sing and Daniel, what do you guys think?
We could definitely do Tuesday, Wednesday, and Sunday at 12 a.m. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, I would hope that we could do 1 a.m.
I'm gonna take a straw poll from the committee on 1 a.m. closure all nights. Clint, I assume you're a no on that. Okay, David,
No.
Amanda.
Well, if they're no, then
I mean, I would say I'm a yes, so I'm asking.
I mean, I think that they've shown their flexibility, and that's to me a good signal. I'm happy with that. So
But I mean, I'm just a little concerned about their operating method. You know, it's an omakase restaurant with sports on TVs.
We upstairs at the omakase, we have no TVs upstairs.
But so you're combining the upstairs omakase and downstairs is like a sports bar, and
it's considered as one entity, but then the thing is like everything is gonna be downstairs, so which is well, and we will be having heavy soundproofing. So basically upstairs just gonna be a nice little like quiet ambience where you enjoy your omakase. I mean, people come here even if they eat like omakase, they don't want anything loud or like any place dirty or like any kind of live DJ or music or anything that's very loud, and I would not like to promote that. That's why we will have like an enclosed space that is just, even our name for upstairs is SHH. So like, yeah.
So just to I guess David, you could go ahead and then I'll respond.
Well, I was gonna ask what 500-foot does not apply here, correct? So technically public benefit is kind of off the table.
500-foot applies.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, because it's beer and wine. Sorry.
Correct.
No.
I was about to say what's your proposed public benefit. So I want to ask that question. I will say that I really think that midnight 1 a.m. sounded like they were amenable to that. Don't see a reason not to accept that.
He said that it would require further discussion.
That was before. That was before.
That was for, no, that wasn't at the end.
That was a little earlier, Sarah.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm getting a bit lost here.
Sunday, Tuesday, and Wednesday at 12.
I'm sorry, I'm just gonna send a reminder, please use the chat for technical assistance only. Thank you.
You could save your breath on that one, Sarah.
It's important that the meeting remain a public meeting, and sending comments via the chat
Should we
is a
disable
violation
it?
of
I
open
understand, Sarah.
law. I just want to be clear why I'm asking that, because it is a violation of open meetings law.
Should we disable it?
I don't want to disable it. I would love for people to be able to share technical issues. I'm just asking that our residents please uphold the rules. They were provided at the beginning of the session. Okay, so I'm hearing the
So
applicant.
I just want to say one more closing thing. I'm just concerned that with their, I'm not trying to judge their business model, but it doesn't seem well thought out enough. And if we give this license and they don't end up staying in business, then we have someone else that can come in a 2-level space and then have a full-fledged rowdy sports bar. Because
Again,
they haven't proven themselves with any other businesses other than being bartenders and managers. They've never ran their own place. And if they go out, we're stuck with this 1 a.m. license. That's my biggest fear.
Yeah, I mean, I think I understand what you're saying. It is a wine beer license. So I just also want us to recognize that and the standard that we usually hold those licenses versus a liquor license. I also think it's really important for folks who want to start a business, who don't have a history, who are being flexible, for us to also think about that. Like, that's what makes New York City great, is that people can start businesses. And
We don't even hear if it's, say midnight across the board for a beer and wine. I mean, I kind of feel
Well, I
that,
was trying to ask that, but everyone
yeah.
is.
Well, what I'm saying is that, I don't think a midnight closing for someone who's never owned a bar before or a licensed establishment before, it's asking a lot. I mean, we tried very hard to steer them toward midnight closing. If they want something more than that for beer, wine in a location such as
So-
this.
Let's pause.
Okay.
Applicant, we'll ask again. Are you willing to consider a 12 a.m. closure across the board? In which case, you actually don't need to continue with this meeting. That can be done administratively. I believe, right? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, so from my perspective, I just want to ask, like, maybe the last time, are you guys, we're definitely flexible since we requested from 2 a.m. in the beginning. So I want to ask if Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, if we could push only those times to 1 a.m. and the rest across the board would be 12, as you guys mentioned.
Clint, David, I'm looking at you because I was willing to do 1 a.m. And Amanda, I think you were as well.
Clint?
I'm not super comfortable with that just because you haven't proven your experience.
But you were just admitting that before.
Yeah.
You said initially 1 a.m. on the weekends.
I
12
did say
a.m.
1 a.m. on the weekend.
And that's just what I heard from Daniel.
Yeah, I'm uncomfortable granting it at all for all those reasons. This is a new licensee.
In an unlicensed location.
Very strange business model with two different things going on. One rather fancy and one rather sports bar-y. In a double on a terrible block.
I do want to get us to a conclusion, guys, because we do have more applications still. So what I'm hearing, David, Clint, is you're not open to 12 a.m. weekdays, 1 a.m. weekends.
Will you agree to no TVs so that it's not a sports bar? Because that's more of a problem than an omakase restaurant.
And you're talking about the bottom level, right? Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, whatever you're saying.
Because it's not, and I'm not concerned about noise coming out of it. It's the type of establishment and the crowd, or, what the impact on the neighborhood. And sports bars have a very different impact than an omakase restaurant.
I mean, we could lose because we're not trying to promote ourselves as a sports bar. That's like any kind of way. It's just that like sometimes it's just it just brings a little bit of different ambience to the place. But if that's what it takes to get 1 a.m., we would lose the TVs.
I don't know. I'm not super comfortable with it.
I just feel like, Clint, you are asking for things, and then as soon as they say,
Well, no,
you're changing the goalposts. So I think you have to play your cards.
It's just basically, I'm not comfortable with it at all is the whole problem. So if that's the case and you're pushing me, I'm going to say no, 12 o'clock or nothing.
Well, because you keep saying, would you do this? And then when they say yes,
I'm trying to
change it again.
Creating a fallback position, Sarah.
I'm trying to make it palatable for the neighborhood, and I don't know if it's going to be.
But they're also agreeing to what you're saying, so you're not being fair. Like, tell them what the terms
Did you agree to no TVs? And
Can I suggest no sports, that he can have some TVs but not have sports?
We will not play sports. That's what we're trying not to promote. Because it's supposed to be, because at first we're just thinking that you know what, we just want a nice cozy place where you just fall back to and just, it's not like it's a big revenue in any kind of way. It's just that in the beginning, like,
I'm just afraid you haven't thought it all out. Omakase and sports and comfy places, like
no sports, Clint.
Yeah.
That's so okay. I'm fine.
Okay, so yeah, so now we've agreed to keep the TVs. no sports events playing on those TVs.
That's not a problem.
I'm hearing
I'm
what
fine
hours,
with it.
Clint?
Yes, I'm fine with it. Just do it.
12
It's just-
weekdays, 1 weekends.
Well, for Sunday, Tuesday, and Wednesday.
Sorry, 1 a.m. Sunday, Tuesday, and Wednesday.
12 Sunday, Tuesday, and
Oh, okay.
Wednesday.
I was like confused about that. Okay. Amanda?
Yes.
Okay, David, where are you?
Yeah.
Okay. I am going to pull up the resolution and we are going to make some edits and then vote. Okay. Do you guys have a doing business as yet, or are you still 5 Dude LLC?
We're still 5 Dude LLC. Our training for upstairs is decided, but downstairs, it's mostly gonna be hidden gem.
Okay, I'm gonna put 5 Dude LLC.
Yeah.
Since you haven't figured that out.
So you're operating them as two different businesses? It's just, sorry, this just isn't making sense to me.
It's
And I'm-
one license.
Well, I think it's two different like names he's saying. There's one entity, that's what I put
Yeah,
in.
it's not
Yeah.
two businesses. It's not two
DBAs.
businesses.
One
Yes.
beer wine license.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. It's like, okay. I've gone over this top part, so I'm just, gonna add, we had one resident, Emma, speak in opposition to the application during the meeting. I forgot to put in the exact number, David, of residents from the building that signed the petition. Could you remind me?
3.
3. Okay. Great. So sorry, I need to update some of these things based on our discussion. So I'll do that as we go. So therefore be it resolved that the Community Board 3 recommends the denial of the application for a full on-premises liquor license for 5 Dude LLC for the premises located at 113 Division Street, unless you agree to the following signed notarized stipulations. It will operate as a bar lounge, omakase sushi, serving omakase sushi and bar food with a kitchen open and serving food during all hours of operation. Its hours of operation will be opening no later than 5 p.m. Tuesday to Sunday and closing by 12 a.m. on Tuesday to Thursday?
No, it's Sunday, Tuesday, and Wednesday.
Sunday,
Tuesday and Wednesday.
and Wednesday.
And
Whoops.
then
And then
Thursday,
by 1
Saturday is
a.m.
1 a.m.
1 a.m. Thursday to Saturday. Okay. So just to reiterate, opening no later than 5 p.m. Tuesday to Sunday and closing by 12 a.m. on Sunday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and by 1 a.m. Thursday to Saturday. It will not use outdoor space for commercial use. It will have a closed fixed facade with no open doors or windows except an entrance door that will close by 10 p.m. or when amplified sound is playing, including but not limited to DJs, live music, and live non-music performances, or during unamplified live performances or televised sports. It will play ambient background music only, consisting of recorded music, and will not have live music DJs, promoted events, scheduled performances, or any event at which a cover fee is charged. It will not apply for an alteration in its method of operation or for any physical alterations without first appearing before Community Board 3. It will not host pub crawls or party buses, will not have unlimited drink specials with food. Are you going to have a happy hour?
So our proposed happy hour is gonna be from 5 to 8.
Okay. 8 p.m. So it may have happy hours until 8 p.m. each night. It will ensure that there are no wait lines outside.
No.
It will designate an employee for ensuring no loitering, noise, or crowds outside. It will conspicuously post the stipulation form beside its liquor license inside of its business, and it will provide a telephone number for residents to call with complaints and immediately address any resident complaints. Applicant, does this look correct to you?
Yes.
I'll do my
Yes.
Do we have no sports?
Oh, sorry. Thank you for reminding me. I'm gonna add that in here. it will not play sporting events. Does anyone have a better language they want?
On the televisions in the cellar. Well, period, on televisions.
Okay,
It's elsewhere.
there are,
The stipulations I put, there will be 2 televisions that will not be used for sporting events.
Okay.
But I can change that if it.
No, it'll have 2 televisions that will not play sporting events. That sounds good. Well, no more than 2. Great.
okay. Anything else?
Just making sure that you got rid of everywhere if it said full liquor license, that it only says beer and wine now because of my mistake.
Yes, sorry.
We don't need to say that there are 15 full on premise since it's a beer wine license.
Sure.
Okay. Okay, great. I'm gonna move this to a vote. So I'm gonna stop sharing for a second. David Crane,
Yes.
Amanda Liu,
Yes.
Clint Smelter,
Yes.
Sarah Bachu, yes, Jamie and Jesse absent. Great. Applicant, you're free to go. Thank you so much.
And
Thank you.
we should be telling everyone, they'll get the stipulations tomorrow to sign. They'll be emailed.
Yes, please sign your stipulations when you receive them.
No problem. Thank you very much, board members. Thank you very much for the meeting. Thank you for your time.
Thank you
So much.
Next, we're gonna hear Soul Sushi LLC, 151 Rivington Street. If you are that applicant, please raise your hand and we will promote you to the main show. I'm pulling up the details now. We'll read the highlights while that's happening. So Soul Sushi doing business as Soul Sushi LLC doing business as Soul Sushi is seeking a full on-premises liquor license at 151 Rivington Street between Suffolk and Clinton. This is an establishment with a capacity of 74 people, 8 tables, 26 seats, and 1 bar that seats 8. A full kitchen serving soul food and sushi. Within 1 hour of closing, though I think we have to update that to during all hours of operation applicant, just noting that we can discuss that.
Okay.
And then 3 to 4 televisions. I think we probably just have to pick a number. We'll talk about that. And then playing music at background ambient level. There are 21 full on-premises liquor licenses within 500 feet. This location is currently a sushi restaurant with a full on-premises license with operating hours of 11 a.m. to 10:30 p.m. Mondays, Thursdays, 11:30 a.m. to 11:30 p.m. Fridays, Saturdays, and 12 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. Sundays. The applicant has not previously held a license for the sale of alcohol. There were 311 complaints at this location since 2020, and 11 residents who live within 2 blocks location signed a petition in support. Applicant or your representative, do you want to add anything to the highlights I just read?
I just want to let you know that they're going to have a manager that has many years experience in the restaurant business. My client has some experience. He was a bar manager for a while. Yeah, the manager, where is he? Come on. Is he on?
Yes.
Yeah. How many years of experience does your manager have? I forgot what you told me.
Over 30.
Over 30 years experience, working in bars and managing bars and restaurants. And I just want to clarify the hours with you. I think I may have made a mistake, a small mistake. Your hours, come on, they're going to be what? Give me the hours again.
Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, it'll be 11 a.m. to 12 a.m. Friday, Saturday will be 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. and Sunday will be 10 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Okay, whoa, I'm gonna need you to go slightly slower because that does not match what I have. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, say the hour again?
11 a.m. to 12 a.m.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I made a slight error on
And
the
then-
application.
That's fine. Saturday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday,
No, Friday and Saturday.
Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. to 2 a.m.
11 a.m. to 2 a.m. Okay, and Sunday?
10 a.m. to 10 p.m. and
Okay.
close Monday.
Sorry to interrupt, Sarah. It's in the therefore be it resolved section. Those are the exact hours. So you
Okay,
lift it from there.
okay. Cool. I think that's probably what tripped you up, Stacy.
It could be.
I was reading the current hours.
Yeah, no, I wanted
Um,
to make sure. Yeah, right. That's right. You said the current. I'm sorry. I apologize for that. Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
So
It's been a
We're
long
not
night.
we're not on to the proposals yet. Okay. I'm gonna move on to the committee. Does anyone have any
Can you just
questions?
repeat those hours quickly? I'm mixed up on the STIPS form too.
Yeah, let me just send them to you.
Just send them. That's fine. Do it that way. Thank you.
Yeah, just say, yeah, I just want to reiterate that the place is licensed currently. He's purchasing the assets of the business.
Thank you, Sarah.
So just to make that clear.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Can I ask that the hours that they do want, those are the ones that were actually on materials like petitions and.
Okay, I wasn't sure. But I want to make sure that you got the hours right from the horse's mouth.
Right,
So
and
that there's
I want
no
to make sure
confusion.
that the hours that you're asking for now are the ones that you were stating publicly.
Pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. I think
Yes.
I may have
Pretty
put
much, or they are.
It was just open an hour earlier on.
yeah,
It
yeah. I said 11.
was
It's
opening
supposed to
at
be
10
10.
instead of 11.
Yeah, I
Okay,
put
so the
11.
important thing is the closing hours are exactly
Have
what.
not
you
Yes.
Oh,
told
yes.
us.
From what
Yeah.
was on the petition.
Yes,
Yes.
exactly. Yes.
Okay, that's where it's important to be clear.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna move to public session on this application. If you are a community member here to speak on this application, again, this application is number.
Here's the only thing. There were no
14.
hours. There were no hours listed on the petition forms at all.
Uh-oh.
Well, that's a problem.
It is.
That's what I just asked. How could you have
Yeah,
said?
there are.
It
There are.
was.
I mean,
Was it?
Listen
I'm-
through.
I'm
There was
looking at the
already-
ones you submitted.
There was an updated form sent to Susan at the beginning of the meeting, which literally. fits
Okay,
in.
so the ones you submitted originally that have signatures, there's no hours, just.
So those don't count.
And they submitted new ones that do have it, and we're sure that it was on the
Yeah,
original?
that
Yes.
was the original.
Okay.
So I know,
I think what
Amanda-
happened was when we typed the original one, it didn't take, when you turn it to a PDF, it was a Word, it turned it to a PDF, so it might have disappeared on that one, or that was a Word. The one that we sent you is the correct one. That was the
So-
one that was given out to the public.
Okay, Amanda has received and shared the and counted up the petitions
Mhm.
that were on a form that had the hours. So
Right.
we're gonna use the number that had
Yeah, that's
the
right.
hours on it. Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna move to the public session now, y'all. If you are here to speak about this item, which is item number 14, Soul Sushi at 151 Rivington, please raise your Zoom hand and we will promote you. Okay, seeing none, I am gonna come back to committee. Are we ready to look at a resolution?
So this is which block of Rivington?
151 Rivington.
Between Suffolk and Clinton.
It's right now it's called Tokyo Sushi. It's a sushi place
I'm
now.
surprised there's no one from the public. It is super late.
I mean, yes, this is what happens when.
Well, it is a sushi restaurant now, and he's currently going to keep pretty much the same method of operation. If you look at the menu, you'll see it's.
I'm actually keeping the same sushi chef and everything.
That's lovely for retention. Just, to keep things kind of focused, Susan, I see your hand is up.
Yes.
What's up?
I was going to suggest the committee might think about keeping the same hours as previous. It is a saturated area, not as saturated as Ludlow, but it's very saturated. And, you know, they're making the business have more of an impact. Why not try and keep the same hours?
Well, because he doesn't want to go with those hours. I mean, I don't blame him. Could we get to 1 o'clock then on the weekends, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday? 1 o'clock, and the other days 12 o'clock. So just 3 days a week, full one. That's okay, right, Jamon?
Yes.
Can we do that? Did that with the other guy, so you know,
I was
fair is fair.
suggesting to the committee, so it's now in their hands.
Yes,
I was suggesting, you know, the location and the fact of what it was previously.
I understand.
So what is the previous one?
It's a sushi plate. Oh, it's 10:30 and 11.
10:30 and 11.
Yeah, it depends on the night.
From a restaurant, kind of like definitely restaurant hours to borderline.
Well, 12 and 1 aren't terrible. I mean, that's restaurant hours too. By the time, you know, everything's said and done, there won't be anybody in there after 12 during the week, and after 1 on the weekends, that's closing time. That's nobody will be in the restaurant after
But it's dumping out people into, I mean, it's a nightmare there.
You've never been to Rivington Street at 12 o'clock on a weeknight, Stacy.
Well, I mean, everybody's not going to leave at 12. Everybody's not going to leave at 1. The place will be, make sure he doesn't serve too late so that everybody will be out by that time. Not, you know, you're going to have people leaving at 11, maybe 11:30, 12 o'clock. You know,
That's why I had put that the kitchen will be closed at like an hour before, because that's the last time we'll take orders. So therefore, you know, we won't be taking orders late to where somebody's staying after their time.
Yeah, so I'm gonna take a straw poll on this. 12 closure all days except, what did we post? Tuesday to Thursday is 1 a.m. is what you're proposing, Stacy?
No, Thursday,
no, 12
Friday,
o'clock,
Saturday.
Tuesday to Thursday, Tuesday, they close Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, 12, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 1, Sunday, 10 to 10.
Okay.
So, and it's
10 p.m.
still 11 a.m. opening all days.
Yeah, he's gonna be open, yeah.
Or 10, but you had originally 10 a.m. on Sunday. So it's Tuesday, Wednesday, 11 to 12.
Right.
Just, I think to make it easier, I would just say you're gonna open by,
Yeah, you could say that. That's
Open
okay.
by 11.
you're
No,
gonna
he's
open by 11:30.
Okay, that just means that you, what time you're
No,
gonna?
sorry, you
open?
have 12:30 on, you have 12 on Sundays? No.
No,
No.
10.
No,
It's
it's
10
10
o'clock.
on Sundays.
Okay, sorry, I'm getting confused between the
That's
correct.
okay.
So
I would say
11,
you're gonna
12,
open by 11 a.m. all
Yeah.
days.
Okay.
All days by 11, that's fine. Is it
Fine.
okay with you, Jamon?
Yes.
11, okay.
So
Oh.
11 to 12, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Tuesday, right,
11
11 to 12, right, go ahead,
11 to 1, Thursday,
Friday and
Friday,
Saturday,
Saturday.
and Sunday, 10 to 10. 11 to 10, sorry, take that back, 11 to 10, everything's 11 a.m.
And
the whole
Sunday, 11 to 10.
Yes, okay, Jamon?
Yes.
Okay. Is that okay with the board? We really would appreciate it.
I'm fine with that, but I'm taking a straw poll now that we all are clear on the hours. Clint,
Reluctantly, yes.
okay,
Thank you.
Amanda? That's a yes, Mandy, or you muted?
Yes.
Okay, David?
Thank you.
What's your hand?
No, this is a saturated area. If there's a new applicant at an existing location, we should not be increasing the impact.
So
Should be using it as an
unfortunately,
opportunity to reduce it. So I have a no.
Yeah, I understand that, respect that. We have 3 folks who are saying yes with the reduced hours, so I'm going to put up the resolution.
I don't, what hours? I'm sorry.
Stacey, why don't you hold off, because we're moving forward with your resolution, so I think there's nothing to add at the moment. Okay, so I've read all this previous part at the top, so I'm going to skip over that. We didn't have anyone speak during public session, so I've removed a clause about that. So we're just going to focus on stipulations.
Okay.
So Community Board 3 recommends a denial for a full on-premises liquor license for Soul Sushi unless the applicant agrees to the following signed notarized stipulations that it will operate as a restaurant serving soul food and sushi. We have to say during all hours of
Yeah, you could say that.
operation.
You could say that, no problem.
Yes.
He could have an internal, you know, what he
Yeah.
wants to do internally. Okay.
Its hours of operation will be opening no later than 11 a.m. Tuesday to Sunday and closing no later than 12 a.m. Tuesday
Tuesday to
to
Wednesday.
Thursday,
Tuesday to Wednesday.
1 a.m. Friday to Saturday, and by 10 p.m. Sunday.
We said Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, 1 a.m. So can you change Tuesday to Wednesday? You know,
I mean,
it's
are we
Tuesday to
okay with
Wednesday.
that?
Yeah, right. Right.
I'm asking 1 second, Stacy.
Yep.
Clint, Amanda, David, I know your position. Is that okay?
That's what we had said earlier, so that was what
Okay, got it. This has been like a little bit hard to follow.
I know.
I usually go
And we're all tired.
Yeah.
We're all freaking tired.
Yeah. Okay.
That looks good. And they're closed Monday if you want to put that in.
No, we don't need to do that.
Okay, no problem.
Okay. It will not use outdoor space for commercial use. It will have a closed fixed facade with no open doors or windows except entrance door that will close by 10 p.m. Or when amplified sound is playing, including but not limited to DJs, live music, not live non-musical performances, or during unamplified live performances or televised sports. It will play ambient background music only, consisting of recorded music, and will not have live music, DJs, promoted events, scheduled performances, or any event at which a cover fee will be charged. It will not apply for any alteration in its method of operation or for any physical alterations that first appearing before Community Board 3.
Correct.
It will not host public crawls or party buses. It will not have unlimited drink specials with food. It may have happy hours until 7 p.m. each night. It will ensure there are no wait lines outside and will designate an employee for ensuring no loitering, noise, or crowds outside. Will conspicuously post the stipulation form beside its liquor license inside of its business, and it will provide a telephone number for residents to call with complaints and immediately address any resident complaints. Stacey, I heard you saying yes to everything. We just want to make sure our applicant
everything looks
also...
fine. Drone, everything looks good to you?
Yes.
Yeah,
okay.
It looks fine.
Fantastic. Committee, I'm going to take a vote now. David Crane.
No.
Clint Speltzer.
Yes.
Thank you.
Amanda Liu.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sarah Achu, yes.
Thank you.
Jesse Beck, Jamie Felber, absent. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, everybody.
Try to stay awake. Take care. Have a good night, guys. Thank you.
Have a good night. Thank you.
All right.
Appreciate
Bye-bye.
it.
Bye-bye.
Oh, yes. Okay, we still have two more. LJP Productions LLC number 15. This is 189 East Broadway. Please raise your Zoom hand so that we can let you in. And I will move on to the next and read the highlights while that's happening. So this is LJP Productions LLC doing business as we'll discuss that in a moment, seeking full on-premises liquor license for the premises at 189 East Broadway between Jefferson and Rutgers Streets. This establishment has 23 tables and 59 seats with one bar that also has 8 seats, plus 12 outdoor tables and 32 seats under the open restaurants program, a full kitchen preparing seafood, and serving food during all hours operation, no televisions, background music from iPod. Interesting. Does anyone still use an iPod? And vinyl records on small speakers. No DJ or live music, no promoted events, no scheduled events, and no events at which a cover fee is charged. There are 7 full-on premises liquor licenses within 500 feet and 5 on the same block. This location was previously licensed with a full on-premises liquor license for Dishful Inc., doing business as Cafe Petisco until January 2021. The applicant is a license holder. They have one other establishment in CB3, SC Delancey LLC and LJP Productions LLC doing business as Retro Bar and Grill at 148 150 Delancey Street since 2013. And then we have to count up the petitions. It sounds like, David, you did this one. So I don't have the signatures yet. Did we receive the petitions? I assume we did because I see Frank. David, you're talking on mute.
Yes. I didn't see the petitions posted on our site.
I sent some late ones to Clint today.
I got the other one. Let me see if I got this one. I know I got the one from Frank, but hold on. Let me go back. I may have missed it at the end of the day.
Well, while you're doing that, I agree about the word iPod. Maybe you just want to make that recorded music. I mean, they wrote iPod, but if you say just recorded music, they can update the technology without coming back to us.
I think we have it for iPod somewhere because I've seen it.
Still got mine. I just don't know where it is.
Yeah. So while we're finding the petition signatures, any other
wait,
questions?
this is the one. Yeah. This is the one that it was just the posting. It wasn't, I did glance at this and I didn't have time to get back to you. It's the posting. It doesn't have any of the petitions. At least what you sent me, Susan.
I didn't look at it. It came in late and I just forwarded. So I don't know. Frank, what did you send?
I sent petitions. I can send it directly to Clint again if he likes.
Send it to me.
Send it to both of us.
Yeah.
Is
I just
Sebastian?
forwarded whatever you sent.
Sebastian needs to get in, David.
Okay.
Okay, so while that's happening, is there anything you want to clarify about the application highlights that I provided?
No, I was going to comment on how strong the petitions were, but
Okay, great. So you'll prove that in a second. I'm going to move to public session if anyone has any comments about this application, which is number 15, 189 East Broadway, LJP Productions LLC. Please raise your Zoom hand and we will promote you. The first person I'm going to call on is, who did you let in? David. I was like,
Well, hands are going up and down. I thought that you were letting them in.
Okay. I didn't let anybody in.
I don't know Clint's email address.
It's just clintmeltzer@hotmail.com.
So Stefan invited.
Brave man, just putting out his email address to everyone. Stefan Janat, do you want to go first?
I just pressed the allow to talk, so he can just do it without accepting the permission.
Stefan, do you want to try again?
Hello, hi.
Hello, go ahead.
Thank you to the committee. My name is Stéphane Jonot. I live in this block since 20 years. I'm owner also of a French restaurant in the neighborhood since 20 years. And this place was before a Petisco, and Petisco was a great place for the neighborhood, and he had already a liquor license. This part of a neighborhood is not like the Dime Square. We actually have a more older customers, and it's more the people from the hood. They're coming on the street. I don't know if you know my establishment. It's called Les Enfants de Bohème. It's there since 9 years already, but I was in these blocks for 20 years, and I think it would be a good additional for the block, especially this corner deserves light. It's very dark there, and it really separates part of the hood. And I think it would be a great additional restaurant. These people are nice, very nice people, and I think they deserve to have it.
Thank you so much. I'm going to call next on Linda. Go ahead.
Okay. Yes, I'm Linda Jones. I'm speaking on behalf of the Space Block Association. And by the way, I didn't want to put anything in the chat, but Emma was also speaking on behalf of Space. She was not just speaking for herself. Not that it matters at this point on the decision, but it might matter for the resolution. I don't unfortunately, there were 3 applications in our area this time, and not one of these applicants reached out to Space. And I can't be the fault of any individual applicant. I don't know what went wrong. Susan, maybe you do, but maybe after this, we could look into it.
I can answer that.
Can you?
Sure, there's no requirement that they reach out to you.
Really?
There hasn't been.
Okay,
We
well,
put- everything is posted so that the applicant can reach out to the block associations, and the block associations can reach out to the applicants. Everybody's information is there.
thank you.
There's nothing that says that, you know, that they have to.
It's unfortunate because I think we have been pretty successful in talking with applicants and have had cordial relations. We've had very little oppositional things going on. And I just felt a little, this was a little unusual, even though maybe they're not required to, usually they do. In any case, I have only one thing I want to object to here, and that is the hours. We do not have places open until 4 a.m. in this area. I don't know what is going to be acceptable to them, but you know, we would go for midnight during the week and 1 a.m. on the weekends, generally speaking.
Okay, thank you so much, Linda.
Sure.
I don't believe we have anybody else from the community to speak on this item. So I'm going to go back to our committee. I know that Clint just received the petition, so we'll get a little more time on that.
Wait, are there any petitions there, Clint?
Yes, I'm counting them now. He
Oh,
just
okay,
sent
I
them
only
to us.
saw one letter.
Yep, no, I'm counting them now. There's.
Okay, so let's give Clint some time.
Can I
Counting
ask a
on-
question?
Yes, go ahead.
Susan, did you get that letter that I sent you this evening?
Yes, yes, but Frank, please, you can't send me stuff so late. It was from-
No, I'm with you. It came in after the office closed, so.
Well, yeah, and I wasn't there. I came home to
I know.
have dinner.
I know.
Yeah, we all deserve dinner.
Happy Tuesday.
You're asking too much.
Okay, so while that's happening on Clint's end, committee, do we have any other questions? Sorry. Look at my mind for a second. Applicant / Frank, Sebastian, Frank, do you guys have anything you want to say just in response to what Linda and I'm sorry, the other name of the resident escapes me right now.
Hi guys, thank you so much for this. You must be very tired. We had plenty of people that wanted to support us, but it's getting a little bit late. We have 2 letters. One by the district leader called Daisy Baez. She's the only Latina in the neighborhood. She's extremely excited about this. We also spoke to a block association called the Dime Square Block Association. And I have to apologize to Linda. I'm so sorry we didn't reach out to you just yet. We spoke to many people. And I'm being extremely honest here how excited people are about this corner. They are very, they miss Petisco a lot. And we have realized that a few of the issues that and how we can add to the community, one of them is actually open a place in the spirit of Cafe Petisco, and also work as an alternative to the people that on one hand don't feel super included in the Dime Square environment. Many of them are older, that live across the street from us, and they want something that maybe it's not a dive bar, and they want late night dining. Many parents don't have anywhere to go. Yeah. So we are trying to become that establishment for them. And a very important detail as well is that we got signatures from every single apartment in our building. One of the reasons we probably got that as well is because Jefferson is a very tricky street at night. And many people have pointed that out, how positive it would be that we would be in that corner and open around those hours. I'm in my 40s, and my wife has also been working in Michelin stars restaurant for the last 17 years. We are looking for a grown-up place. We're looking for a restaurant that has linen on the tables. And it's a very, very professional setting that I think the area is lacking. I've been coming to the area since the beginning of 2000s. Been living in New York City for almost a quarter of a century. Own places not only in New York, but also in Chile and Brazil. And we have experience in France as well. And our contact is
I'm gonna have you pause there because I think you've given, response to the things that are raised by the community. Do we have an update on the petitions, Clint?
Yes, so, and this was a very quick rough count. I had 13 in the building and 74 others within 2 blocks.
Okay. So is the total 74 plus 13?
Yes, sorry, those 13 were separate from the 74.
Got it. Okay. So that's 87 total with 13.
Sebastian, you think it's more, right?
Yeah, it was. I mean, it's more, but it really doesn't. Even though there's a lot of petitions, this was in the process of. I mean, we could. I mean, I'm very positive. If we had more time, we could raise hundreds. I'm telling you guys, and I'm being honest here. I'm sorry to cut you off, Clint. We haven't received one negative response. Nothing. Not one person. The
Yes,
entire building, every person in the building that we have approached supports this as well.
Understood. You did have one person speak against that application in our public session, but your point's definitely been made that there's a lot of support. Susan, I see your hand raised.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask one, I'm sorry, I don't have the application in front of me. What are your hours? I'm actually interested in when you open and price point.
That's actually a very good point. We, after speaking to all these neighbors, we are convinced that we also want to have a lunch spot. Everybody complains about the lack of lunch places in the area. That is approachable. That's not a transplant kind of place, and that is friendly to all ages.
Can
I
just ask, what time are you opening?
We want to open around noon. In the beginning, we probably open noon Thursday through Sunday, and once we manage that, we probably add the remaining days. But sorry.
And what would be the price range for your lunches?
It would be. We've been telling people it would be something between what Forget-Me-Not is and Casino.
I don't know.
This will not be a shareable kind of price point. This will be an affordable place. And
what is the range? Could you tell me the lunch range?
The lunch range would be within $20.
Okay, thank you. The reason I'm asking is because this is an area that desperately needs a lunch place. It desperately needs early. I don't understand the 4 a.m. there, but a desperate, the places that were there before very much served a need.
Yes,
they were not 4 a.m. places.
No, but I mean, we're older now. We're going to become a dad. There are alternatives in late night dining experiences that are not dive bars. Like my friends, I know.
So Sebastian, I'm going to cut you off just because it's 12:20 and we do have another applicant.
But think Blue Ribbon, something like that.
I just want to make sure I got the hours correct, because I think I have something different. I have opening no later than 5 p.m. Sunday to Thursday.
That's what the application said, because that's what I had too.
Yes. No, I understand, but he's saying something about a change. So I just want to make sure I have the correct one. 5 p.m. Sunday to Thursday, and by 12 p.m. opening Friday to Sunday. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, to start with.
So that's totally
Start with,
said to me.
Start with, yeah.
You
But
realize that's
then eventually we want to do it every day.
Yes, but I think we just need to put in the stipulations. We don't want to tie you to earlier hours if you're not doing earlier hours at this moment. So just, I think you're only doing earlier opening Friday to Sunday, 12 p.m.
So I would like to suggest that we do like to encourage people to open earlier for a couple reasons. One, particularly in areas like this, there's a real need for it. There's a public benefit. And two, is we have a lot of blighted streets. And that's why we encourage people to open. I understand if there's no business, they can't, but there's an in-between. If there is business in this location, we know there is business for earlier hours.
We agree.
But I guess it's less about agreeing with it and what hours you want.
No, like, so we're agreeing from 12 p.m. We want to just start, you know, it's just difficult to, you know, we want to do from Thursday to Sunday for sure, you know, like brunch hour, we know there's going to be people. We realize, we talk to the neighborhood, they want to, you know, there seem to be like people for lunch, you know, so we want to be able to like open at 12 p.m. the other days, but we cannot 100% commit until we have open, you understand? Just for the earlier.
Yes, I understand. I think
we can commit from like Thursday, you know?
I think Susan was asking you to consider opening earlier on other days. What I'm hearing is you can't consider that at this time.
No, I mean,
no, we want to do.
We want to. We just cannot 100%.
But it doesn't matter about want. It's what are you going to do?
Guys, we've been. I mean, I can only imagine how tired you guys are. But what we're trying to be like, what we're saying is basically the first month or two we will have those, and then we'll gradually in 3 months be fully open.
Yeah, but what I put in writing is like what you're going to do. So if I say you're going to open by 12 p.m. every day, you're not actually able to do that. You're saying you need a ramping up period. So that's why I'm just trying to make sure that we have whatever is the thing.
Correct. That's correct, Sebastian.
Yeah.
The first thing Sarah said was she doesn't want to tie you into hours.
Yeah,
Okay.
but I
Give me
do.
an honest answer.
What I was saying is I'm not going to tie them to
7 a.m.
hours that they can't actually meet.
Well, I know, but
Then they're
if
just going to
saying-
violate their stipulation.
Right, but if a public benefit is that they're going to be open for lunch and but they won't commit to that, well, then there's no public benefit.
Well, they are opening for lunch, but on the weekend.
No, Thursday to
That's not
Sunday.
a public benefit.
Thursday to Sunday.
So I think what internally, what we're seeing is that we understand, we don't want someone to say they're going to open and not go out of business because there's no business. At the same time, we do want to encourage people that are able to, because that is a real benefit to the community. We're trying to look for a balance between a viable business and what's good for the community. We do know that that area can support a lunch. And so it's just an encouragement.
No, I mean, we know that you are right, especially speaking with all the people. I mean, everybody's asking for it.
But if they're not willing to do that day one, Susan, we can't put it in the.
I don't know that that's true. I'd like to actually ask Frank, if someone has a soft opening and they ramp up in 3 months, isn't that adequate?
Very normal.
I think it is. I'm not sure you've done it in the past, but I think it is.
Okay, so Frank and I both are, both feel that, you know, if they're doing it within 3 months, that's adequate.
I think we just don't want to not set them up for success, right? Like if
they're going to violate their stipulations by not opening by the correct hour.
Right, that's going to get them in trouble. So just making sure what is realistic and not what everyone wants.
Can I make a suggestion? Why don't we put like a 4-month time period on it? And if he can't get open for lunch in 4 months, then he'll come back to change the hours and be completely transparent with the board.
Okay, and I agree, like someone says they're gonna open early for breakfast in Avenue B, we know they can't do it. You know, we don't want someone to fail. We know this is a lunch area.
Yeah, across the street from us, we have all those buildings. I mean, we're thousands of people. It's very, very doable. We just want to be responsible, and we don't want to say something that we can't back up.
So let's say 4 months.
Sounds good.
Is that reasonable to you, Sebastian?
Yes, absolutely.
To be able to do lunch 7 days a week within 4 months of opening.
And then,
Let's say 6 days,
yeah, I think
Frank.
just 6 days.
Okay. What day would you not be open for lunch? Monday?
Monday, yes.
So how are we wording this again?
Yeah.
The hours of the operation for the first 4 months are going to be one thing, and then after that, they're going to be a different thing?
Yep.
So for the first 4 months, it will be 5 p.m. Sunday through Thursday and 12 p.m. Friday.
No. No, he's committed to doing lunch on Thursday now, to starting with lunch. So it's Thursday to Sunday for lunch.
So wait, he's doing lunch for the first 4 months.
Thursday to Sunday, opening at 12, yes.
Okay.
That's what we agreed to.
I thought it was the other way around and you were agreeing to
No.
open for lunch
No.
after 4 months.
They'll
Not for
expand
those
to be to
days.
6 days a week after.
Not for those
right.
days.
Initially,
Right.
it'll be the 3-day weekend lunch service.
4
After
days.
4 months, it'll be 6 days a week. 4
4
days.
days. The majority of the week.
But you just said Sunday through 12 p.m. Sunday through Thursday for the first 4 months.
Thursday through Sunday.
Thursday through Sunday. So that's
They'll be opening no later than 5 p.m. Sunday to Wednesday
okay.
and 12 p.m. Thursday to Sunday.
Exactly.
Okay.
You said Sunday.
The
12.
opening, okay, we've been focused on the opening, which I understand why, given the context raised, but we haven't talked about the closing, so I do have a question about that. So I have here closing by 12 a.m. Sunday, 2 a.m. Monday to Wednesday, and 4 a.m. Thursday to Saturday. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Committee, I anticipate folks want to talk about that. Is that what David and Susan, what you want to talk about, or you have a different? Okay, David, go ahead.
That's late. That's gonna pull Dime Square crowd over toward Sword Park and further. 4 a.m. is late for that neighborhood.
Are there any neighborhoods you think the 4 a.m. is not late for?
Well, truthfully, no, not unless it's
Times-
one of the
Times
very few
Square.
bars, but
I know.
not more.
I just want to be there at 4 a.m. Oh my God. David, do you have an alternative that you're trying to push towards?
I didn't have one in mind, but you know,
What was the
12
previous?
a.m., 2 a.m. is better for restaurants generally. I mean, I understand. Well, there's literally nothing available that late in that area right now. So that qualifies as late in that area. I would love to see 12 a.m., 2 a.m.
I'd love to have finished 3 hours ago.
Yeah.
Well, it was looking so good for a while. We were moving fast. Clint, I feel like you're the one most likely to be aligned with David on this.
Yeah, I am. I do feel like, especially in that area, it's just like there's nothing there. And I think he is right that that's going to pull people from other areas and make that more of a late night area. And I don't know that that's necessarily a good thing.
I'd like to think that we compromised on the opening hours. So why not compromise on the closing hours? What if we did 2 a.m. 7 days a week and call it a night? A morning, call it a morning.
Well, I wouldn't call what happened on the opening hours sort of a compromise. It was like a hammering out what actually they want to do.
No, I think we compromised to open for lunch within 4 months. We wanted to not admit that we would open it all for lunch. We recognize the public benefit here is the lunch. You're muted.
Okay, no, actually, he said he wanted to be open for lunch all the time, but he's going to require a ramp up period. And we just decided on the 4 months for that.
What is the
Guys,
current?
I feel
what is
like
the current hours?
this is not necessary to go. I think we need to just focus on the closing now. Frank has proposed 2 a.m. all days. I'm gonna take a straw poll on that. David?
Well, it's not what I prefer.
Clint?
We didn't, what were the previous hours of the current location? Did anyone have that?
I don't know. I would ask David. He worked on this and it doesn't say in the resolution.
Yeah, well, it does not say. Oh, the
Linda.
previous establishment. I do
Linda
not.
might know.
It was Tipsy Shanghai, but I don't remember what time they closed.
Yeah, it was not that late. I actually live over here. But I don't I don't know what the previous one was.
So to answer your question, I would be more comfortable with 12 and 2, but I
Okay,
could probably be. good
I
with it.
would like to go to a vote unless there's other concerns. I don't know, Susan, did you mean to have your hand up? Because I called on you earlier.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
No, okay, I just wanted to
It's
check.
very late.
Yes, yeah, I know,
there were-
but your hand's probably getting tired, so I just want to make sure.
There were just a lot of things too that weren't checked off and I don't think we covered yet, like outdoor space.
Uh,
Are you planning on using any outdoor space? Will you close your windows? Is it a fixed facade?
Well, it says sidewalk seating, 12 tables, 32 seats.
Oh, yeah, you know what? I was reading off your stipulations.
So-
Sorry, it's what Petisco had pretty much.
And it's closing doors and windows at 10 o'clock.
Clint,
So I'm gonna
the windows
open the
are like-
resolution, and if we need to discuss it, you'll let us know. But I have stipulations here, so I assume they came from what you guys were comfortable with. Now I've lost my document, okay. So I've added in since the beginning when I did highlights, I've added in that you submitted 2 letters in support, including one from Dime Square Block Association. That one resident spoke in support of the application and one resident from Space Block Association spoke in opposition to the application. 87 residents who live within 2 blocks of location, including 13 in the same building, which is all of the residents in that building, signed a petition in favor of the application. So now I'm going to move to stipulations. So Community Board 3 recommends the denial. Unless the applicant agrees to the following signed notarized stipulations, it will operate as a seafood restaurant with a kitchen open and serving food during all hours of operation. Its hours of operation for the first 4 months will be opening no later than 5 p.m. Sunday to Wednesday and 12 p.m. Thursday to Saturday, and closing by 12 a.m. Sunday, 2 a.m. or sorry, this is where we need to adjust, 2 a.m. Monday to Saturday. Sorry about that. No, it should be 2 a.m. all days. Why am I? 2 a.m. Monday to Sunday. Sorry about that. Okay. And then its hours of operation after the first
Could you
4
go
months
back
will be,
for the first 4 months, it's basically 12 a.m. all days then, right? Is that?
what do you mean 12 a.m. all days? Frank said 2 a.m. all days.
No, opening.
Opening is opening no later than 5 p.m. Sunday to Wednesday and 12 p.m.
Okay. That's, I asked for clarification
months.
earlier and I thought it was reversed, but never mind.
Sarah, those hours are still wrong though.
That's what I thought.
The
Okay,
days
what's
are
wrong?
the days are wrong. You got Sunday twice.
Opening no later than 5 p.m. Sunday to Wednesday and 12 p.m. Thursday to Sunday, and closing by 2 a.m. Monday to Sunday.
The first Sunday ought to be Monday.
They're closed on Monday, no?
Oh, we're open Mondays.
Okay.
Okay, okay,